Rise and shine, grab your coffee, and put your cans in the air because we have day 5 of the Perfect World Asian League 2020 Fall Edition coming your way. It's been a long week, and now we've reached the final day of week 1. We have 2 more weeks remaining, mind you, and we have a number of games lined up for you today. My name is Bleh. I'm going to bring you guys the action for the remainder of the day alongside my hosts, but that's not coming up right yet. We have a small little recap video for you guys from all the kind of crazy action we witnessed yesterday, so have a blast watching this one.
Kaz has got an AWP. What? Oh, how did it take Pro so long to kill him?
Ooh, this could be big. Be massive by Kaz.
He's no. Oh, never mind.
As the round falls away, Micro in with a double. He's last alive.
Oh.
And Micro 4Ks this round, saving it for Bren. Kaz coming in with the play of the game.
QQ is shutting it down with a Deagle. 3 clean, clinical headshots. Oh, somebody, don't do it. The dead.
He jumped to let him know. He jumped to let him know he was there. He tried to jump on his head. King cracks open STK and May rolls, and the execute is simple, but it's effective. Attacker, you madman. This was his life. But luckily, Dan King is there for another. That's 3 in the round, Bleh.
Summers there to shut it down. 3K for him.
Jamyang in position. Another shot off the back of the AWP.
Jamyang's going to look to swing and take them down. They're on the defuse. They come off it. And they're running right into Jamyang. He's taken them all. And it's done. He's won the round. There's no time. Right through the smoke. Jamyang. Oh my God. He's got 3. He's opened this up for Kaze to get back in with an off up the ladder, but he knew where he was. Out to the AK. He suspects this player to be up in heaven. Chaosage coming forward. He swings out and Kaze gets it. He's got the defuse as well, and 12 rounds for Vici. This is unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. We had a crazy series of games, of course, at Jamyang with an incredible performance at the end there, an exciting series, but we have some even more exciting series lined up for you guys. My name is Bleh once again, and joining me, as always, are going to be these 3 lovely individuals. It's going to be Dinko, it's going to be Tom, and for a change, it's going to be a lad who's looking fresh, ready, and ready to just rock and roll. Mitch looking fantastic today. Mitch, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, boy. You know, sometimes you wake up on the right side of the bed. Well, the trick I had today was I just didn't wake up. I haven't slept, so I'm ready to go, ready to roll.
Genius. Absolutely brilliant. How about you, Dinko? You look like you've had a nice 8 hours of sleep.
No, I haven't had an 8 hours sleep for the past few days, but I'm going ahead. I wake up and I just feel dead, but after a few minutes I get it off because I know what's coming up is some fun Counter-Strike.
All right. One man hadn't slept. One man's almost dead. Tom, are you alive?
Well, I know it's morning
We've lost
ritual at
Dinko. We've
least.
lost Dinko. Tom, how about you?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling great. I don't have any morning rituals
Not
quite
as good
like
as
that,
Dinko.
but yeah, no, I save that for later. But yeah, I'm looking forward to some of the matches we have today. We actually have pretty much the main attraction, I guess you could say, the potential grand final coming up later. So should be a good match.
Should be a good match. We do have yesterday's results coming up here. We can just take a quick look at them. We had a couple of very close matchups, a couple of very one-sided affairs at the same time. We had Checkmate versus Bren. It was Bren just, well, taking a dump all over Checkmate, but Checkmate is straight back in Inferno, but Bren are able to close it out in the end. Tyloo versus Beyond, that was a surprise. The surprise win from Beyond and Mirage, something no one expected would really be happening. Scrappy Train, Beyond winning Mirage, and then Tyloo plugging in the monitors, plugging their mice, and just completely speedrunning Inferno. And then the final game of the day, it was Vici taking down Invictus and Mirage, not too surprising there. And then Invictus 14-7 lead on Nuke Dinko. And then Jamyang decides to just shut it down. They get the comeback on, take it to overtime, and then win it flawlessly. So it was I mean, which match stood out for you in particular? For me, it had to be that final map. I feel like Vici were looking pretty solid, apart from that first half of Nuke.
Yeah, I personally like the second game the most. I think it was good to see Beyond be able to take on Tyloo in that fashion and get closer and closer. They could have taken the series 2-0. The Tyloo just kind of taken over the line in the third map. But I think that's exciting because you start to see more teams that you can add to the fray who could all compete at the top. And I think for a long time, the problem with Asian Counter-Strike has been the fact that it's so one-sided with the top teams. So, yeah, that's exciting. But also, that Vici game, I was really thinking we're going to that third map, but then Jamyang steps up, some hero performances. I think we made the discovery yesterday. He's certainly the best player in Asia as of right now in terms of the performance and current form. He's also got probably the second best player that's performing right now in Kaze. So, I mean, that team are looking so solid.
They are indeed. Let's take a look at the standings as it is right now. We've had 4 days of games. We've had about 12 best of threes, if my math checks out. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Mitch. We have Tiger on top, surprisingly. They've won a couple, they've lost one. We have Checkmate there. So the two Mongolian teams on top, although the caveat being they have played 3 games.
They won't be by the end of today.
All right, Tom, I believe you. Because we have Tyloo and Vici.
Yeah, they can't be.
Because Tyloo or Vici are going to win one of their games. So it's just mathematically impossible for them to hold on to that. We have Invictus, who have had a kind of like a rough start. But then again, the loss against Vici, I don't think they're going to be too completely shattered with that. We have Sigma, After Gaming, Bren, Beyond, and Huatsai to close it out. Now, Beyond being 0-2, Mitch, that's a little surprising, considering they have looked pretty solid so far.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit of a question mark around Beyond's performance. Like, up against Tyloo, they played really well. They could have won that 2-0. They could have went up in a position where they're, towards the middle of the scoreboard at the moment. I think it is very much just they've had some tough games. They've performed decently, but we need to see them when they come up against these lower teams like the Sigmas, the Afters. They need to really prove that they're just an afterthought and that Beyond are at least here to play the game. When I think about Beyond's performance, I definitely get excited. Now, not as excited as Dinko, but excited nonetheless. And so far, I haven't really had that same flair. Even though they obviously had the close maps versus Tyloo, I think we saw what happens when Tyloo take it seriously.
Yeah, I think Beyond is the best they've ever looked, to be honest. They're playing the best Counter-Strike. Olivia's showing up in important series. I think Beyond are going to have no problems when they play against the weaker teams. And I really think Beyond are just going to go into probably top 4 maybe in this tournament. So, yeah, I think Beyond are looking really solid.
Well, they do have a matchup coming up here. Let's take a look at today's schedule to talk a little bit more in detail about the games we have here. Of course, everyone's eyes are going to immediately gravitate towards that final game, Tyloo versus Vici. That's a tasty one. We have Invictus versus Sigma, the second matchup, but the first game, it's going to be a Beyond versus Huatsai. Now, let's talk a little bit more in detail about this. Dinko mentioned, Tom, that Beyond they should be more comfortable against some of the easier teams. Mitch mentioned rather. You have your After Gamings, you have all these other teams out there. Now, Huatsai, they're individually, they're exciting. You have that kid in the form of Ronin. You have these known names from the Singaporean scene like Spiels and Splashke and even Bulbasaur. They played a lot of international events. They've qualified for a lot of big events. But all that experience, it just doesn't seem to have kind of come into play in the way they're approaching the game right now.
Yeah, I think they've just they're playing like they're still playing against these lower level teams. I don't think they've leveled up their game at all. Like the fact that they lost to Sigma and then Sigma lost to the worst team in the tournament pretty much says that they're not in the best of spots. Like I think that they rely far too much on individual basis, and they are not the best individuals in this server. So it's going to be a really tough game for them. I don't see them coming out on top unless Beyond have some really poor performances or get caught off guard, which, as I've already said, when you're playing in an Asian Counter-Strike tournament, you can't be caught off guard anymore. Everybody does, well, dumb stuff. Stuff is definitely the word I wanted to use. So, yeah, I think that this should be Beyond all day. And even if this is a little bit of a close one, I'll be a bit worried for them because they've shown good stuff against Tai Lu. I think they were decent versus Invictus, probably even should have won that game. So if they now go and lose to a weaker team, it might just say that they're playing to the level of their opponent.
Yeah, even if they drop a map, right, like Mitch. But let's, speaking of maps, I do believe you have the map veto ready here. I can probably bring it up while we talk over it. Okay. Any thoughts on this one? I mean, Overpass Vertigo Ban kind of makes sense, I guess. I'm surprised I didn't go for Mirage instead of went for Dust 2, which I felt like the Dust 2 wasn't that great, and Beyond's Mirage isn't perfect. Yes, we know they beat Tai Lu, but still, like, if you just look at the numbers, would Mirage be a better pick, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it would have been better for Watts. I think they would have felt a little bit more comfortable. I don't know what the idea behind those two is, other than counterpicking, but in a way, I could see this as a counterpick to them. I mean, they've looked trash on this map, like Checkmate, Divine Vendetta, Checkmate again. They failed to win. Now, okay, it was either overtime or 16-14 losses, 16-11 versus Invictus, and they beat Bren. So I guess in terms of like win rates, it looks terrible. It's actually not, when you look at the scores of the games, it's not that terrible. And then you look at Beyond's results. They lost to Invictus twice. They lost to Bren 16-7. And it's the Bren game that hammers it home. Because remember, this is a team that, obviously, I presume that was back when Ja was playing for Bren. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, they've never really been the best of teams. I had a little bit of faith in them. And then yesterday happened. So overall, that's a pretty deflating result. I think it's something that gives a bit of a chance for Wattside to come in here. It's a risk. It's a risk that they're taking. But I think in a series versus Beyond, you have to take risks as the underdog.
And speaking of Nuke, Dinko, I mean, that's a map where Beyond, they just look good. They just look very, very solid in the map. And I feel like for Huatai, even if they take Dust 2, let's look at a world, Dinko, where Huatai are able to take Dust 2. I don't see Nuke going their way. And even Train, which requires a very tactical approach to the map. Huatai haven't shown us anything tactical.
No, when they tried, it's been painful to watch. I think blood started coming out of my eyeballs. But yeah, at this point, I think Huatai realize right now they have a lot of problems in the tactic department. I think it's going to be Beyond just taking this series 2-0. I don't think there's a world in which they lose this.
Okay, I do believe we have the game ready. So, Tom, Mitch, I'm not going to even ask for predictions here. I think Beyond, it's the foregone conclusion. So, Mitch, okay, 2-0. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Tom. And I'll catch you boys later. Have a nap. Take a good nap, Mitch. You look dead inside. But there we go. We're about to go live with the game here. And I'm actually excited to see one thing. Look, I know it's going to be Beyond probably taking this series. In all probability, it's looking like a 2-0 even for me, because individually everyone's looking good. Olivia, for example, and it's Dust too, right? Like the nerves could be a problem because Swordside have lost a couple of games already. And for me, the biggest problem is forget the tactical side of things. Dust 2, you don't really need those 2000 brain, 2000 IQ, Galaxy brain style of Counter-Strike here. But the problem is aggression is nice, but for me, Ronin pushing lower dark with an AWP against, well, pistols on a CD side, these are things you don't want to see, Dinko. He's an exciting player, but aggression and over-aggression and lack of cohesion, I think that's going to be the Achilles heel for this team.
I think the decision making is really rough on the roster. They're a little bit overconfident in the individual department. Yeah, okay, they have good individuals, but they're not insane, right? They're not going to be taking on the best in the region. So when they go on up against some of these better teams, and I think Beyond are a good little starter for them because they're kind of like at the end of the top teams. You know, they're not quite up near the very top, but they're up there. So I feel like there's probably one of the best teams to kind of start their affair when they're playing against these better teams and see how they shape up. I have a feeling that it's just going to be a pretty rough showing. I feel like Beyond are going to just backhand them. I think we're always going to have moments from Rona. I think we're going to have moments from these individuals, but for the most part, it should be Beyond just walking away with a win, taking the lead, and smashing Huatsai.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the recent stats as well. Beyond have lost all past 5 of the games, but it's been against the likes of Invictus and Ty Lewis. Here we go, Olivia, who was phenomenal yesterday, and it's just a slaughter at mid Dinko. They're getting just mauled alive. Neff replies back alongside Ronan, and suddenly this is doable. As Ronan, 27 HP, looking for the player, but KNTZ, he shuts it down. It looked a little scary there for a moment for Beyond after getting the first 3 initial kills. Neff and Ronan almost bringing it back, but in the end it was not going to be enough, and a very, very quick start to the map.
Yeah, impressive stuff coming in from Beyond, and they get it done. Huatsai not able to pick it up, not able to really look too solid at all. So right down to the eco, they don't get the bomb plant, they don't get any extra cash to play with going into round number 2. There should be another round for Beyond, absolutely no problems. QQ. Player cross now by Spiels. Oh, it'll be the...
I love that.
That's so nice.
I love the timing.
And mid kill. And well, Olivia now pushing forward in towards short. He's got the MP9. It's going to work out for at least one. Probably should have got more than one there, Blair, but he goes down nonetheless. There's a rifle back on the same ramp, and Beyond just clean up these rounds, not really losing too many players. Just the one in the hands of Olivia, but other than that, it's another clean round win here for the Thai side.
I love how QQ is in overfacing as well. This is a Beyond that. Again, I'm gonna just talk a bit about the recent results. Right, 1-2 to Ty. They took down Tyloo and Mirage, and that too, just breaking apart Tyloo's defense and just looking so solid overall. And that's so impressive from them. 1-2 against Invictus, and like you said, yeah, they're losing 2-1 to the best in Asia. So they're doing something right. Individually, I still feel they're not on par with the individuals on Tyloo. You talk about somebody and, you know, Attacker and the gang. It's going to be hard to do that against Tyloo. I don't think there's any team in the region who have the firepower of Tyloo. But what works beyond is the sum of the parts. It's not just the individual bits. And I feel like the only weak point, the only complaint I probably have would be QQ having too many quiet games. And it's not about him, like, you know, having to play all the crap roles, as you like to say. It's just that he doesn't seem to be on the same level as a Mayrolls, as an SDK, as an Olivia, or even a KNTZ. And I feel that could be the only chink in the armor, so to speak, right now for this team. But yeah, against Huatsai, as long as they play their game, they should be looking good here. Hit coming in towards short. They have a player towards upper tunnels and one just holding long. Just trying to find the opening picks here. I'm a little surprised Beyond didn't go for a more aggro play, I think, looking at the weaponry they have and the fact that it's kind of a bonus round for them.
Yeah, it's all about turning some of these weaker weapons into extra cash, right? You win this round, you're going to be looking so solid, you didn't have to invest in anything else. This might just go all wrong for them. Miss Spiels is going to be the front man in towards the, say, bomb site. KNTZ position on the ramp, but Olivia, he's got the first kill. Opening kill does go in favor of Beyond, and now they move forward. Spiels trying to play at the gap on the left side of the smoke. Check the right side, but Mayrolls is tucked in the corner here. Blaze tucked away. There should be a kill for him. If Bulbasaur cannot pick up the headshot, it's one picked up. It's KNTZ. MP7 now rattles into the open. It only gets one, but it's still enough. A 3 versus 2, but Olivia, I feel like he could have waited a little bit there. I feel like he had his teammate in behind him. There was no need to face the site, but he goes down. Still a 2 versus 2. Splashkeep and Spiels, who is incredibly low in HP. 14, still fragging. Gets a 3rd kill in the round, and now it's just QQ having to pull off the clutch. He's got the first and surely the second. There it is from QQ. It'll be a step up and delivery in the 1 versus 2 clutch to get a 3rd round on the board for Beyond. I mean, these rounds are close, but that was a bit of a bonus play.
That was definitely a bonus. I agree with you. I think Olivia played that perfectly until the point where he just peeked out right before his teammates. But I can also kind of understand why he did it, mainly because the bomb just got planted and he wanted to ensure that the two Ts where, they remain on the A bomb so they're not able to cross on over or get into more comfortable post-plant positions. So Beyond, yeah, they lose 4 guns, but it was going to be a bonus round anyway, and an AK upgrade coming in for QQ. And yeah, QQ did give him a little bit of criticism there, but if you're going to clutch rounds out like that, yeah, I'm going to be keeping my mouth shut. It is going to be the buy, of course, for Huatzai. 3rd round loss bonus, alongside the fact that they did get the bomb down. That's going to give them enough money for a pretty comfortable buy. The problem now for them is the fact that Beyond, they have the weaponry as well. 3 rifles, a couple of AWPs in the hands of the trusty old Olivia and Merolds. And Huatzai, a lot of work to do.
Neff, crosses to the left side. It's going to be QQ with the kill. Now they cross on by. Smoke goes down for the CT cross. Whiteside starting to move forward. Splashkey. Oh, a lot of damage being done here on the Whiteside. This is not the start they would have hoped for. And not the finish, perhaps, as well here on the B-bomb side. May rolls. Oh, he's got caught. He's got caught stripped by Ronin, who gets 2, blah. How has he just cracked open the B-bomb site on his own? They've taken the site. Now it has to be the retake from Beyond. They have only got 2 flashbangs and a Molotov across 2 players. What a round from Ronin. We were waiting for it. We were waiting for his moment where he would shine. Now it has to be the retake. Olivia outside the door, but look at Ronin. He's not going to sit in the B-bomb site. He goes round behind them, blood. This is so huge. There's another kill. Ronin, a 3rd in the round, and that's just KTZ left alone, trying to win this 1 versus 1. There's still a little bit of time left. He's still got that kit. He has still got utility, but he's not using any of it. And Ronin, 4 kills. He just single-handedly mauled Beyond.
That was again, like, it's Ronin doing Ronin things, just running out, but so questionable from Merolds there with the AWP. I mean, you have a teammate playing from Ka. You had QQ who's got a couple of kills. Now, the time it took for him to get towards window, the Huatzai were already reach window from mid, Dinko. It was too late for him to rotate at that point in time, and that was the timing for Ronin to just burst out from tunnels and just take him down. That was so well played from him. But then mistake being made by Merolds, opening up the tiny little door of opportunity for Huatzai to steal the round away. And even in 1v2, the player on the B bomb side, your teammate's outside B doors. Ronin's outside. Why is he not looking towards tunnels? It's just some weird individual decisions coming out from both the teams, although the round will be won. Olivia spots the head. Oh, misses a shot. He's going to re-peek. He's going to do the smart thing and fall on back. Now they know where an op is. And this is, mind you, the forced buy. Deagles for Beyond, and Huatzai is going to come towards short QQ. I think he's been spotted out. Nev's going to come jumping around the corner and a flying headshot. And that should be the save. The retake's not going to happen, and immediately Beyond is going to leg it. They don't have any money. And even if they just have the pistols, it's best not to face. Although I believe Neff is definitely going to be going on the hunt.
Oh, Olivia. It's sort of Bulbasaur now. Neff trying to come through the window. He's going to find the head of STK. Just trying to jump around the corner. May Rolls has a good angle. It's going to be difficult for Neff unless he just jumps around and somehow hits a flying headshot. We've seen that come through a lot in the Asian region, but it's not going to happen here. May Rolls gets aggressive, catches the timing perfectly, and Neff going down. Spiel's now trying to pick it up. I mean, you don't really want to lose too many players here, Huatzai. The money's not in a brilliant spot. Spiels does get rid of KTZ, but he goes down to May Rolls, and they do lose a few players there, Bless. 3 rebuys, and they've given away a rifle.
Yeah, not too bad for Beyond, and more importantly, they save the AWP, so the rest of them aren't going to really buy up, but these 2 rifles could be a hindrance for Huatzai. The money's not terrible, though. You know, T-side, they get the bomb down, they win the round, and yeah, they lost too many guns there. And I felt like the hunt was unnecessary, if you ask me. But they did send the MAC-10 and the Galil, so yeah, it's kind of understandable. Olivia. Oh, boy. It's going to peer it on top of mid. Not finding anyone. Immediately peeling back. And his B bombs into contact play, and Meryl's caught looking the wrong way, avoiding the flashbang, and he's trapped in a corner. His team needs to help him out here, but it's nothing he can do. He just has a USP and spiels. He's gonna have no trouble getting the kill. And if I'm KNTZ, I'm just falling on back. Oh wait, hold on, STK! He finds 2 with a USP. What was that? How was that?
Absolutely no idea. Now he's just put his team in a winnable position. Ronin, through the doors, he's been an absolute animal. Winning rounds on his own, turning it in their favor. And again, he gets caught around the backside. QQ, not ready for him. And Ronin, he's jiggle peeking. Knows the op is there. This kid's insane. That's so sick. 7-3. I mean, this is just unbelievable. And you can see already, Blur, his aggression, it's still coming through. But against Beyond, it just seems... what? Like, that's a matchmaking position you have to check. Like, come on, guys. Why you run onto the B bomb side and not checking car? That's just ridiculous, really. But back to the point, a little bit of a positive note. I mean, Ronin today against Beyond, we're still seeing the aggression come through. We're still seeing the classic aggression, but it seems much more calculated.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say, right? You live, you learn. And Huadzai, they have learned some harsh lessons indeed in the past couple of games they've played. Now, this Ronin kid's sick, though. I love how it just completely, utterly just wrecked KNTZ there. Well, it's a buy from Beyond, though. Oh, no, KNTZ almost gets taken down, and STK comes running around the corner, but now hit coming in towards short. Now, Olivia's there. He's hearing all these footsteps, and they won't be expecting his position. Olivia! Oh, he whiffs it, Dinko. That was just atrocious from Olivia. That's something I don't think I've ever said. And now it's a 3v3. They still have STK towards long, and of course, Huadzai are very well aware of it. They have Spiels just floating around mid, but just looking everywhere else apart from taking the duel with Meryl's, and that's a free kill, and suddenly this retake is very, very doable indeed. But Splashke, the veteran of the Singaporean scene with the AWP, Bulbasaur is going to strike. He finds QQ. Splashke, flick shot, misses, gets taken down. It's a 1v1, and STK is good for those. He picks up a 3k and the 1v2 clutch, and that's Beyond bringing one round their way. I like Splashke, Dinko.
Yeah.
I've met him so many times. I've hung out with him. The guy's a super nice guy, and well, was a prodigy early in the day. This guy started playing Counter-Strike when he was like 12 on LAN with his elder brother and some of the veterans in the Singaporean scene. And he was always this really sharp, super good player with the rifles, with the AWP. But I gotta say, so far, at least, ever since his army thing where, where as a Singaporean citizen you have to be in the army for a couple of years, he seems to have lost a spark. I won't lie. He has been, I wouldn't say the weak link, he's had his moments, but he's no longer the player he once was. And let's be real, you're given an AWP, you're playing in the major qualifier, like, you're supposed to hit these shots. You're supposed to hit some of these very, very easy, very, very typical shots. And I can easily, on the top of my head, name like about 7 or 8 Oppas playing in this tournament who are way better than him right now.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many talented players on the AWP. And well, oh god, Spiels with the headshot. KNTZ going down, bomb planted, Blur, man advantage on the Deagles. Is it going to happen? QQ, has he just been spotted? Might have been, and he's going to run anyway. It's going to be an easy kill, burning away. Splashke, QQ with one on the FAMAS, and now it's Bulbasaur into 1 versus 2. Deagle in hand versus 2 CTs, peeking in from vastly different positions. He was always dead in that position. So 5-2-3. I mean, that is around that Huadzai can be very happy with. Look how much damage they've done.
Look how much money they've made. They got a bomb down, taking away 3 guns like you mentioned. Yeah, it's just pretty grim for Beyond. So even though the buy is going to be coming in, a couple of these players are going to be strapped for cash. Majority of them, in fact, almost all of them. STK and KNTZ, they have like, and QQ, they have like $1,000 remaining in the bank. Olivia and Meryl's are down to nothing. Yeah, they lose this one. If Huadzai is able to break that B bomb side again, it's going to be streak of rounds, most likely going the way of the Singaporean side. But you know what, Dinko? It's still beyond in the lead. It's still 5-3 as we reach the halfway mark of this first half.
Smoke down. It's going to be KTZ tucked in the blue corner. A couple of players have already run out of long, so he's going to be under a little bit of pressure as they start to move towards him. Luckily, he has QQ off to his left side, so they can deal with him together. And now the push comes through. KTZ is going to be hard checked. QQ goes down as well, and that's round done. That should be the save call now. There's absolutely no way you can do anything. You lose both players outside long immediately. They don't even do any damage, blow. They don't get a single bullet off, it feels. And that is just clean and clinical.
That's just brutality. Absolutely wrecked. And they're going to be coming in from short. And Olivia, well, if it gets nothing done, Ronin just deletes the last two players. How did it get the... What? That was so fast, Dinko. And we said about how they can break the economy and how they can string a number of rounds together. But that was just a non-existent defense from Beyond. Completely just smash in the face. Splashke finds one. Ronin opens up as well, finding KNTZ. And then just look at this. 1 and 1, 2, 3. Second kill as well. Just brutal stuff from Ronin. And this kid's popping off here. And the problem for Beyond is if they're not able... Ronin can be countered. He is hyper aggressive. The thing is, Beyond aren't really playing like the favorites right now. If that makes sense, right? They're playing it very tepid. I guess not timid, but more like tepid. They're kind of feeling things out. They're giving a lot of respect to Huatsai. And I feel that's something which you don't do with some of these Asian teams who have the aim. You don't give them the respect, because if you do that, they're just going to maul you, as Spiel's going to open it up, just running up A. And this should be a pretty easy round here. And TZ at least picks up the Mac 10, but yeah, Huatsai, they're going to tie things up.
I have to say, though, I've been pretty impressed by Huatsai so far. It's the best we've ever seen them.
Don't say that, Dink. I remember Mirage, their first game, how the way they shut it down against Sigma on the B bomb site.
Oh, true. That was probably the best B bomb site hold we've seen in this tournament so far.
Why are you going for that Splashke? Why?
Well, thank you for the op. Let's see if Mayros can keep it. That's going to be the difficult part. And the answer is at least no to that question, Bly, but still, what are you doing? Why?
You wait for your teammates to get up close mid and then drop down.
Or don't
right?
drop down. There's that option too, you know? You take a little look at your money.
Look, telling some of these guys not to drop down, let's be real, Dinko. They're not going to listen.
No. But at least they do have money on the team. Neff is a little bit low on cash now. He's had to be the bank. And what Splashke peeking down in towards middle, he's going to have a couple of players running towards him. He's not going to get anything because Neff is. He's got 3. And well, oh my god, Splashke, just throw it away. Get rid of it. It hits the hardest shot through the wall, of course. And well, Olivia goes down, and it's going to be Huatsai taking the lead. 6-5 out of the T side so far. Beyond, they don't really have the money again, Blood. We're in a real terrible situation for the Thai team. They never have money to play with. It's going to be a buy, of course, but the utility is not going to be quite there. This is nice from Neff. Luckily, he's there because Splashke wasn't doing anything.
Splashke's having a little bit of a rough tournament, if you ask me. Like, you know, these moments of brilliance have been very, very like non-existent, I might say. As Bulbasaur comes charging out, but he can find nothing. Aggression from the seed is fine. They should put a stop to the hole towards Long. They found both. They have complete control of Long, Dinko. And now there's no need for them to overextend here. The short has been given up. I'm personally not a big fan of this. What is that? Small?
I think it was meant to land in the bomb site, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna matter a little bit. And while May rolls, Olivia and K and TZ with the kills. A pretty exciting round overall, but now it's Splashke under pressure. He's got that first kill on the jumping player, but he's in the open. And K and TZ will take him away. That's a round picked up for Beyond. A nice one from Olivia with a double kill. And QQ stepping up as well. There was moments there from Splashke and Ronin, but it will be a round picked up for Beyond as they tie things up.
They do, they do. It's been pretty back and forth, back and forth. I just want to look at the shot from Meryl's because that looked kind of disgusting from his opponent's POV. He had a scout, Dinko, and he was walking up from CD spawn. That should have been like a free kill for the T from that A bomb side. But yeah, that failed smoke could have, I feel like that could have really helped matters out. Even for Splash here, right? He gets a kill and a jumping out. The smoke would have still been in play. Yeah. And he wouldn't have to deal with the guy towards long. He could isolate the fight for the player pushing up short. So, tiny little mistakes, Dinko. That's the thing with Counter-Strike. It's about these milliseconds and millimeters. There's another play coming up towards Cat. It's going to be Neff leading the way. Olivia, he's got his weapon of choice, though, and is lying in wait.
Well, sorry, I've already sent all the players up middle. Bulbasaur is just charging on in. Mayrolls under pressure, gets 1 kill, but falls on the STK, and he's gone. Oh my god. Well, Olivia alongside KTZ. The last 2 remaining players, the only option is to save into the next round. That's just a real quick play straight up middle. And I have to ask questions now of Beyond's mid defense, or lack thereof, and Behold. I suppose that statement works for that as well.
Well, that's the biggest issue, right? When you're telegraphing so very easily what your setup is, it's something that WotZai is going to be abusing again and again. How many rounds have WotZai been able to just run up short, run up Cat, and get the bomb down? Even the round where we just had the Deagles, if you remember, right? And when that happens, WotZai are like, all right, you know, and then they're going to be playing heavy long. They're going to be giving up short and just going to be going for the retake plays. So it just kind of unimaginative, like a lack of imagination from Beyond in the CD side setup. And that was a smart call from WotZai. They postured up towards Cat a little bit. The 3 players were there, and immediately they just go for the fast hit towards mid to B. And that setup from Beyond is just kind of, it's not going to work out. You kind of find maybe 1 kill. Which I think it was Merylls who got the kill from the boxes outside B doors, and then a second player, I think it was STK on the bomb, so just getting immediately shift deleted by Spiels. But even if STK got a kill over there, Dinko, it would have been a 3v3. Bomb down at B bomb site. Do you really go for the retake? You don't. You're just going to save your gun. So it was almost a win round, a 1 round for WotZai the moment they got the kill on the STK. So it's a scrappy setup so far from Beyond, and the money is grim. They can buy. Merylls can buy. QQ can be dropped. Maybe UMP, STK can buy pistol and some armor for himself. But I think they're gonna just save, which isn't too bad. What I'd like to see from them in this final 2 rounds, Dinko, is some big cojones play.
Yeah, it would be nice to just kind of show what Beyond have. Slap that side of the face with it, maybe. QQ has got himself up in towards short. We've got Neff in the lower tunnels and STK pushing through upper. So, oh my god, they haven't spotted each other. What? How? How does that happen? What are you watching? STK, though, he'll find an easy kill. That's an AK picked up. And that does make this buy look much, much better for Beyond. Look, you've got STK and an AK, KTZ as well, an AWP in the hands of Olivia. This is looking pretty good for Beyond, all things considered. And now they move forward in towards A long. WotZai looking to try and take A, but the gap. Look at the gap. Look, they need 2 there. You need 2 to smoke off the CT cross, and only 1 was used. And then Ronin, he'll find himself a headshot. KTZ going down. Nonetheless, you've got Ronin, so you can get onto the bomb site. It's all about holding on to it now because you're a man down, you've lost Neff, and now you have to try and win this round alone. And Ronin, he is enough. He's got himself another kill, finally shut down by QQ. And Spiels trying his best in the site, but the nade is too much to handle. Now it's just Splashkey. He has been quiet in this tournament so far, but this will be a nuclear performance if he can take down both players and win this clutch. And that's exactly what he does, Blur. 8 rounds picked up for WotZai, and he survives the nightmare.
Well, that was a splash we want to see more often. Confident plays from him, but yeah, that looked quite scary. Bobo just giving away a free AK-47. And I feel like if the retake was a little bit more well-timed by Beyond, like they could have had like a 3v1 advantage over Splash Kid there. But here we go. Buy going to be coming in. It's not the best of buys. There's no AWP out for any of the players for the Beyond side. And again, Dinko, they just go back to their the traditional hold towards A, and Neff is ready and waiting. That's an easy kill for him. Now he knows KNTZ is nearby, and he's waiting for backup to arrive, and backup, well, it arrives, but doesn't matter. He's still going to get the kills. Ronin and Splash Key. They get a couple of kills simultaneously, and Ronin's there to finish up. Ronin's like just, well, a Ronin. Just running around like a masterless samurai, just taking kills at will, just being this unpredictable force of nature, and he's just been very impactful here at T side. The problem for me, Dinko, is the CD side from him. That's where he needs to rein his aggression in and play more with the team than just going for these solo plays, which can work on the T side, but that's where it kind of fell apart, I felt like, on their on the CD side for Huatai against some of the other teams they played.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, especially if he has a good T half, he looked way too confident. He thought he could do the same kind of stuff with the CT side. He ended up giving away his life needlessly. And when they got into that sort of downturn where they were starting to lose rounds, it got even worse, I feel, because he put the pressure on himself to be that player that has to step up and get you advantages into the rounds. So I hope that he's a little bit more tempered in his aggression coming into this match. And this is a pretty good start for Huatai into the series, right? They're up 9-6 on Dust 2. From an eye test, they look like the much better team in terms of just not so much tactics, but just the way they're playing in terms of individual ability. They get a lot of kills across the server, and Beyond haven't really been able to handle that just yet. So hopefully on this T side, we get to see more of Beyond, sort of being able to dictate the pace, slowing it down across the map, figuring out what they want to do. And now Olivia just walking up long, but look at the lack of information that's provided. It's going to be the hit in towards the same bomb side. Olivia, it's got 4 players here on the A side for the TT side. It's so disjointed here from Beyond, but it's working out. 3 kills picked up. Spiels and Ronin, the last 2 remaining players, trying to get back over to this A bomb site. And well, Beyond, they look to try and get the plant through, but they're in the open taking fights. And Spiels, he can't hit anything. He had opportunity after opportunity, and now he's left alone. In a 1 versus 3, hasn't been able to hit anything. Hasn't been able to take anybody down. And the flank has been hurt, but it doesn't matter. QQ, bullet in the cranium of Spiels. It's a 7th round picked up for Beyond. And they needed that pistol. And blah, they've got it.
They've got it. And the thing with that from Huatai, I got to give them credit. They didn't just sit back. They gathered so much information, Dinko, that they started just pushing out towards long, which is kind of little unfortunate for them that they pushed out the moment that Beyond were looking to go for the take, which led to that kind of like a closer range gun duel where the Glocks just kind of came out on top despite Olivia falling early. I like this from Huatai. They have a little bit of a lead. They're like, you know what? Let's not force things. It's okay. Let's eco it. Full eco. Well, not really. They still have a couple of P250s, but like a $800 investment ain't too bad. Like a flashbang, a couple of P250s. A flashbang from Bulbasaur. He's holding it. He's going to pop it for his 2 players towards Cat. Haven't spotted anyone out yet, though. And it's going to be STK. He's going to be making contact. If he does head towards Cat, that is.
Well, the 4 players in the tunnels will start to make their way forward with Neff and Ronin trying to hold a bit of a crossfire. Maybe. Beyond don't check car. That sort of things can go a little bit rough, but hopefully they're good enough to check the car position, and that's exactly what they're going to do. QQ coming through, Ronin going down. Neff does get 1 kill on the P250 due to the distraction, but the rest of the kills coming in for Beyond across the board. And Bulbasaur and Splashkey, it's just a matter of time before they join their fellow teammates in the grave.
At least one kill. I guess I'll be happy with that as Bobo gets taken down by Olivia. Clean round. They lose a scout, Dinko. That's not too bad at all for Beyond. And now the buy should be coming in for Huatai. I actually would have... I don't know. I kind of feel like I would have liked it if Huatai had just gone for a half buy this round, you know? Maybe some deagles, a scout or something, do some damage. Because I would like for them to go for their op setup. I think they're... You know, with Neff on the AWP alongside Splash K, like the double op setup, I think it's pretty deadly on the CD side, and you know, leaving Ronin as kind of like this X factor. Heavy presence towards long, Dinko, and Beyond not going to waste any time. They're sending up 4 players up towards short. The nade's going to go in deep. Does a bit of damage on the Merald as Splashgift finds QQ. And Bulbasaur is going to go for the wide swing and gets punished for it. But they're getting shut down over at Cat. 1 player remains on top. It's going to be all on Olivia. And Neff comes running up and takes his head off. And Beyond trying to mix things up. Trying to go for a much faster play. But Huadzai more than ready for it.
Well, a good showing in the second half so far. Been able to find themselves 10 rounds on the board. AK's picked up as well going into this next round. This is not bad at all. Splashgift, you can see just the positioning off towards the long side. Bulbasaur was positioned well with him. They just kind of spread the attack too thin. And I think the spacing was a little bit off here from Beyond. They were just walking it a little bit too far apart. It was costing them. It was giving easy fights to Whiteside. They go together there. Possibly. Splash goes down quickly. Then you focus the fight onto the ramp player. But Ronin.
Why?
Just Ronin.
Ronin's the reason Huadzai wins these rounds and also the reason why they lose so many rounds. Which means, like, he nullifies his own impact in the game, which is so strange. You don't do that. You don't win the duel. You're down to half HP, and you continue to hold top. There's no reason to do that. You've done your job. You got the opening kill. Fall back. Instead, this is what happens. He gets taken down. He gets the opening kill, but Huadzai still have the man advantage. Sorry, Beyond have the man advantage, and now Neff has so much work to do. Dinko, there's nowhere nearby. No one nearby, and is slowly falling back towards mid. But luckily for him, Beyond have kind of given up this B bomb site. Oh, he gets spotted out. Double peek comes in. And there we go. I don't think they're aware. I don't think they're aware the B is open. They're actually going to be heading towards A bomb site where everyone else is there. Bulbasaur is positioned. They might not spot him out. He's going to get the dink in. Doesn't get the kill though. He gets the dink. And he's still looking to take the fight. Backup arriving. Flashbang's going to go up high from his teammate from long. It's not going to find anything, but Bulbasaur is good for the kill. Finds STK. It's a 2v2. Look at the health of Olivia. Look at the health of Bulbasaur. But it's retake, Dinko. It's so winnable. Olivia! Out in the open, it is so very low. And the flank is on. Meryl's won't be expecting this. This is done, Dinko.
Yeah, Spiels will take this. Nice and easy. There we go. Completely preoccupied with a short player. Or should I say the site player that forgot about the possibility of a short player. And that's going to be 11 rounds to the board for Whiteside. Very unfortunate there for Beyond. Could have definitely picked that up, but that would have, that definitely would have turned things around here in the second half.
I guess they were expecting, I don't know, like, looking at the time they had, Dinko, I felt like the moment they got the kill at mid, the B bomb side would have been, like, the mid to B play would have been the right play, I feel like. Because by the time they went up towards A, there was not much time remaining. They had to just go for the push, and yeah, Boba's position was really, really good. And great work from him, actually, getting the dink and the kill. Criticized, considering, we had the advantage of the X-rays and the radar and everything, but Beyond's they're not going to be very chuffed with the way that one played out. Going to be an eco, maybe some pistols coming out for the Thai side, but Huadzai, Dinko, they have the 3-round lead and they need just 5 more rounds to take the lead in the series.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. The fact that Huadzai have come in and played so well here. That, I mean, it's only a couple of evident mistakes and one weakness maybe in his form Splashgift at times, but he started to step it up a little bit more in the second half and get a few important kills. But Ronin, it's all about whether or not he can play this smart. He's going to peek into the open. Oh my god, Ronin, what are you doing, dude? What is that? You're going up against the low bar. At least you should have that read. Don't play that close to the tunnels against a potential B rush, and now you've just given away everything. Bulbasaur, Splashgift, and Spiels, a 3 versus 5. QQ and Olivia just taking kill after kill. It's the round 1 for Beyond, and it was just a couple of Mac 10s and MP7 to play. Terrible buy coming from Beyond, but an even worse hold from Huadzai.
How have they won this? I looked at the buy. I was just about to touch upon. I'm like, oh, they're going for the full commit, and I'm like, not a big fan. Ronin, like you said, Dinko, he should have known what the buy would have been like. They should have played a much more passive angle. Number 1, right? Number 2, he peers out. What does he see? He sees at least 3 players in towards tunnel. And what does he do? He holds an angle where the MAC-10s and SMGs can just completely wreck him. If I'm there, I fall back towards the car, at least I'll have some cover. At least I'll be able to hold an angle which I can defend and maybe even get a spray down because, you know, they have to walk into his crosshair. Instead, it just sits out outside wide and gets nothing done. It does a bit of damage, but it's not good enough. Oh, that was just... Look at this, right? He spots them, sticks around. He had time to go back into a corner. He had time. He could have just legged it over there. And then Neff just runs out and just stands blinded in the open for like half an hour. That's just brutal. Now, it's kind of like a half... kind of a half buy, but Neff has gone for a pretty heavier investment compared to the rest of his compadres. Not necessarily a big fan of that. You want to keep the money equal for your team, but... No, let's see what they do here.
Ooh, Molotov's going to clear the close corner. Beyond can slow it down, and this is the opportunity they cannot afford to squander. They have looked so rough here in Dust 2. QQ, he's gone and got himself Ronin. And I feel like Ronin has died a lot over towards his B-bomb side, Blur.
Like we said, right? His T side, unpredictable, lethal. CD side, his unpredictability is his downfall. It becomes predictable.
Yeah, I mean, you know he's going to be coming at you, right? And you just figure out what position he's playing as B. You just can either see him through the tunnels or through lower mid. So, yeah, it's pretty easy to think about how you're going to approach that. And here comes the push on towards the A bomb site. You've got Splashkey over here with just a USP. Bulbasaur and Splashkey taking kills though, Blair, and Beyond, they're hemorrhaging far too many May rolls. Takes down Splashkey finally. QQ luckily is inside of middle. You won't be able to wreck Bulbasaur, but look at Spiels. He nearly catches the timing, but it doesn't even matter. Neff, he's got the headshot. QQ goes down, and this Koopy around with Beyond just crumble.
What are you doing?
ATC is a little bit in a risky spot right there.
Just the op downstairs.
It's like, there you go. You want an op? Have fun. That's going to blow right your way in the 10 seconds. What? And there we go. And that's going to be Spiels going down, and well, should be the round recovered. But, you know, if they just sits back, if he's seeing that open towards CT and he doesn't want to go for this, he would be able to just save that open over now, which is a little bit interesting.
I feel like he panicked a little bit, KNTZ. He wanted to toss. He thought they would probably come up cat and get the... Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Provided by KNTC, the best courier service in Asia.
If it like, I get the idea, right? He wanted to ensure they don't get the AWP, but you don't toss in the CT, you just toss it somewhere else. Oh, Neff. He's whiffed the shot. They're on the hunt. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The bomb's gonna explode. He should hold on to this. That was such a strange round. I mean, great attempt from WotZai to almost bring it back, but strange round from Beyond.
I mean, Beyond probably... KNTZ probably could have just thrown it behind him. Just further towards the side so he can defend it. They have to cross over to get it, but... this is a nice shot from Splashkey. Wasn't expecting too much from him, to be honest, but he uses the cover and gets a little bit aggressive. Meryl's presented that kill. But yeah, pretty good round, actually, from WotZai in terms of the damage they were able to do. And now we go to this round. It's going to be a good start. I love that it's come back to bite them, Blah. I love it.
That's gonna just slow Beyond's T side here to a stop. The op dropped a T spawn, bombs down there as well. That has to be retrieved, and now I don't really have much information. And yeah, Neff, that op saved, coming in handy, getting the opening kill. And again, I just got to remind viewers, one thing about WotZai, their pistols are pretty solid indeed. Shouldn't be facing again Neff. There's no point. He gets tagged down. He's still gonna face them. He does have backup nearby, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. Reposition. Go somewhere else. Go towards A.
Spiels around the corner. Deagle in his hands. KNTC's always got around the corner. It'll be an easy kill for him. Spiels goes down. And that's at least a kill back in here for Beyond as they look to try and get another. Neff tries to pick out in towards the long area, but it's May rolls with another kill for the T side. And Neff, he's doing so much of this picked up off. He saved it over from the last round. And he is causing
problems. What the hell? What?
What is that? What is that shot from Neff? Just a no-scope flick through the smoke. And now it's KNTZ 1 HP up against Ronin on the Deagle. He's coming from short. That's the kill. Surely 12 to 10. WotZai. They just absolutely destroy them. Neff, what?
understand.
Let's do this again. I really don't care about these early shots. This one, what is this? Why? Why does this happen? I mean, if KTZ didn't throw that up down CT block.
He got 3 kills with the save though. Just saying. Oh. But honestly, that 3rd kill was just bullshit. Oh. Oh, oh, thought he dropped to his death there.
Well, Splashski's on 1 HP. He will get away. They're gonna have to concede the bomb plant here, so Beyond are gonna get that down. Olivia positioned in towards short with the Tech 9. It starts to run down in towards his position. Bulbasaur just around this right side, and Olivia's gonna start tamping. Bulbasaur with the kill. Olivia goes down, and now STK. Nice shot on the Deagle. This could be happening, boy. We could be seeing Beyond pick this round up, but it looks like it is done. Splashski's on 1 HP. KTC making up for his previous errors of dropping that up down. He steps up in the next one, gets the 3K, and Splashski's got to get out of there. That size A hold was just non-existent. They give it up immediately, and Splashski, you know, causing himself a couple of problems there. Gets away, has to save away into the to CT, repositions. That gives up the A bomb site completely. There's no fallback plan. There's no plan B. And Beyond can just take the site, get the bomb down, and Whiteside just hemorrhage too many players.
Look at the money for Hodzai as well. This is grim. Splashy's got cash apart from that, the rest of them. And this is just like, oh, just getting picked apart. Every Ronin caught with Tech Knight in the distance. They had Deagles, even Glocks in the mix, Dinko. That's just rough, but yeah, brilliant work from KNTZ. Olivia, though, he's like, okay, face me. Face me, I dare you. Face me. Deagle from Spiels, taps away. Whoa, oh. That's not it, Splash. That's not it, Splash. I've never seen the grenade actually bounce off that. Forced by Dinko. If Beyond wins this, they break them. They break the money. And again, it's CD side economy. Oh, this is looking mighty scary for Huadzai.
Maybe Beyond, they're finally gonna see what it feels like to be Tyloo, to be Vici, to be Invictus, to give your team, the opponent, a little bit of hope, and snatch it all away from them at the last second, blah. See if that does work out.
Could be the case.
Yeah, and here comes the push into the B bomb side. Flashes up, Neff hiding around the corner. 5-7, rattling shots as he peeks out to the right side, but it's QQ with the initial kill. Yeah, that's enough to force the safe call. They have to get out of there. So it's 12-12, evened up at the tie side. I mean, it hasn't been the best performance from them, but certainly much, much better in these recent rounds now as they're starting to get closer and closer to a scoreline that they can be comfortable with.
At least they saved the 2 big guns. Oh, Obo. Well, it was a scout, so it's fine, I guess. I don't want Beyond to go hunting these guns. Look at the money, guys. It's really not worth it. It's really not worth it. It looks like they're still gonna go for it, Dinko. Oh, no, no. Oh, just hold the line. Don't lose your weapons. It's fine. It's not really worth it. Ronin! Wait, what?
Did you just go AFK? Or what's going on there, Ronin?
Okay. All right. Talk about these crazy young, 16-year, 17-year-old reactions, but that was like 0 reaction from him. That was the op, Dinko. That was the op. They had the M4, they had a scout and an AWP. They lose a scout, you're like, man, it's okay. They still have the AWP and M4, but they lose that, and now you look at the money. 1,903 players, 2,300 for Ronin, who had the op, and Splashki, the only one with some semblance of some money with the rifle as well. So now they have to take a tactical timeout, talk things through, and they're like, okay, what do we do now? Because if I'm them, I just eco this. There's no point going for the buy. Just like a full eco coming out from them, and then you buy into the next round. But that means beyond. This is a free virtually a free opportunity to get around number 13 and go into the lead this late in the game.
This is a very important time ahead here for Beyond. They cannot afford to lose this nightmare scenario. It would play out to be. And Mayrolls, long hit coming his way. Oh my god, he's caught in the open, but it doesn't matter. QQ taking 2 kills. Mayrolls getting 1 alongside STK, and that's the round done. Ronin on the other end of the map. It's 13-12. It's going to be 3 rounds away from victory now. Blair here for Beyond and Dust 2. I think if they take Dust 2, that's probably going to be that series going their way 2-0. I don't see a world in which I don't see a world in which they win the series, but at all, but I do see a world in which they at least get a map, and it had to happen here on Dust 2. And Ronin, there we go. Nice little knife kill. STK shanked up. That's going to be a rifle collected by Ronin. He's going to carry that into the next one. 13-12. Beyond. 3 away now. Be pretty happy about this. Don't think Ronin is going to go any further, so Olivia won't be a problem. Some of these Tunnels players, they want to get rid of this. Duker's looking for
If
him.
he survives, Dinko, he's going to have enough money to drop an op towards... I'm going to give it to Neff, looking the way he's coming out.
Oh, no, the timing.
Even then, Dinko, that knife, the money he got from that, that's an AWP. That's an AWP. Of course, a rifle save would have been even better because you could have just dropped the op and held onto the rifle over there. But if I'm him, I buy an AWP and give it to Neff because Neff's been hitting some, well, ridiculous shots. But you know what? I'm just going to stick with the M4, which is fair because that means they'll have more utility, which is something that's clearly lacking for them at the moment. 2 smokes and 4 flashbangs for 4 players, while Ronin's the only one with a full belt of utility to work with. 30-2, Dinko. I don't know which way this one's gonna go.
Right now, probably going to be going Beyond's way, honestly, from the signs that I've seen. They just have a better buy in this round as well. Flat side, if they lose this follow-up, they use this round here, their next buy is going to be terrible. So Ronin needs to step up. He's blinded. He only gets the 1 kill. He's caught in the open. And now Neff, he's stuck in middle. And like you said, only player defending the B-bomb site. And he's willing to make that risky play. So now they're man down early on into the round. But luckily, they have a trade back elsewhere. And Spiels is going to do work, taking the man advantage. In fact, and Neff just running through the window. How have Beyond let this happen? How have they just let so many players die? And now Olivia realizes it's time to be the star. And well, he's not hitting anything. He's going to go back for more. It's STK. Olivia now looking down the barrel of the door. Going to have to try and hit this shot. And that's exactly what he's going to go and do. And Olivia delivers. 3 kills picked up. He needed to step up. And 21 and 19. I mean, he's performing well in terms of statistics, but he hasn't really been on my lips too much in terms of, talking about Olivia's performance coming up. He hasn't been doing that star performance we know he's capable of overall. It's been a little bit of a quieter showing from it.
Yeah, it has been. But then again, let's take a look at the kill spread for the team, right? It's 19 for QQ and 23 for KNTZ. That's the gap between the 4 players, while STK and Olivia are like 21 to 22. Meryl's the only kind of comparatively low performer, but everyone's putting in the work. So that's what I want to see. I don't want Olivia being forced to drop like a 30 bomb for them to win against a team like Quadside, for crying out loud. Bulbasaur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you would like to see him be able to do it, right? Because that's kind of the scenario that you expect him to perform against some of these lower tier teams and show up and smash them. But this is ridiculous. A mid aggression coming in from the CT side. They get a couple of kills. Another one. Oh, God. Well, 2 players still on for Beyond. They get map point. Looking to try and clean up Dust 2.
The money's good. They're fine. Not expensive. But how's this happened? Like, Quadside, they were looking pretty solid, but the CD side, Dinko, it's a bit of a problem. Especially when you're relying on an unreliable player like Ronin to hold on to B bomb site. Again, that's the thing with Ronin. He is kind of one-dimensional in his approach to the game. He's really good. Individually, the kid is gifted. He's fantastic, but I wouldn't rely on him to hold a bomb site. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And Spiels is going to be in a little bit of a pickle. He's burning alive inside there, and it blinded the player. Spiel's going to be taking out STK, and they're just manhandling this A-bomb side Dinko. As Meryl's maybe a little bit too much from him, overextending, but he spots both the players, and now Ronin. Time for him to shine. Flashes his way through. He's going to come on out. There's a player blinded, but STK is ready and waiting. And it's now a 1v3 Neff. His position compromised. I know where he's coming in from. Flames at his feet. And I believe, Dinko, this is the end. He's picked up an AWP. He's pulled off some miraculous shots in the past. But this might be a little bit too much of a tall ask for him to do. And QQ will nail the final nail into the coffin. Kind of a disappointing end to that game. I felt like it would be much more closer, like maybe an overtime coming out, or maybe Hotza even taking the map, Dinko. But Beyond, they're just too good at the end.
Yeah, I think coming into it, Beyond looked a little rough, honestly. A couple of mistakes coming through, bit of a shaky start to the day, but they do recover towards the end. And it may not be the cleanest of fashions, that's for sure, but they do get it done, and the result is all that matters. We've got Tom and Mitch to bring them in and talk about this one, because there were signs of life from Whiteside, but it really does feel like they just have the individuals and nothing to fall back on, which was evident on their CT side.
I feel like that's pretty much what we expected, right? Like when it comes down to Whiteside, we know that they're a solid enough team. When it comes to individuals, we've seen it from them already. Like the series that we've had Whiteside in versus Checkmate versus Sigma, they didn't look terrible, but the reality is they just missed that extra layer, right? That there's one ingredient missing, and that's when it comes down to playing off each other. And we saw that in some rounds here, or in a lot of rounds at least. It felt like they were pulling into the lead, and they would just let go of it. It would just let it slip. And considering that it was close, but we're versus a Beyond that we know they can't play Dust 2, they're really bad on this map in general. I don't think that was enough to really make this series competitive overall.
Tom, like looking at Ronin, like T side, he was just like a scalpel or a hammer, whatever tool you prefer, and it was just like breaking apart the defense from Whiteside. 9-6 scoreline, he was so instrumental. I think 19 kills in the first half, but then the CD side, like he needs to rein it in, and I'm surprised that Whiteside haven't. You know, whoever the in-game leader is, I'm assuming it's Spiels or Bulbasaur, they haven't yelled at him or just like hit him with the backside of his head. You're saying, stop over-aggressing, stop pushing, just don't be a dumbass.
Slap him.
Not even that to the same extent. I don't necessarily mind him being aggressive. I just don't know why you'd put him on B. Like, just have him somewhere else. Like, have him play around short or challenge.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, you have positions on long, right? The job of the person at long is to take as many fights as they can to try and get control of long. So why are you not putting him there? Like, it seems like the most logical thing. Like, hey, Ronan, do you want to go shoot some people? yeah, I want to shoot some people. Run long, okay. And then they throw the ball, and then Ronan starts running. I'm maybe making a comparison to a dog, but either way, that makes way more sense. That literally seems like it would fit his style. Whereas B is that like smart, methodical player who's going to try and delay for as long as possible, wait for the retake. Like, compare him to Techno, right? Both young players. But Techno will try and use his utility, use the positioning he has to stay alive as long as possible. Ronan will try and take the duel. It's not necessarily that either one of them is right. It's more so they have very different style of plays. If you're looking at an entry fragger, I'm going to pick Ronan every single day of the week. But that's why I wouldn't put Ronan on the B side. It seems like a stupid play, and it seems like if you have this young star, someone you need to mold into like this crazy player, put him in positions where he's going to be valuable to you, not in positions where it makes literally no sense.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. We do have the MVP of the map as well coming up, and it's going to be a hard task to pick which one it's going to be because everyone looking good. But Olivia, good old Olivia Dinko, he didn't have like a superstar performance, but I don't think he needed to. Everyone else was kind of stepping up. Everyone else was looking pretty good. I think the kill spirit was pretty solid as well. And Meryl's had his moments. QQ as well, a player that we do tend to point out at times having quieter games than the rest of his team. But Olivia, there you have it. He is going to be the MVP. And gentlemen, heading into Nuke, my whatever
it's done.
Faith, yeah, I think it's over. But you know what? It's not over till the fat lady sings, and we don't have any fat ladies around here. I'm not saying that being fat is a bad thing. Oh, Tom, yeah, there we go. You look pretty fit, Tom. You're looking pretty fit. It's nice.
You have
You're
very
fit,
low
Tom.
standards of fit.
I have no standards, but right now, coming up next is going to be Nuke. But before that, we have a very short break. Don't go anywhere. They say nuclear power is going to save the world, but right now I don't think nuke's going to help Huatai in any way whatsoever, Dinko. It's going to get grim here. Beyond, it's their playground.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those scenarios, isn't it, where we think there's a chance, but it's all snatched away from them. And then we head on to a second map where it's going to be a map where Beyond just don't lose against weaker teams. So this is going to be a rough affair for Huatai. It's one of the maps that has the most moving parts in terms of rotations, tactical executes, and Huatai have shown none of that.
I feel like, I really do feel like Huatai could try and make the T side, at least for Beyond, a little uncomfortable, because you have players like Ronin just maybe pushing in through Hot, pushing in through Ram, trying to pincer it. But that's the thing. The protocol for Beyond is so well placed on this map. I think it's very similar to Vici in a lot of aspects, and they have all the right paths. They know where to set up the players. The roles are well defined. Well, for Huatai, does this seem like a high level Pug team, you know, just trying to run and gun. And on a classic Pug map like Dust 2, if you're not able to close it out, Nuke's going to be kind of a grim you know, kind of a grim result at the end of it.
Yeah, I think Whiteside probably realized this coming into this match as well. I think clearly they are good on Dust 2, but they're not even good enough to beat Beyond, right? They have nothing to fall back on, a couple of mistakes being made across the board. I think a couple of these players are even weak links in terms of their individual ability. I think Splashkey was a little bit too quiet for my liking, had a couple of moments where he missed a couple of crucial shots that could have turned around for his team. So yeah, there's a couple of weaknesses here from Whiteside, and some evident, some will take a little bit more work to try and fix as well. I think Ronan's aggression, I know it's very obvious, but you've got to find a way to get him to temper that himself, right? You got to get him to understand why it's wrong to go aggressive on the CT side the way he does, because you don't want him to change his entire game, because that's what makes him a good player, right? That's what makes him exciting to watch, and it's his play style. But it's finding the right moments to get aggressive and teaching him what maybe doesn't work and what not to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just asking someone to stop playing the way he enjoys Counter-Strike, and that'll just like neuter the young kid. What I'm excited about Nuke is the fact that it looks like I wasn't lying, Dinko. There is a little farm at the bottom of the map, which our observer failed to find earlier and made me look like an idiot. But it looks like, you know, hopefully when we have a break, I can show you guys that. But anyway, hold on to that thought. It's going to be a fast hit coming in towards ramp, and it is going to be Ronan. Oh, nice 2 shots there. And it's going to ensure before he falls, he's going to find a couple of kills. KNTZ finding Splashkey. Splashkey maybe sticking around for a little too long. And it's 2 players towards ramp spotted out. Not what they're not aware of, Dinko, is Olivia's position. And look at this. They played this to perfection. Bobos is just running up the vents because he knows it's going to be the hit towards upper. And there's another CT waiting towards hut. The problem is Olivia's position. He needs to make a move. His Spiels has found KNTZ, and now it's a 2v3 favoring Watsai.
Pretty good pistol round start here from Whiteside. Merrills and Olivia can, of course, still pull this off as they group up together. It comes down to this play. Bulbasaur, the timing is going to work out in his favor. Merrills was holding, and oh no, blah. Look at this from Bulbasaur. He's going to be walking in behind them. Keep walking, but he goes back to the site instead, and that is going to the chance squandered, but still they hold the man advantage. He doesn't go down, and that is mainly a positive.
Did he not see them? I guess he didn't.
Well, now they've made the right call, though. The lack of information at the A-bomb side has given them the idea that they want to rotate down. They've got a player at Decon, one at the double doors. This could be a slaughter, but Beyond need the kills quickly. They're going to run in towards the side. Decon swings wide open again, trying to pull the attentions away, and Neff is going to swing open, taking down Mayrolls. This is good. Olivia now having to do it all, and it's not going to happen. That's just well played from Whiteside in the pits around, and they find the pistol pick up.
Yeah, that's very, very well played. I feel like the players coming up Heaven should have waited a little bit longer, waited for Olivia to get the flank in from Mini. But there we go again, Ronan. Good job. Just it's kind of like a one and done spot. And honestly, I feel like Splashkey overextended there. He really shouldn't have, and made things a little tricky. But again, like you said, very well played 3v3 coming out there from Huatsai. They went for the info play. They played it smart and keep 3 players alive at the end there. Of course, the Force Spy is going to be coming out from Beyond. I'm not at all surprised about that fact. We have Neff with the M4s.
Wouldn't have it any other way, blah.
Of course not. I mean, they weren't just rushing B and Dust 2 with the Mag 10 and MP7, so why the hell not? Look at the pace here, Ninka. Look at the pace. And Ronan, this is scary. This is so scary from Ronan. He's going to get the hard checked, but no, they're going to be falling on back. Have they forced out a rotation? QQ's going to find Splashkey, who's been having a rough tournament so far. They haven't checked him yet, and they spot him, and they're going to swing on him together. Or are they? Are they? They're making Ronan feel very uncomfortable. Candy's from above. That is perfectly played, perfectly executed. Ronan just got completely shut down, and now the CT's coming in from ramp. STK holding the line. He's done a bit of damage. He's going to win the duel, and now Tech9 comes out 1v3, and Neff, it's all on him. He knows where one player is. He doesn't know where the second is, though, and this one's done, Dinko. He's got to just save his gun. 24 seconds, buddy. You don't have a kit on you. Maybe a kit on one of your fallen comrades, but they are playing this to perfection. Beyond are giving him nothing to work with.
It's really well played from Beyond. The answer back, the fact that they were able to pull this off is ridiculous, Blood. And now they get themselves the second round on the board.
they'll be feeling very happy about that. You know, considering they lost the pistol in a fashion that they won't be too happy with. They come into the follow-up round to get that on the board, and now they have the opportunity to get off to a good start in this first half, to get these T rounds under their belt early on. Y'all just tune in. We're currently on map number 2. Map 1 looked pretty good for Whiteside up until a point, mainly until they hit over to that CT side, and that's where things kind of fell apart. We started to see the big performance come in from Beyond. They took it off the line, and we find ourselves here on Nuke. We've painted the picture of how this is looking like a very, very safe hands for Beyond. And well, Ronin's gonna get aggressive around the corner. Is that one player? Whoa, no! What is that from Ronin? The flick out to the right side, the snapping with a deagle, and now it's going to be back and forth. There's going to be another round picked up for Whiteside, and it's off the back of the pistols. It's the aggression from Ronin in towards the ramp room, and this is an exciting affair. It's just KNTZ left alone. He's got to save this M4, and Whiteside, well, they lose the second round, but they come back swinging in the third.
5 deagles against 5 rifles, Dinko. Like, Beyond had retrieved 3 M4s, 2 AKs, everything looking good for them. And Ronin's like, yeah, I'm just gonna casually walk up and hit these 2 1-deags. Of course, Splashky as well, finding one for himself. And TZ, there we go. That's the opening. It needs to find... A couple of plays is kind of low, Dinko. You can still deal a bit of damage, but 40 seconds. 3 plays are low now. Oh, if that was a nade. If that was a nade, that would have been brutal. It would have been a double kill right there. But even despite how low they are, this crossfire looks solid. It looks almost impossible for him to really kind of break out. He's going to try and isolate these kills. Bulbasaur playing alone. He's going to have not much time to work with. Is he just going to fall away, I guess? Just a lack of information for him that these players are so very low. And he's going to slowly peel away, Dinko. It's going to be Huadzai winning the round, but my, oh my. That was a wake-up call for Beyond.
Counter-terrorists win.
This is what I want to see again. This right.
What?
Just get
right. Can we get a slow-mo replay of that, please? The second shot, because that was so quick. I love PGL.
I love them. All right.
Okay, slow-mo. That's slow-mo.
That's slow-mo, dude. That is slow-mo. Well, Ronin, he's gone. Oh my god, blah. Oh my god.
Bro, what?
Oh my god. It works out for 2 kills, Ronin. He's gonna go down to QQ, but what a madman. It's insane.
Can someone just remind him this isn't a pug?
Lock him up. Well, Neff, he comes through the smoke. He's gonna try a little bit of a Ronin. Olivia has found a headshot. Spiel's going down, and now Neff. Oh, they're in the smoke together, Blood. Not really. Exactly. Oh my god, how does KTC still get that kill? Neff, I thought he had it dead to rights, but KTC rattles the shots off quicker. Now Bulbasaur and Splashky, 2 versus 3. A man down suddenly here at Huadzai. This will be a soul back and forth. If Beyond can pick this up, this is just a ridiculous affair. Bulbasaur up in heaven. He's going to be running a little smoke here. Flash ready to dive on into the bomb site. QQ taking one onto Splashky. Now Bulbasaur left alone. 1 versus 3 retake. He's found the first kill. Low HP on the last player now. KNTZ. 1 bullet is needed. Bulbasaur's view model causing problems for him, but he can lose his track of KNTZ. He looks for him. He can't find him. And that is going to be a round for Beyond. 2-2 on the board. They answer right back. I mean, that started off interesting with Ronin getting aggressive in towards ramp. You know, I would say it's obviously not a very smart play, but he gets 2 kills, right? That if he doesn't get the second kill, it's dumb. It's so dumb because it's not worth the 1-to-1 trade, right? Because you lose ramp control, you create chaos, you weaken your defense massively. Luckily, they line up for him and he gets 2, but how likely is that scenario, Blair? How likely is it that they line up for him? Not very. So overall, pretty dumb play.
Yeah, I don't think you can really argue with that fact. It's just unnecessary aggression, but Splash finds QQ. This is, again, an eco, Dinko. We saw what happened earlier. Mac 10 will be tossed away. Look at the damage. KNTZ down at 34. This is, Already looking very worrying for the side of Beyond. Olivia waiting patiently. Ronan's pushed on up. This guy just doesn't wait, does he? And in this instance, it's actually going to work in his team's favor because they're getting so much information. Splashk overextending STK and Olivia opening up the upper bomb site. So yeah, they've got the flank on. They picked up a Mac-10, but this one's done. This one's done. As long as Meryl's doesn't completely crap the bed. Oh, this guy's... I want his aim, Dinko. I think I might be able to solo queue Valorant if I have this guy's aim.
That's a difficult task, Blur. One of the most difficult tasks known to mankind, I would say. That's,
like wearing masks?
Yeah, exactly. Very difficult indeed to follow that. Actually, one of the difficult things is following very basic guidelines or rules, I guess, maybe. But 3-2, nonetheless, it's over here for White side. It's a couple of M4s, a little bit of utility. And over here for Beyond, it's a good bit of utility now on the T side. We're going for the outer yard hit. Utility going through a QQ towards this hut area. Just a slower play, finally. From the CT side, but Neff is going to catch that opening kill. It's STK, the first victim in the round. And Beyond, a man down at QQ. Oh, he's low as well. Mayrolls is gone. KTZ finally finding the headshot back, but this is a good round so far from White side. Beyond to... I don't know what's going on, Blair, but they just don't really seem to have an approach right now. They're losing far too many players in the default. It's not like they even get to play their own game, but luckily they're trading back. They group up, they double up in the doorway, and they get themselves 2 kills. So we're right back into a 2 versus 2 round. They can still win this as Olivia just runs to the lower bomb site. We'll get that bomb planted in behind the B site. And now, well, KTZ's a little far removed, and Olivia needs to survive. He gets away. That was nearly the nightmare. But now that Olivia is alive, he can delay. But both players going quickly into the bomb site. They're going to try and draw Olivia out into the open. Door swings wide open, but look at the ramp play from KTZ. He needs to find the headshot, and he gets it done. Beyond, good recovery from KTZ and Olivia. Really well played between them. But overall, that was a pretty bad round from Beyond. The beginning just didn't really have a plan. They went into a default Blur, and they lost way too many players.
Yeah, and again, that Ronan's repositioning, right? Yeah, this was messy from them, honestly. Like, why isn't there no smoke for the entrance? And Ronan, again, he just keeps pushing far out and catching players off guard. And even the 2v2, Dinko, look at where the bomb was planted. Look at KNTZ's position. He came in from the ramp, right? If Olivia died here, round's over. Round's over, because KNTZ can't prevent the defuse from taking place. It's not planned for him. As we do see an anti-eco coming out for Beyond here. We haven't really seen many clean rounds from the die side. It's just been very... What is this guy made of? What is this guy made of? What is this?
He's like a transformer. He's got a bunch of different weapons just coming out of her blood. This is just disgusting. Ronan just walks in, he destroys them, he leaves them all over the floor, and now QQ, it's a 1 versus 2 for him. AK in hand, he needs to kill quickly on his spiels, and he's got it, but now he's up against the beast. Ronan in the 1 versus 1. A minute and 5 seconds left as QQ backs away to pick up this bomb. Ronan's dropped into the A bomb site. QQ's going to find that bomb and now get away. Where does he go with this? He's still got a full minute basically to play with right now. So QQ definitely not limited by the time. It's just the mind games now that begin. Where is Ronan? So much time has passed. He could be anywhere on this map. And so QQ has to clear absolutely everything. So paranoid about where this young star could be. 54 HP. He's coming into mid. He might just win this. He looks the wrong way, though. He backs up into QQ, and he'll win the round for Beyond. But my God, Ronan, what a round from him. That was a low buy. That was an eco. And he walks in with a deagle blast, and he just destroys 3 players.
Okay. First one, bad timing. This is BS. Like... Oh my, is he like, does he have like inbuilt aimbots into his hand or something? He is so good. He is so good. May not be the smartest of players. you gotta at least mention that.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
My God.
Does have his downfalls, but...
Yeah, you can't have everything in life. You can't have that aim and also be a genius, right? You can't do that. That'd be ridiculous. Imagine having Glaive's mind, Xyp9x's clutch sense, and Simple's aim. That's impossible. But this guy's aim, it's up there. It's up there with some of the best out there.
Yeah.
Sick.
Mixed with some device discipline. That'd be quite a player. Well, nonetheless, 5-2 on the board now. Beyond right now in a position where they are going to get themselves a very convincing half if they win this next round. Although it has been close, although it has been back and forth, and it by any means, not by any means at all, has it been a fantastic performance from Beyond, but they're winning the rounds, and that's all that matters. They're heading towards this A bomb site. First kill, Spiels. Terrible spacing. And that's resulted in 3 quick kills on the CT side with no trades coming in. Eventually, a couple of kills come back for Beyond, but the round's done. And Mayrols is left alone.
Why is Ronan so dumb sometimes? Just like, it's a 5v2, Dinko? And he just goes up the vents and takes the fight, standing on the ladder.
Brain just has a little fart, but look at this. Mayrols, what a play so far. Mind game's really working out. He's gone for the long haul, but he's low HP, so he needs to be careful. I can just see him just killing himself. What an idiot. Why? Who can say with a roll kills?
I agree, Observer. I agree.
He's like,
you were like, oh, look at his big brain play.
And then I was like, I can see him killing himself. Jumps off the map. Oh, why? Why? Oh, nevertheless, we're right back in. What a terrible outside execution this is. But it's gonna work, I guess. I mean, it's a deeper smoke. I've created a little bit of a gap. But yeah, this is working out okay. They get down towards Secret. They're gonna get a couple of players down towards this lower bomb site.
You okay?
I'll get there, bro. I'll get there.
I kind of wish Mitch was casting this.
I mean, not really. I mean, he hasn't had any sleep. You know, I do care about Mitch nevertheless, but so I kind of would fear for his sanity, whatever strains of that he has left.
Yeah. I think we might actually successfully break him by the end of this. They get the wallbang kill. I think he's slowly going to creep on. Ow.
Just be careful, Rafters.
Second player.
Oh.
They got the kill, the wallbang, so they're not expecting a second player there. But Olivia finding Bulbasaur. 3v4.
Okay, another
2v4.
Kill. Yep, this is kind of going rough now. Mayrolls looking for the AK spray. Mayrolls just... Thank you. Thank you. Gets the kill nonetheless. Spiels left alone at 1 versus 4. What a round from Beyond. Just a nice little reply. STK getting 1. Let's go down eventually as he walked out towards the B-bomb site. But Beyond, rather clean round coming in. They keep 4 alive. That's going to recover the economy from the previous nightmare in the previous round. So 6-3. White side, I'm starting to see a problem there in terms of being able to put consecutive rounds in the board. It just doesn't seem like that's going to be happening here.
Yeah, especially CD side nuke. That's if you're not able to do that, it's going to be very grim indeed. I really like this round from Beyond. I love how they slowed it down, just picked apart what side. We're trying very desperately to go for plays and find something. Right, that opening was just spectacular. They get the wall bang in. There was a little bit of repositioning, but one by one they just got picked apart. The Deagle's putting in the majority of the work. Let's take a look here. Oh, get destroyed, Splash. Look at them just getting caught off guard, caught out of position, just one by one by one. They're not expecting. What's Neff even doing there? Like the crossfire wasn't there at all. Just exposed. 3 kills where the opponents didn't even fire back at them. Just ludicrous. And that too on kind of like a forced buy. Well, Ronan's there with the Deagle, Dinko. It's gonna happen again, isn't it? It's gonna happen again.
Well, we'll see if he can pull it off. He's gonna go through the flash. Okay, he falls away, Blur. That's what I love. He's actually come off the angle, and they're going to come in towards him instead.
It's insane. He's fallen back. What are the odds?
Oh. Well, Spiels, the smoke is going to start to fade away. Or is about to be blown off. Smoke goes down again. Well played from Spiels. That's going to cause a couple of problems now for Beyond. They want to go through the smoke. They're going to have to walk into his crosshair, and that's not going to work out well for them. So we've got 50 seconds left though, Blur, so no need to make any rash decisions. Instead, they're going to go in towards ramp where Ronin is. He's got the deagle, he's going to line up one, and that's all he'll get. STK and KTZ finding the kills, and now the B bomb site's open. They're going to run down, or at least fake it out. Neff is here in the control room, holding the window. And with 34 seconds left, Beyond have changed their mind so many times about how they want to approach this. Well, they might just get it done here. Olivia with a kill. They've completely bamboozled Whiteside. They have 2 players down here in the lower bomb site. And now they've got the A site completely. It's the 7th round picked up for Beyond, almost locked in.
Yeah, there's no coming back in this round. Oh, and TZ with a couple of love taps as well, tapping away at that range against a FAMAS. Neff's not going to get anything done. 7-3 for Beyond. And the money is kind of depleted as well. It's been depleted for a while right now with the CTs. You know, this was also kind of like the forced buy. But just getting, again, Dinko, look at them just getting picked apart, not knowing where to look. Beyond weren't even challenged this round. Apart from Ronin getting a deagle headshot. At this point, you put a deagle in the hands of Ronin and he's going to guarantee you a kill towards ramp. Like, doesn't matter how. He's still going to get you a win. A kill. Oh, the ramp push. It's a slaughter, Dinko, but Spiels, he finds one in reply. The trade is quick. So just the one casualty for Beyond. And it's all on Ronin again. 1v4 CZ Dinko. I don't see this happening. I really don't see this happening.
That's good, Blur. You're not insane yet. Okay, that's good. That's good. I mean, this won't happen.
It's Ronin in a 1v4. CZ out. Let's see what Beyond's got. I don't think so. He's...
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I always get scared.
Like, you never know. You never really know what's going to happen. Hit 3 on the board. Beyond. Well, they are in a good position right now. D-side, 8 rounds already. To win this one, potentially going to go on to win this hand very convincingly indeed. I've nearly forgotten about Mayrolls jumping off the map, but I don't think I'll ever forget fully, Blur. I think it's scarred me. It's not as bad as some of the players you see in this tournament, though.
Yeah, we've seen some
interesting Counter-Strike.
Questionable things. Yeah, let's just put it that way. I was just rewatching the Mayrolls 1v2 drop down play from the stream. Like it was just pure comedic genius. They walk into an empty upper bomb site, Dinko, apart from Spiels is still there. And he's going to be good for 2. That is solid from Spiels. Glimpses of that B bomb site hole towards Mirage showing up. Now Mayrolls, he's not facing, and Bulbasaur is peers around the corner. They find an empty bomb site. They thought it was empty, Dinko, but no, it wasn't. Spiels was there, and now it's all on Olivia. And he's going to get spotted out. And there we go. Splash hit. Decapitates him. 8-4.
Yeah.
I still feel it's not enough for Huatsai. You know, Beyond CD side it's a lockdown, Dinko. Better teams, much better teams than Huatsai have struggled against Beyond CD side.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult affair, especially having already confirmed themselves to be behind going into the second half. So they have to do the majority of the hard work on their T side. I have to say, though, we do bring it up a little bit. But Splashkey, he is really underperforming. If you're going to be giving him the most expensive gun, if you're going to be putting him in positions where he has to step up, especially on a map like Nuke, and he's only got 4 kills up until the previous round, he's got to deliver, and that's better from him. I like it. It's the confidence. He takes down Olivia, he opens things up, and now Beyond's reply into the A bomb site. Well, it's not a good one. Spiels gets a double. They're just walking it one by one, but finally, it's KMTZ with the kill, and Splashkey closes it out. He's got a double in this round, and that's much better from Whiteside. 5 rounds now on the board.
Much better. This might be the most convincing round from Huatsai so far. Like, the past couple of rounds have looked like a much different team playing here on the CD side. And they're going to need each and every round that they can get. We do enter the penultimate round here, first half. For Beyond, they still have money, Dinko, but if they lose this one, I fear that it's just going to be SMGs. And look at this from Splashkey. Spots the first player out. Oh no, he whiffs, fall back, splash, fall back, it's not worth it, but he goes for the re-peek, and somehow he escapes alive. A simultaneous frags taking place, and yeah, despite the whiff shot initially, Huatsai they're able to recover.
Oh, nice shot from Ronin. Olivia just gets caught out completely. QQ left alone now, 1 versus 5. They're going to start walking in towards him. Line up. And Ronin taking the kill. That's 3 for him in the round. And 6 on the board now for Huatsai. We head into the last round of the first half. We will be looking for them to try and grab a 7th round, and they probably should. I mean, taking a look at what Beyond have, it's not a whole lot being presented in this final round. So, Huatsai, this is the perfect opportunity to get 7 rounds. They give themselves at least a chance going into that second half. And what I do like is, as soon as I called out Splashki, happened a few times this tournament so far, I've mentioned the players' poor performance, and they immediately step up in that round. He's doing much better now. He's a bit more confident. He's hitting some important shots, a bit more impact. And while Ronin, that's quick. Another opportunity, but they're running him down. He doesn't fall away. He can't because the play is so quick. And May rolls, catching one out in the Mac 10. So we have a 4 versus 4. And well, another kill from Olivia. Oh my god, Blair. It's just the straight up SMG rush from Beyond is working out. Finally recovered.
They spotted both the CTs towards the lower. And they have an idea what the third player is as well. He was towards Hell. I was slowing it down. Last broken. Olivia's on the hunt. The timing. This is everything, Dinko. They imagine they've fallen back. And Olivia, he's on the flank, sneaking in, clearing out the close angles. Doesn't spot anyone out. But it is going to be Neff. He's been hitting everything. And it's all in Mayrolls now, Dinko. 1v2. Closes the door himself. Taps the bomb. Trying to bait out a response. He's going to hear the CT dropping it towards the vents. It's all about timing. Oh, this is genius. If he pulls this off, of course he is. He finds Splashke 1v1, runs up the vents, baits it out, and that's going to force Bulbasaur to head straight towards Heavens. And Mayrolls, he is just outplayed Huatsai in its 1v3. Unfortunately, he probably doesn't know how low Bobo is. I think he should. And he just needs to take out a pistol in his wonders, and Bulbasaur, he's got outplayed completely. And Mayroll just might pull this clutch off, Dinko.
Yeah, 1 versus 1. Mayroll's looking to deliver a 9th round for Beyond.
Oh, no.
The timing. He just runs right into him, and Bulbasaur does save the day. 7 rounds for Huatsai. I mean, it's a pretty scrappy half of Counter-Strike overall. I mean, both teams have had their nightmare moments, but I'm excited by Ronin. He's exciting to watch, especially playing that ramp area. He doesn't... You know, there's so many players that just kind of sit there on the ramp, and that's the right way to play it. But Ronin, he just has something in his brain where he can't sit still. He just moves forward over and over and over again. It works out for him, and in a lot of situations. So, pretty good half overall from him. I think, again, it's just another one of those performances where he's got nearly 20 kills in the first half plus, so he's impressive. But it's important that Beyond get the pistol around here if they want to try and close this as quickly as possible. Whiteside, though, they desperately want to pull it back and somehow upset Beyond here on Nuke and send us to a 3rd map. And well, it's going to be a quick play in towards ramp. QQ's delivered the first 2 kills. Another kill coming in from KTZ, but Bulbasaur and Ronin, they fight back, and now we're back into things. But it's Olivia and Mayrolls that seal the deal. It's 9-7 on the board as Beyond find the pistol round.
Very, very quick rotation there. They weren't expecting like all 5 players to show up at the end, and looked a little scary. But yeah, Beyond won the round. I think it's for Huatsai. They have been kind of unpredictable so far. This is... Look at rotation though. Just look at the minimap. Everyone just showing up, just mowing them down. And despite the efforts of Bulbasaur in the end, there was not to be simultaneous headshots in the end to close out the round. And it's just the pistols. Deagle for Bobo. Ronin with the Glock. Glocks all around, mainly. They're taking a lot of damage to the flames, and they're just spawning alive, Dinko. And might as well, I guess. They just don't want to feed them. They don't want to feed the SMGs any free kills, and I can understand that. There is a... Oof. Bobo. Oh, he made it look nice. There is a school of thought, and I think we've had a discussion in the past, Dinko, where people are like, oh, you might as well just die in the Molotov. You're only going to give them $1,500 in total. You know, and not feed the SMGs any cash. But I have a different argument where I'm like, if you can find the 1 kill with those Glocks or whatever pistols, that's going to take away the utility, a gun, and the armor as well, which from at least one of the players, which is actually a bigger loss to your opponents. Like in that scenario, your opponents would lose anything. In fact, they gained $1,500. So I don't know. Mathematically, it doesn't make too much sense. But what do I know? I don't have a degree in maths like Mitch.
Neither does he. Close to.
Pretends he does.
He pretends he does. He went there. He did it before. I read a book on rocket science, blah. Rocket scientist now. Well, Nev, can be moving forward. A lot of control towards outside here. And okay, Neff getting the opening kill. Olivia goes down. He was not really expecting Neff to be so close there. KETZ's got the UMP now and a little bit closer inside the site. STK's decided he's got itchy feet. He wants to move forward. They know they have to take some control back here. They need a little bit of info at least, and he's going to spot one in towards the lobby. Spiels has taken down KTZ. Bulbasaur gets the headshot. That should be the round done. Whiteside answering back, going into this one, Blood. It's 10-7 up, and QQ hitting the deck. Splashki getting rid of him. Whiteside will be very happy with this reply after losing the initial round in the second half.
Yeah, some good stuff. Gotta give credit where it's due. They're making the defense from Beyond just fell apart there. And just losing one player as well, Spiels, and that too after he got a kill. Almost would have been a team ace if Ronin finds the final frag, which doesn't look like it's gonna happen. And for Beyond, Dinko, it must be a save, I feel like. They have Merrills with this gun. Now he's gonna get about... He's gonna have around $3,100. Around like 2,900, which is enough to drop a gun, maybe a FAMAS over to his teammates. Yeah, there we go, 2,900. I save. If I'm Beyond, I'm gonna save here. Keep the M4. Sorry, keep the AUG, work around it, buy some pistols, play up close. Don't give away positions. Like, let Merrills take outside control. Like, maybe from Garage, maybe from Secret, playing from near CT. I don't know. Like, take advantage of the long-range ability of the rifle. Apart from that, the rest of his pistols, play up close. Play on top of hut. Play inside of the A-bomb side. Keep a player, or just, you know, play aggressively towards ramp. I think it could work. But this works as well, Tinko. You have sent QQ out straight, and it's gathering a lot of information here.
Okay, SDK is going to drop down below. He's got the 5-7 just chasing after them. Splashki goes down. AK-47 picked up now as well. Bulbasaur, he's out to the right side. It's a drop kill from Ronin. Gets a double kill in the vent. And KETZ and QQ, they are left alone in the world. They have found one AK to play with. And while Neff is holding, and he's going to find the headshot. It's just QQ now, the last remaining player. 1 versus 4. CZ in hand, and he'll fall to the rifle of Neff as well. It's 10-9. Beyond, I'm getting a little bit scared for them now, Blair. This isn't the start of the CT half we expect from Beyond, nor have seen before.
Another, kind of like a half bite. Is that the Nova? Why have you gone for the Nova? KNTZ. Why have you done this?
Because he's a bit...
I hate the Nova.
Yeah, he's... Well, I would also follow that mindset, but it's... I've seen it in the hands of Harry. Just Harry. Harry Russell. Not to him, but I've seen some wild stuff with that thing because of him. So I know what it can do if given to the right hands, but...
Listen, you can give that gun to Simple as I still feel like it's gonna be garbage. Although, I gotta say, there's this one time where I was playing towards, right in front of Ticket Booth on the A-bombs and Mirage near Triple, and this guy Nova'd me all the way from T-Ram. So that happened.
Yeah, I remember we played against this one guy who was cheating with a Nova one time, and he was just winning every single fight, 4K pretty much every round with a Nova. It was embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't see any of these like spin waters and whatnot use like the shotguns. Like, do that. Be a man. Like, if you're gonna cheat, like cheat with style.
Well, Ronin getting rid of Olivia is just QQ now with the Deagle. He'll be walking around the doorway. Ronan, he is gonna fall. He gets a little taste of his own medicine. Snappy deagle headshot from QQ, and that's gonna be an AK. He can take this into the next round as he walks away, falls back to spawn, but they're coming after him. There's a charge down, and Bulbasaur will get rid of QQ. It's 10-10. They've tied things up. The money isn't really too solid right now over on the board for Beyond. And if you look at the effect that save would have had on this economy, QQ could have dropped the AWP over to Olivia. They could have saved so much money. They could have got the utility out. That could have been just a great addition to this team going into a very important round. But nonetheless, this is what they have to work with, and it's pretty good. I mean, they have one kit. They have plenty of utility. Olivia has the AWP out, but now they just need to win a round.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Win a round as Olivia. 1, 2, 3. Looking for more, but he's done his job. Ronan's left alone. And baby, he's not going to be alive for much more longer. Beyond just completely obliterating that outside take.
What a goal.
Olivia, well, whew.
Look at that. Gets the AWP out. Doesn't have the utility. So notice he can just go for the fights. He takes the first, the second. He goes back for a third. The audacity, the balls, and the performance. Huge. 11-10 on the board now for Beyond. That's the kind of hero play you need out of Olivia. He was a little quiet. He was down in 12 kills. He was kind of near the bottom of the table. But now he shows up. That's huge. Really good stuff from Olivia. Puts him positive 15 and 14. Buy comes right back at them, though. WhatsApp have got the purchase up. Going to be the AK out for Spiels, AWP for Splashkey. The rest of the team following suit with the AK-47s and utility. Beyond, they need to win this one as well. You know, they have the big hero play from Olivia. Is that sustainable? Can they turn that into another round win? We'll see in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, the problem here for Beyond is, yes, it was it was a very solid round win, but again, money's still not good. You need to not just win rounds, you need to string a number of them together. Now it is going to be once more a test. And if you look at the cash for Quad side, they got money for days, baby. And even just the pistols could be deadly on the T side here of Nuke. So Beyond are not quite safe yet. 11-10. I gotta say though, I'm impressed with how competitive Quad has made things as Ronan trying to go for the play. Unfortunately, that wasn't it, Dinko. STK finds him, repositions himself. Play coming in towards ramp. Splashgate looking the wrong way. Merolds finds one. He's going to stick around. Yes, he is. Waits for the flash from his teammate. Spots a second player out, and they're all putting in the work, Dinko. This is looking much cleaner from Beyond.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of round they needed as well. You get that big round from Olivia the previous. You give yourself the opportunity to try and go and get a bit of a tear on the CT side. To go down to another buy or lose too many players in this round would have left them in a weird spot for the next couple. But the fact that they keep all 5 alive, they don't even make it look close, that is the reply Beyond would be looking for. And, well, you can't go for another buy here, outside. You have enough money across the board, but it's not going to be perfect, right? They're going to have a few weaknesses, a few holes that can be picked apart. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a little bit of a low investment, a couple of weaker weapons pulled out, and really focus out for this next round. But that is going to allow Beyond to go to 13, and we will be looking at them trying to close this series 2-0, Blad.
I would really want to see, like, if you look at each and every one of those skills, they were so isolated, Dinko. They were so isolated, but
yeah.
Let's see here. What is...
That's the worst outside execute I've ever seen.
Wait, was it a Molotov there from the CTs?
It has to be.
I mean, but if you know that, why would it still commit?
I mean, that was the idea, boy.
Can we replay? Can we just see the outside POV, please, again? PGO? They haven't failed me yet. They have never failed, except for finding the farm down in Nuke. Well, they failed me this time.
Yeah.
That has to be the Molotov. But the thing is, when you see the smoke blooming that way, like, you don't cross, right? You don't cross. I can't see the line from the, the grenade line from the CT showing the Molotov incendiary being tossed in.
Yeah.
It will forever remain a mystery, Dinko.
No, well, we can look at the demo after Blood, but the thing is, how? How? Why? And why? Why are you going outside and just crossing through this huge gap? It just makes no sense. And the bomb plant denied. Brilliant nade coming in from Airrolls. 14 at 210. Blood. I wasn't even a fan of the buy in the last round from Whiteside. I mean, they get the 4 AKs out. Yeah, okay, they have a smoke, a flash, and a couple of blows. They also have a Mac 10 on Ronan.
you're giving your best player a MAC-10 in some of the most important rounds. Just get everybody on a rifle. I mean, it works out in terms of being able to purchase up here, but you've got another scenario, Blau, where it's we're at a point where they can't lose now. They have to try and just win this flawlessly. Otherwise, Beyond are going to take it over the line. It's going to be a 2-0 in the series. Last night, they have a little bit of work to do in terms of decision making and executes. If that was their problem and not the Molotov.
They haven't really gone for the upper take. Actually, no, they have gone for upper takes earlier, and it's worked out for them. I don't know why they don't go back to that again. It's clearly, I mean, they're just running out dry towards outside. Not ideal. As Olivia, again, getting the opening kill. And QQ, he's zoned in. He knows where Bobo might be coming in from. It's a tiny bit of an off-angle Bobo. Yeah, there we go. That's a... Oh, got a little scary there, Dinko. But that's a perfectly played angle from QQ. Bobo had to check both sides. He opts to check the garage. No surprises there. And now, the 1v5 splash kill left alone. I don't think he's going to do much here. Meryl's getting hunted down, but guess who's waiting for him? Oh, a missed shot. Okay. But Olivia will rebound. The past 4 rounds have looked like Beyond just like having had enough. They're like, this is nuke. Just close this out. Just bang this idiots out of the server. And just completely... Look at the money. Everyone's over 10k, Dinko. But I also feel like Quadzai have done themselves no favors. Look at them individually. One by one, by one, by one, getting picked apart.
By one.
By one. And no trades possible.
Yeah, that's happened so many times in this tournament so far across so many different teams. It's been real difficult to watch at times. QQ getting aggressive towards outside. He's going to spray away, but it's Ronin with the first kill through the smoke. That's a bit of a misstep from QQ. And Mitch was talking about this yesterday. He highlighted some of the statistics where QQ, maybe when he loses concentration, when he takes his foot off the gas, can be a bit of a liability in the early round. And what Olivia, he catches one, but what is he doing? Committing towards that outer yard position. Why is he still in the open? Nev takes him away, and now we've got a man deficit again for Beyond. They could close it here, Bly, but I think they've already won in their head. That's not the case. They still have to pick it up. They still have to get it over the line.
They want to play more Counter-Strike, Dinko. They want more rounds. But yeah, that was very questionable from Olivia. Especially like... Oh, I like this. I like this, Dinko. I love this. I love this. Look at the re-aggression, the triple-pronged re-aggression towards outer. And it catches all of them off guard. So man advantage neutralized 1v1 STK. The man with the plan versus Ronin Baby, who, well, the aimbot, the human aimbot. That's what I'm going to call him. He's got to retrieve the bomb. And STK, he's playing the long con.
Ronin now looking for the 1 versus 1 to keep his team alive. STK, he's looking to close this to send Beyond the 2-0 victory, but Ronin has dropped and he's going B. It has to be so quick. He has no time to waste. He has to run on in, and STK is hot on his heels, chasing after him. He has to commit to the bomb plant here, Ronin. He's on around this other side. He's in a safe spot. He gets it down, and now just the aim duel. STK is so low. A couple of bullets are enough. And Ronin, he is holding. STK, I have a feeling he's not going to win this, but he's got a jiggle peek though, and Ronin misses the shots. He's down to 19, and STK, he's going to pull it off. A 2-0 from Beyond. They will take the series win. Coming in as the favorites, they get it done, and there's the farm, Blah.
That's a farm, yes!
They found it for you. They found it for you, and that is the biggest win we've had on the servers today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Observer, for making me a happy man. And who's also going to be happy is going to be Beyond. It looked scrappy there, Dinko, but in the end, they're able to bring it back. They're able to just close it out in style. STK with the clutch. Yeah, CD side showing up the way we expected. Mitch, Tom, I mean, I guess that was the scoreline we expected there. But Woodside, they put up a fight. They put up a decent fight.
Yeah, they came in. They didn't go easy into the night, at least. But yeah, we knew Beyond were going to come through and look like the better team in this series. The latter maps definitely looked better for them. I think Quadzai still made it a little bit closer than I expected. And, maybe assisted a little bit by the likes of Mayrolls, giving them a round here or there, shall we say. I'm having it clutched out in the end by STK. I feel like that pretty much underlined where this game was at for Beyond. A lot of this game came down to individual skill, individuals pulling it across the line, including the previous map. But at the end of the day, Beyond just have that extra little bit of depth.
I just wanted to point out as well here, when we go back to that round where there's a huge gap in the smoke, took a little look, and luckily there was a Molotov down, so at least it isn't the full madness. But yeah, this was a little bit of a scrappy round. I feel like in terms of, I think it's the perfect way of describing Whiteside. When things go wrong for them, they don't really have a fallback plan, right? They have nothing to go back on other than their initial idea or their initial approach. And I think that's the perfect metaphor for this team. They just have no plan B, because even when I
don't think they have a plan A.
Yeah, that's true, Tom. I suppose you can go with that. They don't really have a full plan at all.
And I feel it's just a little unfortunate there, like considering they clearly have the individuals as well. Like for example, pointing out the round like which you mentioned, Dinka, where the Molotov just kind of screwed up the smoke. Why do you continue to push? Why do you push on ahead? You know the smoke's not there. You know you're out in the open. You know there's an AWP looking your direction. Why do you still commit to that? I don't understand. And these are the curious decisions being made by the side of Beyond, Whiteside, which do definitely confuse me. And also Ronan just being an aimbot, but also his AI hasn't developed enough by the looks of it, Tom. But you know who's looking good right now? It has to be Olivia. Top fragging on Dots 2, top fragging here on Nuke, despite it being kind of a team effort for the side of Beyond.
Yeah, I think this was a match where we expected Beyond to do what they did, and they've done it. Maybe not quite as cleanly as we would have liked. And I'll be honest, like this Whiteside team, I'm not particularly impressed by them. I think that so we always make comparisons to like how crazy Asian Counter-Strike is. Their CT side reminded me of CIS Counter-Strike, where you don't actually know what you're doing at all, but you have like individual players who can get you rounds by just being purely aggressive. And people a lot of the time don't realize this is a map that definitely allows for aggression. Like there's a lot of portions on this map that you can push. You see hut aggression quite regularly. In this case, it was the ramp. Now, Ronan brought them through a couple of rounds and they still lost, I think, 8-7 in the first half on their CT side. They don't know how to play the CT side. They just went for fights. They tried to aggress. They tried to push. They didn't have good crossfires. They didn't have good holds. They weren't very good at most things. And because of that, even though Beyond, I don't think were that great, they were able to get away with a very good T side. And that was basically enough to close out the game. I think if they're actually going to be a good team, they need to do a lot of work. Otherwise, we're going to see Ronan go either to a better squad in the future or VAC banned. I'm not sure which one it will be yet.
I wanted to go bold. Hopefully he doesn't get VAC banned. Hopefully he joins a team like Vici. I hope like in the future where Advent takes out his massive stick and just whacks him on the backside every time he goes with his pushes. Like, I told you to hold the side. I don't
want to join Vici. That sounds horrible.
You know what? These Asian players, some of them.
I don't want people pulling out their massive stick, Blair.
we do have the MVP of this match coming up, and I do believe it is going to be QQ. He did have the highest ADR, and no surprises. He was very, very impactful, a player that we do bring up once, here and there, saying he doesn't really perform when required against some of the top tier teams, but here he was definitely in the midst of all the action. Let's take a look at today's schedule again, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 best of 3s on this Sunday fun day of Counter-Strike. We have 3 best of 3s, of which one has just been done. That was very, very quick. I don't think I had time to take a look at that. Beyond and Whiteside. Done. We might have a little bit of a prolonged break here, so you can probably grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. Because coming up next, it's going to be Invictus versus Sigma. It's going to be a Chinese affair against, well, right now you might even say the second best team in Thailand. And of course, after that is the creme de la creme of the Asian Counter-Strike, Tyloo versus Vici. I'm so ready for that one, gentlemen. But Invictus Sigma, that's coming up next. And we're going to be heading to a very quick break before that. A little longer break than usual. But do stick around, because the next game promises to be a pretty exciting affair as well.
Coming up next.
flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen. It is day 5 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. My name is Blair, and we're kind of like not halfway through yet. We're just done with one best of 3 series, which is Beyond taking down their opponents in a pretty convincing fashion overall. But coming up next, it's going to be a pretty exciting series in its own right. It's going to be Invictus facing off against Sigma. And joining me, as usual, are going to be my long-suffering friends. It's going to be Tom. It's going to be Dinko. And the ever so excited, lovely, and happy and chirpy looking Mitch. Mitch, how are you doing?
Not too good. Not too good, to be honest. I feel
It's MC Bride.
I feel like death. I'll be straight up about that. I haven't tried. I've heard a lot of techniques. Obviously, I was just working a different event, so I hadn't got a lot of sleep. I've heard a lot of different techniques for morning rituals. I haven't tried Dinko's just yet. Maybe that's where I need to go to next, because
the low fives.
It's
some rituals work for certain people, Mitch. Like I do certain things. Like Dinko, for example, takes his caffeine pills and he snorts it straight up, like his nostrils and every other orifice he has in his body. And it works. Look at how fresh he looks every single morning. It's 4 a.m. over there, Dinko, and yet you look like you're in the middle of the day. You're looking fresh. Anyway, hope we had a good break, because we have a pretty interesting matchup coming up, Dinko. It's going to be Invictus, who they struggled against Vici yesterday. Against Sigma, should be a cleaner affair.
Easy peasy.
Yes, but it should be. I think that's the key word. But coming into this, you never really know with Asian Counter-Strike. And like Mitch says, they give you trust issues, really. You go, okay, we're coming into this. It's going to be 2-0 for Invictus. They're a better team. Everything points to it. Sigma have looked terrible throughout the tournament. They don't know how to hold B. There's a lot of weaknesses coming in. But you never really know. Sigma might just do enough to carry one map over the line. I think they've got enough teamwork. They just make so many mistakes, and the individuals, I don't think there's enough firepower in this team to be able to compete against Invictus.
Yeah, but let's talk a bit more about the side of Invictus, Tom. I'm going to give this one your way. Like, they're a team yesterday. They came so close, man. They came so close. The nuke was theirs, 14-7. What went wrong? They're like, hopefully they've recovered. It's been less than 24 hours since then. Hopefully they've recovered from that choke, because that was a massive, massive, like, choke.
Yeah, that should have been their victory. And especially when you look at this as like, okay, sure, that was only to go to a third map. That wasn't to actually take the whole series, but it would have been something versus Vici, because at the moment we seem to have this clear hierarchy of like 1, 2, 3. It's fairly obvious where we're going each time. And they were looking like they were about to upset it. Same with Beyond, actually, in their match facing off against Tai Lu. So maybe there's a few bits of wiggle room, but if you're looking at this series, sure, we saw them play, like a few months ago, and it was a best of 5 that went to all 5. And then the time before that, it was actually Sigma winning versus Invictus. But I think they have to come into this one and make a statement, because Sigma, they lost to After. And they just about scraped through Huatsai, who have some good individuals, but ultimately have not been a good team. They just have some okay players. So realistically, this should just be them walking over Sigma. And if Sigma have just been playing poor so far, maybe we'll see something a little bit more.
For a change, we have a little bit of extra time this time around, and unfortunately, I don't think Mitch's special little crystal ball is going to be there to help him with the map Vita. So, Mitch, I'm going to have to rely on brains there, lad. What do you think the maps are going to be? And I don't, just give it a shot. And I feel like we have enough.
Frantically refreshing HLTV.
The pound's working today, Mitch. A little bit tired, maybe.
No.
You see what's happened. Right. Listen. So because I didn't sleep that much, my connection with the spirit realm is not. It's not there. You know. That's like that's basically the connection, and it's more like that at the moment. So
he's just frantically delaying to HLTV get the
basically.
Maps. I'm getting
no. Shit. But it's so it's not. It's like, you know, I'm hearing words, whispers. Normally I hear sentences, paragraphs. In fact, the voices in my head, but now I hear whispers in the background, and I'm almost like
are they saying stop stalling?
No.
He's doing a very good job just filling time, so I'm just gonna let him go, Tom. Keep going.
Listen. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna listen to the quieter voices, right? Usually there's the loud ones. They know what they're talking about. Bang, they're accurate all the time.
It's been a minute and a half of this.
Patty O'Shea,
it's impressive.
Patty O'Shea isn't here. Patty O'Shea isn't here right now, right? The connection. It's not there. It's not there. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to listen to the quieter voice, right? The quieter voices. Patty, hello? No, he's not here. Okay. So maps. What are we looking at? Let me have
I
a
don't
quick
know.
look.
I asked you a couple of minutes back, Mitch. You could go on.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a look. We're gonna have
Mirage
a think.
Inferno Train.
We're gonna. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Patty O'Shea isn't answering me. He's not answering me. I could see a Dust 2 coming through. Like if Sigma floated, I could see Invictus just punish picking that straight away. Bang. The connection will be there on that map.
It didn't lead to anything. It was 2.5 minutes of that. It didn't lead to anything.
The spirit, do you know what it is? The spirits, they're getting their nap in. They're still asleep right now. That's where we're at.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get back to the map Venus. But before that, let's take a look at the standings. Mitch, that was actually quite impressive, I won't lie. I haven't seen anyone just delay like that in a while. The Kings are back on top. Tyloo and Vici, we have the updated standings there. Both played a couple of maps, a couple of games. Both of them have won their matchups. We have Tiger and Checkmate. So the Mongolians and the Chinese up top there. Now Invictus, like, this is their opportunity to get on top of the Mongolian teams. But in the bottom 5, we have, unfortunately, the two Thai teams languishing in the 6th and 7th position. After Gaming, Bren, and Huadzai at the very bottom over there. So nothing too surprising. Huadzai yet to get a single win, which is kind of unfortunate. But then, yeah, they've had some close games. And then, of course, the previous game we had earlier today, that went rough.
Patty, is that you? Patty's here. Patty's awake. Okay.
Patty's awake?
Listen,
okay.
I'm sensing Nuke. Okay? Nuke? What's the next one, Patty? Come on. Where's the connection? Mirage. Nuke Mirage.
Okay.
Come on. And now,
sleep that rubbish.
I'm hearing.
I'm trying to find out where Patty is as
Dust
well.
2.
But I'm like,
Dust 2. Nuke Mirage Dust 2. That's what I'm seeing. Nuke Mirage Dust 2. We can lock it in right now. 100%. Those are the maps we're going to see. And you know what?
They've memed you.
Who?
Did it show? Is the map video ready yet? Production. Is it ready yet?
I'm pretty sure they're not yet telling him.
The video's not done yet, Mitch. But you're predicting
No, it's Patty. It's Patty O'Shea. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. I'm gonna write it down.
What the hell you're talking about?
Nuke Mirage Dust 2. Okay,
sure.
Cool.
Patty sounded very Romanian today.
He does accents. He does impressions.
He is
quite good.
Okay.
Patty O'Shea, I mean, come on.
Do you have any logical input into
well, I predict,
you feel which way it might go?
Well, the maps I predicted was Mirage, Inferno, and Train, because Sigma have showed that they like to pick Mirage.
Should listen to Patty.
Yeah, they're a Thai team, right? And that does mean Mirage comes through quite a bit. We seen them play though, they had a lot of weaknesses, so maybe that'll force them away from the map from their last matchup. Maybe they feel a little bit unconfident on it. Inferno is a map where I think Invictus have the edge against Sigma, or they shoot on paper. But the last time these guys played, Sigma destroyed them 16-9. Well, they did on both maps actually, Mirage and Inferno. So yeah, I think honestly this video is probably going to be pretty similar. I think Invictus won't want to go out of their comfort zone. I think they'll just pick the maps they were playing before with Oi. It's just because most of the team have a system there. So yeah, I could definitely see Invictus just picking Inferno. They're decent enough on Mirage, so I think it's going to be Mirage, Inferno, Train.
All right, Tom, anything to add to that? Because I feel like, obviously Overpass is going to get banned out, and I feel Train should be banned here by Sigma. But any other map they pick from the side of Invictus, like, it just seems like it's going to be very lopsided. But I do believe we have the map veto. Now, Mitch might be feeling a little nervous here. Let's see. I hope
he's been told the answer.
He's told the answer, hasn't he?
No, no.
Are you
no.
still
what a
questioning
cheater.
this?
All right,
No,
all right,
it's
let's
on-
take a look.
Yeah, it's on a wonderful website. His spirits are back online. It's up there. It's ready, Blur.
All right, let's take a look at the map Vitas. All right, give it to me. Let's see if you got it right. Well, there was a nuke in there. Didn't he say a nuke?
He did.
Yeah.
He
no,
said nuke.
No,
yes, you
no.
did.
I think it got lost in translation there. From the very start. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Patty told me Inferno, Mirage, Vertigo. Maybe you know what there is. Okay, let me explain. Listen, boys, what you don't get about this is there's some evil spirits out there as well. Sometimes they can manipulate the voice
what's their
lines,
name?
the interwebs.
Patrick O'Shea.
So what's really happened, Mitch?
Seamus
What's really happened,
O'Patrick,
Mitch?
actually. And, you know, these boys, they come in and sometimes they mess with the sound waves. So what I said was Inferno, Mirage, Vertigo. Well, you guys might have heard something different, but obviously,
I mean, the way you
No,
could have
it's
gone
our
with
it's
this
the
is that-
technology.
You're
It's
blaming
the evil
us.
technology
Mitch.
that's messed it up.
The way you could have gone with this is you were like the chosen one, the decipher, the hints, right? They don't give you the actual answers. They just said it was a vertical map coming up. It had 2 levels coming in the 3rd map.
Could have been Overpass.
It could have been, and you decided to go with nuke. Unlucky,
Yeah.
Mitch.
Yeah,
It is the way it is, but all forgiven, Mitch. We have the map. We have the actual map beat already now, though.
Inferno,
And it's
Mirage,
still
and Vertigo.
completely wrong for Mitch. I love it. I love how Patty just screwed him over. There we go. That's what you get for believing in the spirits. The spirits are all evil. It is going to be Inferno. Okay, let's look at it. So Overpass Dust 2 getting banned. Not a surprise, right? But just the pick of Inferno. I'm not convinced. I feel they could have picked Train. If you ask me, Tom, I'm going to give this one your way. I think Train would have been more convincing for Invictus. I don't know. Their Inferno's kind of like, eh.
To an extent, I guess that most of the losses they have though are to like decent teams. I guess in the last RMR they had a few questionable ones, like losing to Lucid Dream. Also, but other than that, it's like you're looking at your Vichis. They lost it to Mazalai as well. I guess that's a bit more of a questionable one. But yeah, I definitely think that they're just picking the maps that they are comfortable on. So like Inferno, they've got 21 maps on it. It's their most popular map. Their second most popular map is Mirage. So they're looking at this in probably quite a good veto. I still think they'll take this in a 2-0. I'll be honest, I've not been impressed with what I've seen from Sigma so far. The teams that they've managed to beat are nowhere near the level of an Invictus. You've got Huatsai, who we pretty much already said, they're bottom of the board. They're bottom of the whole thing. Then in the last one, they managed to beat I think it was maybe the qualifier. They beat Mazalai, who you guys have pretty much told me are not the greatest team in the world. And then I'm just talking about Inferno. But I mean, yeah. Then
after itself must be something.
Yeah, and that they almost managed to lose that map, I believe, to just one player getting like a load of kills. So I don't know. I don't particularly think this is a team that will be able to challenge versus Invictus. I think they've just gone for the maps that they feel comfortable on. I think Flying and Viva are going to have an absolute field day. And honestly, they don't even need to play their best. They should be able to win this one easy.
And Dinka, for the side of Invictus, apart from that massive capitulation against Vici yesterday on Nuke, apart from that, they were looking good. Bottle especially seemed to be coming into his own yesterday against the second best team in the region. So I'm expecting as the days progress and more games they play, just be more and more dangerous. And when they reach the playoffs, which let's be real here, we all expect them to make it to the playoffs, they might be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think Invictus clearly have so many good individual players. Flying is consistently strong. Bottle was a little bit quiet at the start, but again, that's probably just because he's not match fit. He took a little while to get into things, and like you said, he's starting to come into his own, and we'll really start to see that it is an improvement overall. It is an upgrade. I think Invictus in the long run are going to be a really solid team. I feel like they'll have enough sorted out to go to the playoffs and make a deep run. I think obviously they got given 2 very difficult matchups towards the start, and it has been a little bit of a rough ride for them. I mean, 1 win, 1 loss. They did have to fight for both their matches, but going into the playoffs, they should fix a lot of the issues. Bottle should be feeling a lot more comfortable going in there. So I feel like Invictus they'll steadily get better as we go on in this tournament. So I'm expecting a similar performance and better from the last time they played today.
Well, I do hear word that the game is finally ready. We have both the teams in the server. It's going to be the action kicking off here. Sigma, can they get a win over what some people call the 3rd best team in the entirety of Asia? We're going to be finding out, but that's not mine or Dinko's job. It's going to be these 2 wonderful gentlemen right below me. So Tom, Mitch, take it away. I'm just going to go take a nap.
Well, good to see that Blaze committed towards this hardcore analysis he's going to be doing.
Neither
afterwards.
of us would ever take naps between games. You know that I would never condone that sort of behavior.
No, I mean I don't even want to know what Dinko's doing in between games. All I heard from him is that he gets it off. I don't know what he's talking about.
He's giving himself a 5-figure discount.
I don't want to know. Well, we'll see if he's getting a helping hand in this one, or if he's going to be forced to make it quick, because we're starting off into this first map, Invictus versus Sigma. It should be a quick series, so hopefully it takes Dinko just a few minutes, like you said, as we come on in
to get food, of course.
Yes, absolutely, to make some food. Well, I hope he doesn't need it. Sigma are in a position now with a CT side start that hopefully they'll be able to get off to at least something pretty, because in this series, I would imagine, to me, the way the world is on Invictus to just come in and smash them.
Yeah, I think as well, like you might see levels of disrespect. Maybe that'll be one way they can actually get into this game. The problem is, I think the level of the opponent they've struggled against so far is like some decent individual players, and then like you look at it and go, okay, but they didn't have any strategy. Whereas Invictus do have that basis to fall back on. They've got a good mix as well. It's not just necessarily one player that's just carrying them through. I think everybody can hold their own weight. And players like Zhao Sage actually seem to have quite an intelligent way of approaching the game. So I think that, again, like if Invictus do struggle in this series, then I don't think we can even put them as a contender within this tournament, because obviously they've still got some pretty tough opponents to face against. They choked quite heavily facing off against Vici, although they have beaten Beyond already. Actually, out of all the teams, they've played against some of the tougher ones, I suppose. You've still got obviously the likes of Tai Lu, and we still don't know what to expect from Tiger in the majority of these matches. So it's not going to get easier from here. But okay, you beat Beyond, you lost to Vici. But those results are fine. Realistically, they probably should have taken a map of Vici, but whatever. If they lose to Sigma, we're looking at this in a completely different way. This isn't like, this is a slight upset. This would be probably the biggest upset we've seen of the tournament so far. And I'm just setting that up because I don't believe that's going to happen. It's just the premise of this should be a quick 2-0. They've got their two most played maps. Granted, they've played 17 maps of both Mirage and Nuke. But, well, they actually have a worse win rate on Nuke. And then a lot of the other maps that we sort of look at, like, for example, a Train, they've got a really high win rate, but only played it 6 times. So, if anything, this is their map pool. Vertigo is also one that Sigma have a 0% win rate on, so that should be another pretty easy game for them. So realistically, it should be a 2-0. If it's not, Invictus have made some mistakes.
I'd be inclined to agree with you there, Tom. I'm glad we got that whole pre-game out of the way. That took a while for the boys to start it up, but now we're ready to go. Ready to swing on in.
Talk, to be honest. Wow. There's such a big ego nowadays.
I know. It's ridiculous.
It's almost as long as his hair.
Whoa, what is?
I don't know. That's for you to find out.
I'm looking forward to finding out. Let's be careful what we say, though. We don't want to get Dinko too excited, though. We know how that can
end. Some would call it happy. Either way, it is going to be the T's building up in towards this B site. Only 2 to defend. Look at the push from Reality Jesus, though. This is a name I'm looking forward to casting. One of many. The other is on your screen. Having the name PP and Destroyer in the same server that's a dangerous game. But yeah, they managed to basically get themselves into an after-plant position. There is a flash. Now, I like to see the smoke and kit combo, especially in pistol rounds. I think it either gives you the ability to gain a lot of space or to just try and sneak defuse the bomb. This retake, though, is actually going fantastically well. 3 kills already. It's left on to Bottle, who's stuck in the corner, but he's managed to get 3 kills. They'll finally put him down, and luckily the kit is available. Now, I can almost guarantee this man's buying straight back in with an AK. When you have 37.50 going into things, the game is almost just tempting you. They would have to go for SMGs on the other players if they were to take that risk, but personally, I'd like to see them force.
Seeing them force the issue and get up early would be nice for sure, especially when you're the team that comes in as the favorites. I think. Ooh, I don't like that buy from the CT side. There are a lot of SMGs in play, and for Invictus, you know, this is somewhere that a force buy could have really helped them out massively to bridge that. Doesn't look like they've gone for it though, Town, does it? There's nothing there for them.
Disappointed.
Yeah, they're making the scared plays. I mean, technically, it's the smart ones, right? They've managed to get a bomb plant in. Sometimes you'll get a force buy, and honestly, I'm a fan of the force buy in this round because you literally have the exact same buy as your opponents.
I like it on this map in particular because the economy is so important for the CT side. Like, getting all the extra utility is just going to be clinical in this match. So unless they do some real damage here, you're basically giving the CTs a better chance. Whereas in this round, sure, they invested more into utility, but they have some weaponry or vulnerability. So I think that there's an argument for both. Like, this is the safer route, but I prefer the riskier play. Now, they're going to start putting the pressure on the B side. There is only one defender, but the Molotov will buy time for a second to rotate in. They're going to go for the boost. I pray to God the teams are going to check the boost in this game. I cannot cope with another match that he's checked. Oh, I love Xiao Sage. Honestly, it's only one kill, but do you know what he does? He goes, you know what? There's probably someone on the boost, Mitch. There's probably someone there. I will pre-fire it as I walk in. It's amazing how, like, very minor details, things that you could almost call basics, make me very happy nowadays.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what you get after watching enough of Bren and Checkmate and After playing as if they have no brain. So this is a nice little change to what we're used to. No moronic Counter-Strike here. And just in case you think that's too harsh, these blokes literally went B, what, 3 times in a row and didn't check boost any of those 3 times and got killed from boost all 3 times. So yeah, Nifty's just killed himself. Sigma are down a man in a very important round, right? They invested a lot into this one, the reinvestment into utility. And never mind, I take back what I said previously. Yeah, Moronic Counter-Strike is back because Just Cause has walked out through balcony, not even expecting a player to be near the site, despite the fact that they just lost the duel on mid about half an hour ago. All right, so we're in for one of these games then, I guess.
They managed to take the A site, taking 3 damage, and using not many nades. Like, look, they've still got 4 smokes, a Molotov, 4 flashbangs, and an HE. How? I genuinely how? Like, I don't understand. Like, that's way too easy. Like, I thought Invictus were gonna win, but I thought at least we might see double digits for Sigma. But if it's gonna be that easy for a team to take the A site, which is normally one where you have to use a hell of a lot of utility, I want to see Molotovs in the pit. I want to see smokes falling down to cover the arch. So, what? I'm sure Mitch, there's no one here at this point, right?
Woosah. We go back to the, you know, in fairness, this region has helped me out with my asthma a lot because I've had to get much better at controlling my breathing watching things like this. Just deep breaths. It's all okay. It's been a wild round. I love how we just got the replay as well of Nifty running through his own molly to kill himself in a full buy round where they'd be forced to an eco afterwards. Yeah, you know.
You sacrifice some of your health to the god of fire.
And he does nothing for you.
You're a man who believes in spirits, I'm sure. I'm sure you believe in the god of fire. Either way, just a few pistols in this round. Obviously, you got Mr. PP over on the other side. I'm sure he appreciates that name. Just going to be sat there with the rifle. It's weird to me that... Okay, so this is a round where you're going to take risks, right? That's a nice shot. They don't actually rotate a player. They've actually pushed down further. Nifty's got an awful lot of information, but they've lost arch control because of it. Now, either this flank at least nets a kill, which it might. Bottle is probably unaware, but the timing is a bit rough. Like a roller coaster. Unfortunately, the emotion's only disappointment as he doesn't actually get anything done. Bottle's actually still alive. Now, I would like to see PP Overdose save this, but he's decided he'd rather die. So, well, he's going to be left with the bare bones rifle into the next round. I mentioned probably about 2 minutes ago, maybe 3, how important utility is on this map. So unless he's going to avoid going for a rifle, which, okay, he goes for a FAMAS, and that's respectable, but he could have just had the rifle and everything else. I don't think there was any way he was ever going to win that round. Maybe trying to make things a bit more costly for the T's, but realistically, they won the last round with 0 people dying, so their money was never going to be hurt.
I think for Sigma, you got to be in a bit of a high pressure environment, right? They threw away an opportunity the previous round. They should have a good start into this half already, and if they lose this round, well, it will not be a good start, put it simply. Exciting to see them come through with a bit of a turnaround from what we just saw. Aspiron has a lot of weight on it. Now, obviously, it's looking better than the others already. They haven't lost a pick on top Banana. They haven't killed themselves on Banana with a Molotov. And, you know, that's pretty much where I draw the line and say, that's better. We're improving here, boys. Well done. Yeah, Sigma looked like a good team the first time that we saw them, and since then, they didn't. But that's a good start. And there's a tutorial on why not to spray through smokes like that for 30 bullets. So PP, he's going through the smoke. I like this. I like the play. He gets, oh my God, turn around. What? Joe Sage had no idea that he was there. He was just hugging him back to back, taking down the kills. And with that, Invictus are behind by miles.
Yeah, they're both so low. There shouldn't really be any chance here for Flying to win this one out. And at least get the bomb down, earn himself a little bit of extra cash, but realistically, they'll get the trade instantly. So, great work. A huge risk, obviously, by Mr. Overdose. As he basically ran through without any utility. Just tried to take a peek and managed to win it out just off the surprise factor. It's one of those hero plays that I think is going to work 1 in 10 times, and luckily for him, it was the 1, because if he goes down, that's round over already. Instead, they get the victory, but the T's are not going to have any trouble buying back up into this one. They've got plenty of cash. Viva was starting this round with 10,000. Well, there was actually a flash. It was just a really low thrown flash. So it didn't actually catch anyone, I don't think.
That's a round that they do not deserve. Like, just fundamentally, that was unreal by PP to go through the smoke the way he did and take a 3K, some Jam Young-esque plays. But it's all about consistency, and from what we've seen, Sigma don't have it in them to pull those out round after round, so we've got to see them then come in with a much better start, and that certainly is a better start. Niffy right down Banana. We've seen this man kill himself. We've seen him get shot through a smoke after spamming 30 bullets, and now finally, he's managed to find an opening duel on Banana and fall back into a position where they can play off of.
Oh, Viva having a bit of a rough start to this round and the match. Smokes can be thrown out. They're going to go for the boost. They are. So Just Cause going to be peeking over the top. Spam through doesn't net him anything. Still can't really see at all. These have actually created a bit of a rotation into a more passive hold for Sigma. Obviously, they do still have 2 players on this B site, so it's not really the end of the world. Both actually playing very far back, and I imagine, yeah, it's the boost in play. This position's normally good for 1, so I think I'm going to be more reliant on PP. Overdose! Oh, they actually checked the close angle first, and they're not ready for that second player. PP again looking to hold the line, and he's doing a fantastic job. It's left all onto Zalsage, and although he will go... what? Excuse me?
I have no idea.
That's unreasonable. Reality Jesus is probably blaming his father for that one because there was the luck of the gods on his opponent's side.
Yeah, I think he's going to be questioning reality after that one because it was unbelievable. Nice little spray by Xiaosage, picking up players through smokes, but it's not enough.
He was probably a little bit cross. Ah!
Jesus.
Yes.
That's blasphemy, Tom. You can't say yes to that.
Well, you shouldn't be using the Lord's name in vain.
Oh, we smack him back with that.
Yeah, I got an A and RE at GCSE.
I'm Irish. I feel like I beat you on this immediately.
You're forced into religion.
Exactly. We are. It's beaten into us. But look, on a 4-2 scoreline, Sigma are ahead. They're looking like they're winning, but I don't really feel like they are going to. I'm still in there with Invictus. I need to see a lot more from the Sigma lineup before I swap sides and start to actually feel like some of the plays are coming through are repeatable and planned. I've had a couple of nice positions like the early boost and banana, but it is these nifty little tricks from Niffy. You can't pull them out every single round. I need to see
also the big PP plays that have
absolutely
been coming out. He's been able to hold it down, and that's been enough for them so far. It's going to be him as the solo player on this B site. Destroyer trying to sell a bit of a fake. Do a bit of damage, but in the meantime, his teammates have actually gone forward. Destroyer gets a kill as well, so that will hold the remaining players over. But again, we're going to see this fast rotation. Just Cause pushing him from behind. Flying is waiting for him, but he still can't win the duel. And there's a second player there. Not going to go down for Just Cause, so he will be able to survive. PP Overdose trying to spam in some utility. He's going to run through this smoke again. Second one, Flash is great, but this time Viva's good for the trade. It's left into a 2 versus 2. Reality Jesus hoping to try and find something through the smoke, but nothing is going to come through. And Just Cause has actually gone on a long rotation away from Banana, all the way back round for CT to try and group up with his teammate.
Be a long one for Reality. I'm going to eventually start making his move in. Bogdan's Law comes in. Just Cause is going to be the one that's getting that op. And oh my god, what a swift conclusion to this one for Sigma. Great retake. Great allocation of their weapons. And they both hit their shots straight away. It's exactly what you needed to see. And 5-2 on the board now for Sigma. As I said, a good retake for them in that round. They have managed to trade back the kills, at least when they were in this position, pulling it back to a 2 versus 2. I feel like, you know, when I look at Invictus at the moment, they're missing some of the key players that we talk about a lot. Obviously, Xiaosage is there. He is there in force. But Viva flying, they're not quite showing up to the extent that they normally do.
Yeah, it's definitely been a quieter start for them. Of course, the pressure is still on. That is aggressive from Niffy, and they're going to go pushing into Xiaosage. He's only good for one. The trade's fine, and it seems like Sigma's plan in a lot of these cases is actually just to dislodge Invictus with aggressive plays. Something quite common on this map, especially with the banana pushes. Already, though, T-side have made a lot of space. Destroyer just walks out of apartments, looking to try and clear the pit, not ready for the AWP to be holding the angle, and bit of a silly mistake. A 4 versus 4, seeming like a good position. Just Cause holding patiently on the angle. Not going to be thrown over. The peak is wide, and somehow he manages to get 2. Finally, there's a trade back, but it always seems to be far too late. Always once the round is already won. 45 seconds for Viva to try and get something done here, and can't say that I'm much of a believer at this point. There is a bit of a wide peak coming out from Rolex, a risk that wasn't really necessary. Eventually, Reality Jesus comes back into closer round. Sigma 6-2. Victus, as of yet, have not really shown up.
I am getting a little bit worried, I'll be honest. Like, the reality is Sigma are in this position where, you know, I consider and say, oh, well, Vivo, they'll come back in. They're just, they're making these kind of mistakes, blah, blah. the reality is Sigma are looking good. There's no denying it with the scoreline that's in their favor. And if Invictus don't wake up, if we don't see Flying and Viva come through and start delivering these big plays that we're used to seeing, well, then that one clutch, that one lucky play, the second lucky play as well that came in, might be enough to give the map over towards Sigma, at least to give them massive advantage coming into the next half. It's getting a little bit scary.
On this round at least. 5 Deegs. They really are just trying some ridiculous solo plays. Just walking up mid. Going on a little jaunt to try and find a kill, some information. This time they've set Reality Jesus up. It's a bit weird that you've got PP Overdose just sat at the back of site. I'm guessing he's boosted up. And thus, it's just part of the plan to almost just bait them in with the AWP. I'd prefer a little bit more team play, a bit more synergy, because if he goes down, there is no chance of a trade in a free AWP into the hands of the opponents. He's actually not boosted up, so this makes even less sense. It's almost like they're just trying to sell it as a 4-1, I guess. Say that the other players have rotated away and hope that the opponents don't check, which is very much a possibility. It is common that you see this, but there goes one, and yep, they don't check. But he's only got 1 kill so far. Needs to get more. Flying has come in. Now they've got an AWP, or had an AWP, and an AK. And again, the trade comes a little bit too late. In isolation, this round's not bad. If they get a bomb plant, especially, the flash comes through. He's dead. He shouldn't be able to get around the corner, but they're a little bit slow. The spray down is close. It's a really nice attempt from Invictus and Flying. But it is still going to be Sigma taking a 7th round.
It's getting very, very scary at this stage, isn't it? I mean, no matter how close these rounds are coming, the 2v2s, the 1v1s, they're not going Invictus's way. And, you know, we often end up in a position where we're saying, oh, well, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of these rounds were close, blah, blah, blah. If the team wins every single clutch situation, I don't think there's any denying they look like the better team, right?
Well, as of right now, they're looking dicey. They've still had glimmers of what we expect to see from them, but they haven't been able to close any of these rounds. It's sort of the classic. Like, you look at the amount of money that Sigma have. This does not look like a team that have won like a fair few rounds in a row. It looks like a team that's had a real back and forth, but just none of the rounds have actually been closed. In fact, it is 5 rounds in a row now for the side of Sigma. Had a few sort of questionable plays in the early rounds, but I have to say they're not looking anywhere near as bad as they did when they played against After. Maybe just playing down to the level of that team. Aggressive play. Nice shot from Viva, though. An important opener. We see the AWP kind of switch between him and Destroyer, depending on the situation, and Flying, waiting on the edge of the smoke. Much better stuff. They're catching these aggressive plays out, which was something that, as said, that seemed to be the reaction from Sigma in a lot of these rounds. PP Overdose has rotated in quite quickly, though, and they've left Niffy as the solo player towards this B site. He might be called upon here, as we are now seeing the rotation coming back. 3 players looking to try and put pressure on the B site, but because of this, they've given a 1v1 duel, and Destroyer's gone down, leaving Niffy in a position where even if he gets a kill here, his teammates are going to have an opportunity. There goes the smokes, the flashbangs over the top, the spam through is going to be met by nothing, and he's got to be careful not to fall. But all in all, from a 5v3, this is winnable.
It is. It is winnable when you look over towards the Invictus side, and that should be it. Should be at lockdown. Rolex, they don't even have the money to go for this. And this is what we were talking about, right? A lot of these rounds have been very close. So you can see that Sigma just don't have the money to really commit towards a retake like this. And Rolex, yeah, he's definitely not going to go for it, but he's going to look for exits as well. And it's not even a bad play. Like, their buy is going to be terrible in the next round. And even that one rifle removed from the T-side's hands is going to cause them a bit of knockback if they lose the next round. Obviously, it's unlikely considering, as I said, the buy being so weak for Sigma, but I don't mind it. I feel like it's a risky play. Like, if it was me to put it this way, if it was me, I would call for that save, the hard save. I wouldn't value the exit that much, just because it's likely Invictus build that money up coming into this round, and I'd rather have the AK to do damage coming into this one when you've got teammates to back you up. But it's not the worst if you can maybe trap him in with the bomb, and I can see arguments for it.
I think that interests me is well, at least in my eyes, Sigma have bought way too much.
1350, 1200, 1000, 100%. Yeah.
So they can't buy next round. So I don't. The thing that like, if you go all in here, I may not necessarily agree, but I understand it. Like, you're saving money to eventually get your full buy. If you save here completely, understand it. You want to come back in with a buy in the next round. This is just a mid ground that makes no sense, because you're removing the chance, or lowering the chance of you winning the round, because none of you have armor or any utility. But you're also removing the chance of you buying into the next round. The only sort of question you could say is they want to make sure they have absolutely everything going in a couple of rounds time, which I guess could make a bit of sense, but it still just seems like an odd one. And, well, with the rifle falling, one of the pistols as well, I wouldn't even mind if they just saved into the next round. I don't know how that's happened. Like, Destroyer is having a really rough game, and I feel like a lot of his plays rely on him doing something sneaky, like individually getting somewhere. Like, we saw it a lot on Nuke yesterday, where he was playing really well when he was able to sneak outside, catch people off guard. And once Vici adapted to like hold outside a little bit better, I don't even know if he got a kill since. And now that, like, I personally don't think he has that many levels to his game, is what I'm trying to say. So, for example, this game hasn't been going very well. He's still trying to make those plays which are completely unnecessary. He doesn't need to be aggressive in library with an AK. The rest of his teammates were just hiding back and holding onto their weaponry. He's given a free rifle over now. Completely unnecessary.
Yeah, 100%. I'd love to see teams move towards hard stat-based decisions. Like, I feel like what we've got for Sigma in that instance was just a straight up, oh, I want a deagle. And so they have a deagle. And then in this round, they're like, I want an M4, but I can't afford one. How's this happened? That doesn't make sense. But even when it comes towards some other teams, I've seen teams take ecos in positions where they can cripple their opponent's economy, and vice versa, actually force buying, not fully knowing, evidently, like, their percentage win rate when it comes into these kind of force buys. Like, if you're going to win the majority of your force buy rounds, it's worth going for. But I feel like a lot of teams will judge based on feeling more so. And I guess it's because a lot outside of the top 20 don't have analysts to work with. How's this happen?
Oh, he jumped through the smoke. That's so unlucky. That is so unlucky. He's lighting up the headshot, and just as he goes to shoot, his opponent jump throws a smoke, so he shoots him in the butt cheeks instead of in the head. That is probably painful, but, well, a flawless try. And this is sort of the difference, right? The rounds that Invictus, this is now what, the second, maybe even third. No, obviously they lost one in the last round because Destroyer decided to play very aggressive. But this is like the second completely flawless round that they've managed to win. Obviously, one of the other rounds was with 4 players. So these rounds have been so much cleaner for Invictus that they just managed to basically get themselves a huge bank of cash to rely on. Whereas the CT side have consistently had issues. Aren't you going to see the double AWP in as well? Now, I don't think Sigma were playing particularly bad without it. I've sort of harped on a lot of teams because they seem to force the double AWP setup for absolutely no reason at all, even with players that don't seem to be particularly good at AWPing. Hello, Tiger. And yeah, we're going to see whether or not this one will work. That is a really bold peek. They just ran straight through, and luckily there was a huge whiff out from Reality Jesus. So they got a bit lucky here. I think this round could have easily gone the other way, but okay, Flying. I think he's had enough. Like, this seems to be like a player who's just gone, okay, all right, guys, that's too much. Like, this is now getting out of hand, and he's just gone ham. But yeah, there was, as they ran out, I don't believe anybody actually checked short side. And there were 2 players there, and neither of them got a kill.
Yeah. It looked like Reality Jesus had sort of intruded on a party. You know, he'd snuck up behind them. They had no idea he was there. But the thing is, for Sigma, 7 rounds, right? They're in a good spot. They were. But now with 6 picked up for Invictus, it's already a good T-half. And this is what I was worried about. This is why I wasn't coming in saying, oh, Sigma, they're dominating. They're unreal. Because Viva, once these guys step up, what I was waiting for them to do for, 9 rounds. Once it eventually happens, you end up in this position where, okay, Invictus are right back in the game. They're T-side Inferno. They're coming right back into it. And this is fine. Anything they get from here forward is a bonus. And they're set up versus a very weak buy from Sigma. So odds are this round goes their way. And you can see even Sigma agree, not force buying it up, but instead conceding this one essentially. Playing with the AWP, with the pistols, but keeping the majority of their money for the next round.
Well, the Molotov didn't quite land where it was supposed to, but neither did the shot. Not the easiest shot in the world to hit, but in rounds like this, that can definitely make all the difference. And they managed to take banana control, but with the AWP being spotted, you just hit A, right? You're not really going to risk going anywhere near that. Reality Jesus, as you could see, he's saving up for his AWP once again. Niffy probably going to buy another one, although I haven't seen it in action just yet. I think that's maybe one of the first shots he's actually fired of it. Now with under a minute on the clock, it seems like the T's, they've gained the space they need. Nice shot from Rolex. There's also going to be aggressive push from Reality Jesus. I thought he was just going to hold in the apartments, but clearly wanted to try and catch someone off guard. In these sort of rounds, you can kind of understand the risks. Just cause living a little bit longer than expected, but eventually it's quite clinical. And as you can see, the AWP is already dashing away towards the spawn. So 7-7. So this was 7-2. Ooh. Yeah, 7-2. So this has definitely slipped away. It did seem like it took a little bit of time for Invictus to really build into this one. I think also, like, it's quite common, in fact, especially with the matches we've seen so far in this tournament, the better team a lot of the time goes down a few rounds because, well, Sigma were doing silly things. So Invictus are just like, well, Vici wouldn't do that. What's going on? And then after a while they go, okay, guys, for the first minute, let's do nothing. Like, what? Like, do nothing? Why are we doing? You just hold, and they'll give us a kill. And well, that has been the case. Like, even in this round, they get the first kill, and then someone just runs in and goes, ah, and just gets instantly shot. So, also, I think a couple of their players, for example, Flying had a really slow start to the game. He now has 16 kills. Destroyer still not having the best game, and Viva had a couple of good rounds, but nothing to write home about. So, yeah, they're now like booming with cash. 15,000 for Viva, 13,900 for Flying, and they're looking to just take this half home. And actually, we don't see the secondary AWP pick back up. That's almost perfectly described what I was talking about, like literally a second ago. Like, yeah. Oh, let's just wait, and he just runs into the crosshair of Banana. Like that's madness. Yeah.
So, advice for you at home: if you're gonna do that, have a flash. Like, have one of your teammates flash for you. Don't just wide swing Banana in a versus a full buy round where you know there's an AWP on the other side, especially when they have been holding and waiting for your peaks. That was ludicrous. Borderline stupidity.
Oh dear. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. They're flashing through the smoke. This makes me feel uncomfortable. Neither of them. That seems to keep happening for Invictus. Everybody looks the same way. Like, no, there's supposed to be synergy where one of you looks one way, one of you looks the other way. So, oh, I thought he got him. It was actually a nade. Destroyer now. 1 versus 3. Looking like Sigma are going to get themselves the half unless this man can finally step up and do the things we were seeing of him yesterday. He did have an overall good series versus Beyond, or no, versus Vici. And versus Beyond, to be fair. And for the cross, first shot, gonna go a miss. He somehow gets the second one, and what? This all slipping away. There's only 10 seconds on the clock. He needs to get on the bomb. He's got it just about. That is very lucky for Sigma. They've made my butt cheeks clench there, but they will get themselves the defuse.
Tom, what did I say about exciting Dinko? Come on. Got to keep it nondescript on this one.
Well, I don't want him to miss the next segment.
Trying to speed it up. Good man. I respect it. Only takes a few minutes, he said, so I think he needs it. They certainly had a few minutes in this game anyways, because it has gone to a decent distance in this first half. We're sat at 8-7. Curious strategy for the final round as well. 4v4, pushing to B, don't look at sight. It's sort of like in the movies when they say, like, just look at the sunset. So they can give them a nice peaceful end. Like, rush into B.
I just wonder if maybe Bottle and, well, Oi played different. Like, he used to always look right, and now he just can't get out of his head. Because that's happened a few times now. It happened when they rushed into the A site or into mid. Everybody looked left. Nobody looked towards the short side, and they just got away with it because some shots were whiffed. Like, that's now happened 2, maybe 3 times when they're pushing somewhere where they both look the same way. So I just wonder if that's just down to they're both used to doing it and, and just forgot that they're supposed to be looking the other way. Early kill goes the way of the CT side, but now it's left all onto Xiao Sage. Clinical first shot. Needs a second. He needs at least one more, and he gets it. That's going to set his teammates up for a retake. They do have a kit available. They're also using a flash, interestingly. As said, personally, I like a smoke, but I can see the benefits, especially on Inferno. Flash through. This battle's important. Rolex needs to win it, and he's not going to. It's left all onto Niffy. Will Niffy be a bit whiffy? No, he won't. 2 quick kills. Bomb not yet being defused. Oh, the timing just about works out for him. Bottle does have the kit, but we've got a game of Ring Around the Rosie. He's going to get himself down, and he wins the clutch. It's an important pistol for Sigma. They've now won both of them. They've got everything they need. They had a 7-2 start. They should be taking this map, but they are up against one of the titans of Asian Counter-Strike, so not a believer just yet.
Yeah, massive problem there for Invictus, just going in one by one. I appreciate
not
Destroyer.
To play
like, I appreciate Destroyer dying. Like, he'd already taken the frag. He got isolated. It's fine. But then in the 2v1 group up, for God's sake, and push together. What are you doing? This is like kindergarten level Counter-Strike. Something you can't really allow to just slip out of your hands. 4 Deagles, yeah, that's the play. There we go, Viva. Oh my God, what is going on? This Deagle, he's just torn them apart. And what did I tell you, Tom? The formula. It's been proven.
Okay, quick reactions from Rolex. They do still have an AK available to them, and only 1 man left on the A site. They haven't managed to retrieve any of the weaponry either, so it is still just going to be the Deagles available to them. They've actually gambled a player back towards A, so that would be the rotation out from Viva. Still technically on for the ace. Flying and Bottle both still with smokes, actually, so that they could use a little bit of utility to try and deny. This is going to come down to a 1v1 for Bottle. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, he's not been baited just yet. He's actually going to go all the way back to the site and just try and hold more passively. Push coming in, that's an easy kill, and now they've realized this fake really hasn't worked too well, but PP overdose. That AK comes into play, goes for the deep smoke, taken into CT. A little bit unfortunate they're actually both coming from Banana. So he's going to try and get aggressive, and that smoke might actually give him away a little bit. Because you'll see that smoke, you'll know that it's gone down, and you'll realize, okay, chance... Oh, is he actually just... Oh, dear. He's now completely sectioned off. This is going to be quite confusing for him, especially trying to make his way through. We've seen him make this play multiple times. It worked once. It didn't quite work the second. He's going to make it work again, though. Oh, they are clutching at straws, literally, to win these rounds. That's a 1v3, and you guessed it, a 1v3 to win 2 rounds in a row. Sigma, they've just got a couple of players that are dragging them through, and one of them is Mr. PP.
The PP is certainly gigantic when it comes down to impact, and that's what we like to see, right? This guy isn't here to mess around. He's here to dominate and win these games. That's exactly what he's doing for his team. 10-7 is one hell of a scoreline. It's a position for Sigma where they've got to be over the moon at the moment. Like, the position that they're in, round-wise is fantastic. Now, what remains to be seen, though, is whether they can deliver time after time. And I think, you know, when you look at Invictus, you really have to believe that there's just going to be this element that they're just going to pop back up out of nowhere. Viva again on a Deagle, able to do this damage, and considering the impact that they managed to have on such a weak buy in the previous round, you definitely don't want to challenge that Deagle all too many times. You don't want to give him the space or the time of day.
Yeah, they can't even really afford to lose any more players. So this is already getting costly enough, and they've got Just Cause actually trapped in this corner. Viva might not know if he's crossed back. I guess that's the only saving grace here. They're keeping the majority of their players on B, and it does look like they're still planning on pushing in this direction. Oh! He was still moving. He was still moving! Viva, stop it! This is insane! Back-to-back rounds with this Deagle. He shouldn't buy anything else. 30 seconds left. Viva's going to take a tag. They eventually clear this back corner. And now Destroyer's walk through. He's got one off the back of the boost. Peeking in, it's left all onto Rolex. He now needs to 1v4. It's been clutch after clutch. A 1v3 in the pistol, a 1v3 in the force buy round. He needs a 1v4 in 13 seconds. It's not happening. Viva is an absolute machine. Is that back-to-back quad kills he's just got off the back of a Deagle?
Yep. Like, what do you do against that? What do you do? The position right now for Viva, as I said, you know, when you look at him on the Deagle, it's not something that you want to really give the space at the time of day to just shine on through, and they gave him every opportunity, pushing into him one at a time as he just domed. Look at it. It's disgusting. It really and truly is.
It was 3 and 4. It was 3 and 4.
Oh, 3 and 4. Okay.
Even still. That's
I'm not going to call him
a $700 investment. This guy has just gone from being like one of the quieter players in this match to one of the top fraggers. And now, while the Deagles on the other side are not doing anything of the sort, flying, it's just in spawn. Just Cause is in the smoke. They've all walked past him. No, no, not again. Oh, thank you. Viva is the Deag and the anti-Deag at the same time. Rolex, he's still going to get one, but Bottle will be there to close it out. 10-9. That was a force buy, just in case you didn't know. So that is now going to have to be the eco round. And, well, unless they have some Viva level plays, they are going to be falling behind, as the scoreline will be 10-10.
Well, you never know. I mean, there's not 4 Deagles in play for Sigma, so obviously they're not going to win this round. They haven't figured out the magic formula just yet. But this round could go their way if they weren't just getting absolutely wrecked. Torn apart. Finish it through the smoke. Go on, boys. Niffy somehow just clinging on to life here. That nade. Oh, he's on 2 HP. And he sprayed back. He's gone. He's dead. That's like, you know, you watch Star Wars, Tom. You know the trash compactor scene?
Where's this guy?
You know in the trash compactor. I think it's episode 4.
Yeah, I know. And there's the monster underneath in the water.
Yeah. I was just going with the walls. I don't have anything for the monster. Maybe it's the nade. Maybe it's Dinko's big monster. But who knows?
Oh dear.
The Dingo buys those large cans of Monster. He likes to drink lots of energy drinks.
Well, yeah, and his girlfriend loves Monster Munch.
In fairness, Monster Munch, absolutely banging. They are gorgeous.
Yeah, great crisps. Great crisps.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a bad joke.
Mighty Munch, on the other hand, trash. I'm so disappointed, dude. I was in Lidl. I picked up 2 Mighty Munch because I thought they were Monster Munch. I was like, hell yeah, dude! They've got them in Lidl.
Oh,
this is sick.
Munch.
Yeah, they're a purple bag and they're like pickled onion and they taste like ass. They're terrible.
How do they get away with this?
See, isn't it? And the thing is, the rule. I remember we studied it. You studied marketing, right? Isn't it like an idiot in a rush or something like that? So if you think I need a drink really quickly, and you run into a store and you see a can that looks exactly like a can of Coke, but it's called Cola Coca. for example. But you run in, you see red, you see the silver writing, the same cursive text. If you're not really looking, you're in a rush and you're like, oh, I really need a drink of Coke. You're like, oh, there we go, that's Coke. Bang, out you go, you drink it, and you go, what the hell is this? This isn't Coke. If it can trick you like that, if it looks similar enough that in a rush you can be tricked by it, it's illegal. And yet somehow they've gotten away with that, which tricked me. I know it's a different color, but...
Oh, this is Whiff City at the moment for Invictus. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure, especially because there's like the own brand stuff as well. It might just be like their own brand, and then it's sort of like, oh, if we sell your Monster Munch, you have to let us basically rip off your thing. So there are things like that where you're like, Tesco own, which is almost identical to the original thing, just made of crappier ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, you'll find it as well with like branded technology. I know Dinko made a great point a while back about there's a comparison online, and this exists for many things, but where there will be like, it was for a cam link anyways. I won't bring up brands for future sponsor sake, but brand A and brand B.
My Tesco brand.
But brand A and brand B, for example, of a cam link, and there will be a video online where they open them up, and brand A is an actual, globally recognized brand that has prestige and is used by streamers, all that sort of stuff, and it's say $80, and then brand B will be just like some random Chinese factory brand that you've never heard of before, and it will be $6. And they are literally made in the same factory. Like, they come from the same place, and when you open them up, they are identical. The only difference is there's clearly an extra stage of the production step where they stamp in brand A to one of them. Yeah. And then that costs, you're paying like
I've heard that about some chair brands, but I'm definitely not going to bring that up here.
Yeah, definitely don't do
that. Either way, it started off strong re-aggression from Destroyer. Will succeed this time. As said, I feel like he's very one-dimensional and he's not prepared. Maybe blaming flying a little bit there. Might have fallen asleep at the wheel. Even still, though, Invictus have got themselves a strong advantage. Remember, the last round was squeaky clean for Sigma, so their money's not in too bad a state, but they want to at least try and do some damage here. The economy of the CT side's pretty good. They've managed to weave their way through the smokes. 45 seconds. They're going to try and go barreling through them, flying left blind, but clearing his position is going to be tough. No, never mind. I guess not, really. It seemed like he wasn't aware, but the crossfire is enough, and we end 11-11. Just to bear in mind, this was, again, both pistols for Sigma. They were winning 7-2, and they just got they just got a round on the board, so their money is going to be hurting again, because they've sort of reset their own loss bonus. Invictus, on the other hand, have had to grind. They've had to climb back. Some crazy Deagle kills out from Viva have given them a big boost, that's for sure. And I don't think this has been anywhere near the cleanest performance. So they could have had the pistol themselves if they didn't make some pretty serious errors. As said, we've seen them on the T side both check the same angles as they run into a position rather than actually working together. I definitely don't think things are completely ironed out just yet. And Galsage actually gets bitten by his own trick. It turns out if you spray back with an AK into the smoke, it can work. Viva, are they going to check, though? They should. They definitely should, but they don't. And thus, the youngster again is going to get himself a double.
That was the advantage in play for Invictus for a moment, but it's been pulled back straight away. Nifty with another, and Flying's got a 1 versus 1 now. The B-site plant undoubtedly going to be coming through as Nifty drops that bomb onto the floor, and Flying's a little bit cautious about oh no, even better. He's played a deep flash towards Banana, but Nifty, he knows something is afoot. Flying's going to run on into him here, and Nifty, big brain. And the flash down towards the bottom Banana was obviously to try and sell out the fact that he was going Banana. But Nifty knew what was going on. He realized, well, why would you flash bottom Banana when you know I'm planting the bomb?
It's one of those things where it's like, I get the idea, like I see why it was done, but at the same time, like, who's flashing that? Like, you lose all element of surprise in a 1v1. Like, you basically... Like, it seems like the only time where you're talking about using utility would actually be a stupid thing to do. So he just played it a way of like, okay, he's flashed down there. Even if he is going in that direction, I can play behind this smoke and he can't do anything about it. If he comes my way, I get a free kill.
Yeah, exactly.
So this round for the CT side is crunch time. Their money now on the brink. These are in just as bad a position. Viva, he has taken matters into his own hand over the last few rounds. And I can kind of see why. Like, his teammates haven't been playing their best, and he's been wrecking people with Deegs. So, yeah, just had enough. The 20-year-old has decided just to run down Banana. And, well, I sort of set this up as a crucial crunch round. No one dies. No one dies.
It's a nice clean one, isn't it? That's, I suppose, what we're here to see, some clean Counter-Strike. And when you walk away with all 5 players, you're going to be nice and happy, aren't you? Big smiles all around. And for Invictus, again, coming away with that round, it's a good answer back. It's a very important one, most definitely. And I think we saw an attempt at a much faster play, a much more aggressive brand of Counter-Strike coming out from Sigma. But in this instance, it most certainly has not worked out in their favor. I think they've got to be going back to the drawing board, but it's going to be one more round before we see exactly what that entails, because obviously they're coming into this round with nothing really. And of course, they've managed to double open it with PP Overdose. What the hell's going on?
Well, well, well. Nothing is sacred anymore, Mitch. Just nothing. Oh, okay. That was questionable. Viva, yeah. I feel bad for the dude at this point. Gonna pick up the AWP. Just expecting somebody to maybe peek. In fact, just gonna opt to try and save it, just walking away. Yeah. We've seen too many of these rounds. PP Overdose has definitely been one of those players to watch. High levels of risk to his gameplay. That's why his statistics are never really going to be crazy good. But yeah, he's given them, basically single-handedly given them a 13th round onto the board. And every time Sigma look like they're down, something happens to bring them back, be it a silly overface or a risk. I also don't understand how Invictus go from winning a flawless round to this. It just, sure, it's some nice shots, but it just wasn't good enough. And, well, their money is going to be all right. They can drop the AWP back over to Destroyer. Zalsage will have to be handed a weapon as well, but other than that, it's going to be okay.
It genuinely feels sometimes like, round to round, they are just completely different teams.
They're not buying? Why?
Haven't all and nothing else. Why have they done that? Yeah, I don't know. Invictus are playing a really weird game right now. Like, peeking into the Deagles one at a time in the previous round. They only had one. Now they come into this one and they've decided that the investment just doesn't need to make sense.
They easily had enough money. Like, yeah. I think it was, okay, Xiaosage was a little bit low, but it could have been Viva buying himself, dropping the AWP over to Flying, or no, to Destroyer. Destroyer buys a rifle and no head armor, and then drops a gun over to Xiaosage. Like, it makes a lot of sense. I guess they're just going to win with the pistols instead, though, so it doesn't really matter too much. Okay. Yeah, there are some places where I just think they're not checking. Destroyer's got the bomb. For God's sake. This is Counter-Strike 101. What? What?
Again, I don't know. I don't know, Tom. I think there is very little that can be said.
Do you have like a power nap like midway through?
Oh man, you lock down the bomb, you just get wrecked. And I mean, again, we're in this position where it feels like on the Invictus side, there are 2 players that we can highlight that are the reason that they're alive right now. Xiaosage in the first couple rounds, Flying coming into the latter half of the T side, and then obviously Viva as well, I suppose, with his Deagle plays have been nuts. But it feels almost like a flash in the pan for Invictus, like, what are they doing the majority of the time? They're losing these rounds that they never should be. And for Sigma, 14-12, the likelihood is they end up walking away with this. This should have been an easy and quick 2-0. It's simple as. But somehow we're in this position. I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Oh, they saved for this buy. Still don't really understand why. Like, I think that mathematically they could have easily traded things out. Again, it's Viva. 23 and 12. He has been superb. I think, like, honestly, Destroyer is the one I'm looking at, where I just think he's had so many really questionable plays throughout this match. This is risky from Viva. But I almost feel like it's sort of like that Catalyst player. Sort of like what we saw with Ronin in the last match, where it's like he almost has to do this, otherwise they lose, which is somewhat depressing because they should be the better team here. They're definitely better individually. It's just that, yeah, some of the plays, some of the synergy is really off so far in this match. And the T's were getting ready to try and make a play towards A. They've been denied for now. Good flashbang. Doesn't actually get an assist off it. I don't really know how. Unless that's the T's flashbangs. No, it is. It's flying. Setting up Destroyer. Couple of better kills. Flying is going to go down eventually, but now Destroyer can switch his gaze, and he has support from Bottle as well. Rolex with 12 HP. I might actually just want to save here, but he's going to get taken down. Money is still in a really weird spot for Sigma because, again, they never seem to win any of these rounds particularly clean. So they can sort of buy. It's not going to be good, though.
Oh, I don't know what I'm watching sometimes, Tom. I'll be completely honest. Like, the fact that Invictus made the questionable buy in the previous round, then they basically won the round, and then they threw it away, and now they're in a position where yet again we're like, are you actually going to win this game? Like, as Dingo said earlier, and as I said yesterday, this is why I have trust issues. I don't know who I can believe, who I can trust in these sort of circumstances. And at the moment, it certainly seems to be at least a solid start for Invictus. They've come through with the opening, the crunch in on Banana, finding that opening frag, landing a position where at least this should be doable. Should be. Being the key word on that one. As the man advantage has left Xiao Sage on very low HP.
And here comes the push. Nice nade going through Viva. Just an absolute machine with the spray down, the boost. Not checked. And, well, it leaves them to a 3v1. Now, we have seen far too many of these clutch situations come out for Sigma. It is basically the only reason they are in this match. They won 2 back-to-back 1v3s, and there's been some real disjointed retakes, I guess you could say. Destroyer's waiting patiently. Actually, looks like they're going to try and flash through the smoke. Bit of a risk. The Molotov's a good one, though, and that's much better. This is what we sort of expect to see from the likes of Invictus. They made that look very easy, barely took any damage, and have the retake no problems. And now this is actually the worst case, really, for Sigma. Their money is screwed. It's all right. Just get PP overdose at Deagle, and that'll be enough.
It should be. It should be. Based on what we've seen so far. You know, Logic is only a few steps away at any time, but it's always a few steps too far, it seems. I really would like to see Invictus, I guess, spend more time if they have. I don't know if they have a coach or not, but if they do, maybe spend some more time having a chat with him. Take him out to dinner. Figure out what's going on, because as you said, there's a lot of issues when it comes down to the synergy department. In this round, though, there shouldn't be any issues. There should not be a single worry when it comes to the Sigma side, thinking about the Sigma side, because Invictus have got everything to play with, and Sigma only have pistols. I've said this before, and then Sigma have gone on to win the round with the Deagle. So let's hope that this is the one time that logic prevails.
I'm not holding my breath, but I think we're good. I think we're good here. It's left onto Niffy with a Glock in a 1 versus 5. If he wins this, I'm turning off my computer. So thankfully, Bottle will keep me here. It is going to be Sigma now being able to buy. The last-ditch effort. It's been a weird match, for sure. I was expecting a lot more from Invictus on Inferno. I know Blair going into this sort of had his doubts. And the fact that this map came out for them, I can very much understand why now. This has not been convincing. They've made huge mistakes. And well, it's evident they've got a hell of a lot of work to do. And if it wasn't for their two sort of young stars performing to a very, very high standard, they would have lost this map.
Some would say they should have picked Nuke. That's what Paddy O'Shea was telling me.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course, he thought they had chosen it, but he was speaking Chinese, so it's kind of hard to understand sometimes. I haven't finished my degree in Mandarin, so gotta get there. Paddy O'Shea, of course, my good Chinese friend, is a ghost, obviously. Spirit. Conveys vetoes to me every now and then.
Oh, this is aggressive. They're trying to put the pain in here, but it's actually going to be Xiao Sage just, well, patient. He's not had a bad game either, to be fair. I think Bottle still looks out of place in a lot of these rounds. Flying, this is the crossfire. It's a little bit more of an aggressive crossfire than we normally see. Normally he's further back, but Destroyer does have his back this time. A little bit wary. Viva, okay, that time I don't agree with it at all. Like, you're already winning the round, your teammate has 5 HP. That is a completely unnecessary peak. And now you've given away back into this round. Bottle's going to rotate in. There's a gap in that smoke. So he can just wait behind it. It looks like he's getting ready for a flash. He's actually going to go peeking in. It's risky, but it works. And eventually, Invictus get the job done. It wasn't clean. It wasn't pretty. And some of the plays were downright bad. And yeah, we're going to be seeing what Blair and Dinko think about this one. I'm hoping Dinko's ready.
I'm hoping so too. You know, he's still muted on TeamSpeak. Don't know if he knows that, but what I will say is that he's had a few minutes there. Obviously, that game it took a little bit. So, Dinko, did you enjoy yourselves during that one?
I mean, it was a very long game, plenty of time to relax. So I watched the game. So yeah, Invictus taking out Sigma. It's an underperformance from Invictus. One they'll be pretty disappointed in, I have to say. Here at Inferno, it's one of the maps we've seen Invictus look good on at times, but that B-bomb side, they need to work on that a lot. I feel like there's just so many weaknesses for Invictus on this map that they need to fix. I wouldn't be comfortable going in with an Inferno pick against any of the better teams in Asia, that's for sure. So yeah, Invictus have a couple of problems they definitely need to sort out, and Sigma seem to be performing better against Invictus than they did against After. And I feel like at this point, when you come into this matchup, it must be like sort of a mental thing for Sigma, because every time they play Invictus, they seem to do really well or beat them, right? So it's definitely impressive from Sigma to be able to put up this many numbers against one of the best teams in the region. So hopefully Sigma can keep that up going into map number 2. We can get another good game in our hands, and it won't be Invictus just closing it easily.
Yeah, again, we go back to this Inferno pick, right? Like you mentioned, Dinko, and I mean, I don't want to be the guy to say I told you so, but I'm just not convinced at all.
Guy.
You have so many. I will be that guy, though. I'm not afraid being him. And it's the same story all over again. You look at PAL 2020 summer, like a couple of months ago, and we're like, oh yeah, this B-bomb side holds kind of weird. The Inferno's not convincing. It could be an okay decider map, but that's about it. But being a first map pick and
yeah,
being this close against a team like Sigma, again, taking nothing away from Sigma. You know, they put up a show here, they made some mistakes, but they're able to recover some hero plays, individual plays coming out. But the fact that they made it 16-14 is something which I feel would be a little disappointing for the side of Invictus. Xiao Sage, over 180 ER, the captain again leading by example. But once more, Tom, it was the two youngsters flying, and good to see Viva stepping up when he needed to, right?
Yeah, I think it was with Viva is he's just so inconsistent, so we don't really know if this is going to be the same Viva that goes into map number 2, and that's the biggest issue with Invictus, is just finding that consistency at this level. Because you look, Xiao Sage, Flying, and Viva, these are the 3 players you want to step up for this team. Destroyer can be a bit of an X factor for them. All, of course, has been put into this team to just be the rock and supply the team with some sanity, but the 3 main players that have the ability to take over the game are Viva, Flying, and Xiao Sage. And if you're not going to have those guys, and if they're all popping off in Inferno, and you're still only just about winning and getting it over the line, that's a little bit scary, because sometimes these guys can go missing. If they go missing in the next map, well, what is going to get you over the line here?
True, and hopefully some of these players don't go missing in the next map. We do have, of course, the MVP of this particular map. It is going to be, surprise, surprise, it is going to be Viva himself, putting up a hell of a showing. That deagle of his is is something to witness, Tom, and he really is an exciting player. I just wish, like all of you said, I really do wish he becomes more of a consistent force. Imagine he starts playing with the same level of consistency as, let's say, a Flying or a Shao Sage, and suddenly this Invictus team looks way more potent than they already are. However, we're going to be heading into Mirage now. Everyone might be assuming this one's a done and dusted affair, but let's remind everyone what happened yesterday. Beyond took down Tyloo and Mirage. Anything can happen. It's 9 teams. They like playing their Mirages, and they have the potential to take down some of the Chinese top dogs. So we might still be seeing map number 3 coming up here later on. But you know what? We're not going to be finding out until map number 2 is played out. So we're going to be going to a very quick break to allow Tom and Mitch to grab a drink and Mitch to talk to his spirits, and we'll be back.
Sim.
You might break if you're fragile. Hit me with the arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with the arrows, treat me like a black rose.
Well, Tom, it's no longer the early morning, so hopefully Dinko isn't too busy to watch these games, because I think this one's going to need a hell of a breakdown. They give us some deep analysis of exactly how this one went, because we saw a couple rounds, right, where things were building up. It was a build up to it. A couple minutes go by, and then boom, there's the explosion into a site. But players are always looking the wrong way. And I'm talking about the game now, not Dinko, by the way. And we're looking at a position where Invictus, I think they made a lot of mistakes. Their T side was shaky from start to finish. We saw them make a lot of mistakes, and I really want to see that fixed. Coming into Mirage, though, I think it's a little bit more of a comfort ground. As Bless said, Inferno was a bit of a risky pick, not one that looked all too good. How do you feel like Mirage is going to go, Tom? Give me your predictions.
I'll be honest, like it's a bit of a rough one, because like you look at overall statistics, or you even look back to, for example, the summer event. They won every single game of Mirage they played, no matter who it was against. They beat Tyloo, they beat D13, they even beat Vici. And then you look at their recent performances. They lost to Vici yesterday. Okay, forgivable. They lost to Bren. Not so much. They lost to a team called JMT, who, now I'm not going to lie, I don't know much about that team. They've got a different Forsaken, who by his picture looks incredibly young. He is 16 years of age. They have Marek as well. They've got Killmatic from Russia and Ayaya. Like these are players that realistically I expect Invictus to beat easily. So in recent form, their Mirage has actually been pretty poor. And well, they're 50-50 for who normally wins it in head-to-head. So I think this will be another close one. I'm still going to favor Invictus just because I believe more in the individual players that they have. I think Viva and Flying have been very good. I don't think we've seen the best of Bottle just yet. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see a little bit more from them. Destroyer, I think, had a really, really poor T side and needs to be a little bit more careful in some of these plays. And again, they're going to need some of these like crazy clutch rounds, because that's the other thing. Like, sure, there was a clutch or two coming out from the CT side with the Deegs, for example, but most of the like 1vx situation seems to go the way of Sigma. If that doesn't happen, I think that game's not that close. And they also won both pistols, so they had everything going for them, and they still lost. So this time, unless they can recreate that, it's going to be a little bit tougher.
That it is, Tom. That it is. Now we're coming into what is going to be potentially a tough map for Invictus. Depends on what Sigma shows up. Straight away, that fight was one of the most awkward I've ever seen. But it's all a bait. Bottle's up on top, and he's able to catch one off guard, swinging through for more. And a quick triple. Very nicely done. They heard the player on site. They'd already killed one in apps. Why would they ever assume Bottle was in that position?
Lovely stuff. Now, you see that position played a lot. Why? Why?
They lose this now, taking these 1v1 fights. I'm going to leave. I'm going to just walk out. 3 versus 1. You peek in. Give him the chance. Oh. At least they swung together on that one. Viva was
always
coming out.
Destroyer.
Yeah.
Like, the first player, they didn't even know he was there. No problem with that. But he always takes these really dumb duels. Like, he had about 8-9 shots to stop fighting that. And he's like, no, don't worry, guys. I got this. It's like, why? It's completely unnecessary. One frag is not going to make your career, man. It's not going to... Well, maybe it does in Mitch's case with his HLTV rating. It's one of those things where I'm just like, what does this benefit? Like, your ego very slightly? Does it grow like a millimeter each time you get a kill? If it shrinks every time you get a death, then... I don't know. And it always seems like today, at least, it's been him every time. There's been like just a silly decision made. Nice work from Zhao Sage. They need to deny this bomb plant, and they should. Even just getting there in time is enough to basically make it impossible.
Of course, he just jump shot him with an MP9. Yeah, I have to agree with you here. Destroyer is just playing brainless. And I think we saw this in the previous Oromore as well. He's a player that plays very loose and doesn't have the skill to back it up a lot of the time. You will see him occasionally step into this more thought-provoking role, but it's a little bit too rare, I suppose, to have the consistent good performances. And you can see it. I feel like maybe he's just watched too many Tai Lu demos, right? Maybe he's just watching them all the time going, hell yeah, this is how we play Counter-Strike in this region. It's like, no, this is how they play Counter-Strike. This is not how you can play Counter-Strike. No one else can do it.
Oh, we are going to see him go down relatively early in this one. Flying, luckily, has been there to trade. Now, this is a round where at least some of the players have some weaker purchases. Now, the vent actually being closed has kind of helped them out here. It will make things really awkward in rotations, but it means that gaining some actual control from the window becomes quite difficult. They can hold on to jungle, but realistically, they should know that this position has been negated. And from the fact that Viva is currently running in the spawn, I'm going to go ahead and say they don't know that this position has been given up. Flying is going to cross his way to site. He is peeking towards Connector, but I don't think he knows anything here. And the T's are just going to use this to their advantage. He gets one kill. That's it. Flying goes down. That's it. All they need is the single frag, but he spots the lone man. And now the rest of the team are looking to execute. Flying could put a spanner in the works. He's just hitting headshots. Only the headshots for Flying. As there's one man standing. What a clinical performance from him. He needed to be a savior in this round, and he was. It's left onto Just Cause. He now needs to go one better, and Xiao Sage is on the cross. That is a superb performance from Flying, and it all came down to a little bit of aggression with an MP9, an AK picked up, and then just domination with the headshots.
Yeah, sadly, there's going to be no liberation of Hantu in this one because Just Cause has just been deleted as Invictus. They come in with what was a pretty weak early game start, and then Flying turns up. And this dude is looking out for the heads. Nothing but them. It seems like his bullets are magnetized. Now, they are up against pistols in this round, but the problem is there's actually a scout in play. It's on Rolex is just 27 HP at this point, though, so it shouldn't present too much of a problem. No one's been tagged up on the CT side, and really this just comes down to what should be them being able to lock these in. I want you to just quickly take note of the fact that Destroyers found, what was it, 2 kills in this round? It's up against Aniko with an aggressive top mid push, one that I couldn't disagree with more. And I feel like it's as important to point out when it fails as when it succeeds, just to further build the point of this guy isn't necessarily playing smart Counter-Strike. Here, I don't mind the push. They realize they're against pistols, though, and he continues to go. And he ran into what was potentially 3 pistols because the guy towards B hadn't been spotted at that point. So Just Cause may well have been there as well. So he could have been running into 2 pistols and a scout. Now, Tom, I don't know how good Destroyer thinks he is, but if you run into 2 pistols and a scout, you're not going to win that fight most of the time. Especially if that scout tags you, you're dead.
Overdose is similarly made a very aggressive play. Tries to run all the way down short. The smokes don't quite shroud him enough, and Destroyer, well, he's might not be making the smartest of plays, but he is hitting his shots. So I guess the guys on Invictus are not going to mind too much. He's got a couple of openers for them here. The one thing they did in the last map was punish him. And that's the problem. That's the one thing for Sigma is if they don't punish someone like Destroyer, he will destroy them. Yes, it's in the name, but it is low-hanging fruit, I guess, Mitch. But that's the thing. He will just continue to run riot. He's not going to stop. It's not one of those people where they realize they've had enough and they then like chill for a bit and rethink their game. He's just going to continue to aggress until eventually he's punished. And, well, it's looking like a 5-0 start for Invictus. Niffy and Just Cause trying to bring this situation back. Flying already with aggressive ramp control. So even if they do manage to kill Viva at the back, which that's easier said than done, this man now has the perfect position to be the flank, to be the nail in the coffin in this round. Nice shot from Viva. And this is kind of what I mean. Like, breaking him down is difficult enough, and they don't even know that there's a second player around this back spot. It's taken a very long time for him to retrieve the bomb as well. Flying, just going to run in, even denies the plant. Great round from Invictus. Almost looked too easy from them. And things for Sigma, very disjointed, very aggressive, and, well, a complete failure.
Yeah. For Sigma, as we said, this is going to be a much tougher map. And if you're wondering why, 5-0, we're obviously talking quite positively about Invictus and not so much about Sigma. Sorry, quite positively about Invictus and not giving the same caveats as we did in the previous map for Sigma. You do have to remember that in the previous map, the rounds they were building up were off of like 1v3s coming out of nowhere. Players pushing, like PP Overdose pushing through a smoke and catching 3 players off guard. It was like 1v1s that were going their way. These rounds have not been close. This has been Invictus just absolutely stomping from start to finish. There's been a couple of opportunities for Sigma. Oh my god, they've not cleared the back corner. Even when Flying shoots, they don't turn. And eventually, they're going to deal with him, but Destroyer's here, and he's shutting them down. Now, these last 2 rounds from Destroyer have been really good. This is where I can definitely stand up and say he's doing a damn good job, because that A-hold was fantastic both times. A 2K and a 3K from him, up against rifles, and that's what I like to see.
Yeah, it seems like his crossfire on this site, or his like synergy, I guess you could say, with Flying looks a lot better. And Flying has been... They've really struggled. They have really, really struggled with getting past him on this site. And now Viva's got his AWP in play as well. That's another factor. They've given too much over, and the money is ridiculous. Xiao Sage, he wants a piece of the pie, Mitch. Slightly more passive way of going about it. Still going to get domed. And then Destroyer. Oh, there you go. He's finally been punished. It doesn't matter too much, but they have managed to retrieve a rifle. It could be an opening into this round. And she just calls again. Now, this has been a position on the map where I feel like they're getting this far too freely. And I really like this from Just Cause. Oh, Viva, smart, but he doesn't manage to connect the shots. And I wonder if this could finally be the punish. You can see that Bottle has realized that he is being pushed from behind. Actually going to peek into this angle. It looks like he might Flying. Oh, he might have just won this round. He's got the bomb. Nice shot from Just Cause, but he's got to run the gauntlet all the way back around. Flying has been, as said, an absolute menace so far. 11 kills, 3 deaths. Pushing, expecting him to come in that direction, but in fact, there's a real chance that Just Cause could steal the bomb away and go towards A.
A good chance indeed. You know, where does Flying go? Is he going underpass? Was he just hurt? Did Just Cause hear the drop down? He should have been within range to hear that, right? Oh man, that's terrible. That's actually a disaster. I think he has heard it. It really looks like he did. He's just running towards the A site now, but hold on. Flying's here. He's going to be in connector, and I don't know if Just Cause has the read because he's still running. He's barreling towards the site. The time is so low, he has to go.
He's so
but that
smart.
gives Flying the time to take that kill quickly. And 7-0. What a round by Invictus. I mean, that one comes to a 1v1, sure, but with Invictus winning it, they are miles ahead.
Yeah, in isolation though, it's a pretty bad round. Like,
oh, yeah.
that was just Deagles. It was Xiao Sage staying around too long. Finally, they managed to punish Destroyer, and then some really good plays lurking around the back lines with the AK to actually do a lot of damage. It just came down to, again, Flying. He's playing very well, and that was a smart rotation towards the end of the round. They're going for a fast play again. Now, they haven't brought the bomb with them. So they've taken Apps control. They've pushed into mid. They've taken Palace. Never mind. And the bomb's still just sat at the back. So there would be a severe hesitation. Destroyer, he can peek everything at the moment. Like, they have punished him once, and it was with pistols. Other than that, he's been able to face any position on the map, be it top mid, window, connector, and they haven't shut him down. And okay, Bottle might have got a little bit overzealous there, but they're just trying to hunt down this AWP. They know that Reality Jesus is going to try and hold on to this, so they're going to want to kill him off.
I respect it. You know, you want to really take that weapon, the valuable one, out of their hands, and considering the money that's in play for Invictus, Tom, I think it is fair to say that they could have afforded to, or they could afford to have lost a couple of weapons. Just a few here and there, maybe. They're sat up above 10k on
Dear
almost
Lord.
every player. It's ridiculous.
151 and 144, and Niffy has 10 ADR. Was a headshot though.
At least.
When he did get a kill, it was clean.
Yes. Unfortunately,
although that only registers kills, so it doesn't like he could have body shot him and then headshot him, and it would still say 100% headshot.
Yeah.
Bottle under pressure. Actually, they managed to get this B site. A 2-for-2 trade is absolutely fine, especially with the pistols. Reality, Jesus, I like this. He's got very aggressive. Oh, the timing couldn't be worse. Destroyer pulls out a nade and gets caught because of it. Left into a 2 versus 3. Peek out, bit risky, not necessary. Why are you taking that fight? That was silly. He does get wallbanged in the end, but he was still facing. That smoke is actually going to go onto the side. I don't know if that was meant at all. Viva pushing, teammate just behind him. They got to be careful of the apps. Both players looking the same way. PP overdose will get both.
Has been a fairly sad turn of affairs, really, for Sigma. To eventually get around on the board, though, might be the turning point for them. I doubt it, because they're up against buy after buy after buy for the CT side. They've given them so much money. They can pull out double up setups if they want to. They can do whatever the hell they want. And, you know, you can find one round here or there. There's been some that are close, but really, it's just going to have to be so convincing. It's going to have to be such a big turnaround from what we've seen on the previous maps that I don't know if I can quite believe in this one. As we see some mid-contention coming through. Good smokes down by Sigma. Force the CTs not completely out of here. It looks like there's maybe going to be an attempt at retaking some control by Chef Sage, but he's in trouble if he goes for this. He's going to go. He's going to peek this. The molly down, though. It might just have saved his life.
Oh. Now Saga gonna peek. That seems to be what most of the game plan has been so far. Never mind, Reality Jesus actually just wide swings and manages to find the kill. Gives them the man advantage once again. There's been some decent openers found onto a few different players, and Flying's finally going to be punished as well. They've started to expect the aggression. They're learning, Mitch. Wow, Invictus have been able to take any control that they want. If we're just a bit more patient in the early stages of these rounds, even still, though, there is going to be a kill back onto short. Nice shot from Viva. These are going to be gathering up into an A hit. Destroyer actually going to go pushing all the way back under bout. Oh, what? He's on a ladder. That's not fair. That shouldn't be a headshot as well. Come on. You lucky, lucky man. That's a peak you should be punished for, not rewarded. But the game of Counter-Strike can be cruel sometimes. PP overdose has spotted him. They don't have much time to play with, though. That's the clear, but the bomb's been dropped. This round is as good as done. He has to just run the gauntlet, retrieve it, and he's realized there's not enough time. And he's even going to get killed on the way out. Viva again with an explosive round. And, of course, Bottle with a BS headshot on a ladder.
It was something, right? You come through with some plays like that, the gods of RNG just happen to be completely in your favor. Like, you got to be a happy man if that's happening to you. Now, when we look at the score and position, it's disgusting. Seeing it in slow-mo even hurts. It hurts more. It really does. But for Sigma getting shut down, losing all their weapons like that, they're on their last penny, last dot. What was Viva doing there?
Who knows?
I don't understand. He had no support on middle. No one was pushing short or anything. This was like passive A, passive B, and Viva's like, I'm gonna run through smokes on mid with an op. That was weird.
I think this is just that they've hit a new level of like cockiness, that they're 9-1 up. Everybody trying to pad their stats as much as possible. Get that HLTV ranking up. Well, to be fair, they've already won the half in a fairly dominant way. As we say, this map is fairly 50-50, so even if they get to 10, it would be a good half. I'd hope they come up with a little bit more of that with how they've been performing. Destroyer is already going to cook one alive. I like that Flying's just hiding. He's waiting for the flash to come in. Destroyer, like, some of the kills he's getting are just an absolute load of rubbish. They're just shooting through the corner. Flying is on the trash can. It's actually Xiao Sage to find the kill. This retake's going relatively well with Bottle chiming in as well. It's left onto Rolex. All he can do is watch as they try and get towards the bomb. It's still a lot of damage done. They're yet to kill him off. He might even have this. It's a clutch once again for Sigma. I don't know how they seem to get away with these rounds. That is poor. Very, very poor from Invictus. But hey, this man's going to capitalize on it.
I'm going to find it hard, to be honest, Tom, to really get excited about Sigma's position, though. You know, you make this big play. I think Rolex has been a player that hasn't really had a lot to say in this series, so I'm glad that we're seeing him actually be able to have some impact in there. But they're so far behind that they've got to be near flawless to get back into this game. And the start was good, but they're in a little bit of hot water now. Look at the HP. PP Overdose, 1 HP. Rolex, 28. They could be absolutely torn apart at this stage. And quite easily at that. They're going to have to make some big plays. And I actually like the position PB's in. Playing up close over towards the vents, so that if he gets pushed through, at least that will make it easier with his 1 HP to find a kill potentially. At the same time, one random bullet into the leg or something, it's definitely possible to take him down. Good shot by Reality, though. They're back into the lead with a 4 versus 2. That pretty much negates the HP, and Invictus, they should consider saving.
Seems like PP Overdose is going to try and hunt down some of these weapons. Gone on a long rotation. Nice shot from Just Cause, and well, now it's left to Bottle to just try and hold on to his gun. Definitely having a better game. Easy kill to at least take down one of them. No! Oh! He's actually going to get the second as well. I don't know how. That doesn't make sense. And they can't afford to push him anymore. They don't have the money for it. So 9-3. CTs, they can't really buy this one. It should just be some pistols. But yeah, that nice shot at least onto Destroyer to start things off. But yeah, I think they're being bitten by not only some very aggressive plays coming out from Sigma, but also just that round where they lost a 1v3. And that was the case on Inferno as well. That was what gave Sigma actually a relatively decent half, was that Invictus just seemed to be so disjointed in a lot of these retakes. Flying, trying to be the hero, ends up going down, causes pistol rounds. They're going to take risks. But these risks have not paid off this time. Cross being held by Destroyer, but he will whiff. That is a very fast round done. 9-4. The climb back continues for Sigma. If they get this to 6, it's really not that bad.
Yeah. It's recoverable if they can make it all the way to 6. And really, this next round is going to be the defining factor, whether that is possible or not. You know, Invictus are coming into this one with a decent investment. And for Sigma, it's do or die time. Lose this round, and they're very, very likely to lose the map. So if they want to stay alive, this is where they've got to do it. This is where they've got to make their final stand, or I guess their final push. As we look in towards this T side, it is, ooh, not a good start. Reality Jesus lit down massively in towards Palace. Rolex falls straight away, but an apartments trade comes through. Just Cause able to open this one up, and he's looking very good on the drop down, but Xiao Sage was watching him, ready to just take him out as soon as he came onto the site, flying him with another. It's looking a little bit better. Reality Jesus still very low, but he's got the op, and Viva's even pushed off the angle. Gonna play for the retake now.
Well, this one's definitely a close one, and that seems to be where Sigma thrive a lot of the time. The early rounds of this one, though, were a lot of clutches going in their opponent's favor. The B site is open for business. Xiao Sage, timing could be everything here. We did see it checked, and that could end up being a bit of a false positive. Now, they've left the bomb on the deck to actually give some time for them to get into some more aggressive afterplant positions. But this could actually bite them in the back, because it's also given time for Xiao Sage to continue his flank through the apartments. Now, it's not going to be as effective, but Reality Jesus, I don't think he's going to be prepared for this. Bench is where he resides, or thereabouts, and Viva's actually already going to kill him off. That one wasn't a surprise at all. Now, Niffy isn't even going to know that he's coming from this angle. It is unlucky. The positioning that they chose was not necessarily bad. The problem is that their opponents came for the perfect angles to counter them.
Sigma tries so hard, but in the end, they lose it all. This is the thing for Sigma. At 4 rounds, it's not good enough. The pistol could pretty much swing this over to Invictus. And I know we said we're looking at a clear-cut series. Look at that. Average HP after the end of the round is 43 for the T side. And I think, obviously, with this kind of scoreline, they've usually been dead. It drags down the stats quite a bit. But for Invictus, they've been getting that pretty clean. You're looking at average 2 players alive in terms of HP. You don't know what that's spread over. But the point was, it takes Sigma a long time to actually really damage their economy. And coming into this final round, everything that they want is in play. Oh, the nades, the spams. Very good damage to Xiao Sage straight away. He's going to have to rely on catching players off guard now. He can't take any further aim duels on short.
Oh, a chance for a 10-5. We're looking at, what, an 8-0 scoreline? This didn't look possible, so... Especially even at 9-1 where their money got reset back. So they're at least grinding back a little bit. Alsage. Oh, he said he couldn't be aggressive anymore. He disagreed with you, Mitch. He had other ideas. And Bottle's now going to peek into an AWP as well. This round is slipping away from them. The B site firmly under their control. Perfect positions for PP Overdose as well. Easy kill on the first. Second not quite going to come his way as Fever is there with the trade of the AWP. Still though, a 4v2 and Rolex on the secondary flank leaves Flying alone. 1v4, he's been good, but not that good. 10-5 for Invictus. It definitely could have been a lot more, but they made some clinical mistakes that ended up costing them. Well, we'll see if they lose the pistol, it really isn't that far away for Sigma to bring this one back.
I love that different take on the short approach. Like, yeah, so surely they can't afford to take any more, or Xiao Sage can't take any more fights on short. Swings wide. Okay, cool. But either way, it didn't work out. Invictus 10 rounds, as we said, 4 just wasn't enough for Sigma. 5 ain't a whole lot better, but at least it means if they lose this pistol, there's a small bit of a chance for the comeback into it. This is going to be very important, though, for Invictus to really hammer home this victory. They want to be getting away with this one, and the smoke already down to only 1 to allow them to cross over towards this site and get the plant in. They want to force the fight up close. Oh my god! Just Cause was down the very bottom of Connector, and he has just been absolutely wrecked. Nifty, he didn't kill him! Oh no! He headshot him through the wall, and that cost him his life in the end as he runs out of ammo. PP Overdose 1v2. What an awkward pistol this has been. He's going to look to find these headshots. We know he's capable. Viva took too long to react to where he was, and so it's down to the 1v1. PP knows exactly where his opponent is, but Flying's too quick.
They are so lucky that Flying is a god. Like seriously, I'd buy this man a beer or something after this game, because there have been so many rounds now where I think Invictus, I'm safe to say, they made the wrong play, like with how they've actually set things up, and he's bailed them out of it. I still remember the gamble stack they had on the B site where he's the solo man versus 4 and he kills 3. In this round, it ends up in a 1v1 in a situation where I think they shouldn't have even come close to that. It just, like, they didn't get the bomb down for ages, or their smokes faded. It was silly. But they managed to get away with it. Now they're up against the 4-spy, and that's the second player now that we've seen try to run short without checking into the connector or without any connector smoke. It is mad. It's mad that this is even allowed. Like, there are so many ways to smoke connector, and from so many different places. The fact that they're trying to just run the gauntlet past it to save a smoke, it's just madness to me. I don't understand.
Well, we've had a deagle push from Rolex to get an opening at least in towards the apartment, so Sigma going to be happy to find all these kills in a round that didn't look too likely. Invictus have just left themselves. They've pulled their own pants down and tried to run. In the end, just end up looking like an arse.
Yeah. I do question a lot of the things this team does. Why are you not smoking connector? Like, why? If you're going to push short, smoke it. You can literally smoke it from the position you're on. Like you just go, oh, just throw it into the back corner, it'll bounce roughly there. Or you can do it properly and line up the smoke that goes over the top and lands beautifully down, bouncing off a load of different things. A wonderful smoke. Instead, they use none. They just run in and die.
So I'm trying to figure this out. Spinach seems to be their coach, so they do seem to have a coach, although I'm not sure if he's temporary based on what it says in HLTV that he's stood in for. I'm not really sure. Name replacing this person. Yeah, I don't know, but he's listed as our active coach at the moment anyways. I really feel like I don't know what it comes down to, but a lot of the time in when I look at these Asian teams, I feel like there's a lot of teams that have great potential, not just on one or two players, but like as a team themselves, and all they need is somebody who really like a masterful coach to come in and mold them like clay. You also need to be able to, I suppose, be so. Here's the thing: a good coach alongside an analyst can do a lot for a team, but really it's about what that team is made of. Not just that it's got the right parts, but that it's in the right condition. You think about molding clay, right? That's how I see a team, and obviously you need the coach there to actually physically mold it. You need the analyst in the background to tell him what parts he maybe needs to focus on, reinforce, and so it doesn't fall apart. And then you need the players to be the right material, first of all, and then to be in the right condition. So not just that they've got the skill and all that sort of stuff, but also that they're willing to listen. They're willing to actually change their approaches to games. They've actually gotten a bomb plant here from Invictus. It's not too bad. They just water fell out. But because if you think about it, even if they're the right parts, you got good players, everyone's good at their role, but they're not willing to listen, play together, and improve, and really respect what their coach is telling them and constantly work on applying that to their gameplay. It's like having clay, but not having it wet, right? You're not going to be able to mold that. It's going to be dusty. It's not going to work. You need to have everything lined up to really shape it into a nice, clean team. And I think it's hard to really run into a lineup that's willing to do all that sort of stuff. And I feel like in the Asian region, especially from what we've been seeing, it's based very much around individuals. And a lot of rounds are won or lost by what one player decides to do. And that's not really the ideal form of Counter-Strike.
Not even close, I would say. Oh, they're going for this again. That they've not smoked connector, or at least not well. I assume that was the CT smoke, right? That's the classic one that you can set over the top of. If that was that smoke, then they've listened, but not very well. Because that was just, it was so much space for him to find kills over the top of it. I'm going to go back to a previous, like, if you don't know how to smoke connector, don't go short. Simple as. Here we go. Re-aggression from Just Cause. Probably dead.
Did you ever play Just Cause 2?
Yeah, I did.
What a game, man. The others never came close.
I then bought... What was the most recent one? Just Cause 4. Like, Just Cause 3 was okay.
Yeah.
Just Cause 4 was a raging turd that they decided to release into the world.
So
it was so weird. Like, it was like a completely different game.
Yeah. Dude, I don't think anything ever met Just Cause 2. I don't even think it's nostalgia, because I was looking at it recently. I was actually thinking about getting number 4, because I saw some reviews that said it's better than 3. But I will trust your opinion more so. But what surprised me was, like, I watched it back, and even the way the gunplay feels, it's just much better. It's just graphically, it's not up to date.
Well, I always loved that, like, I didn't buy that game for ages, because on Xbox there was a constant 1-hour demo where you could just replay the demo again and again. So I had it, and I was like, screw it, I'm just gonna buy this game. I played it for like 20 hours. Why don't I just play the game? Here we go, though. Pistols in, bottle. Those are some nice shots, but there has been a response. They're gonna get a bomb down again. They're getting a lot of bomb plants, but they're not winning a lot of rounds. Not sure I need to say it, but walking backwards through a smoke it's got its risks. Maybe flying can work some magic once again. He's got armor. He's got his Kevlar. Destroyer only has a Tech 9, so I think we are looking at flying to have to be the one to win this. You could almost just use him as bait. That first kill took a lot, but Destroyer's actually got a kill. In reality, Jesus only has the orb. And you might be saying only, but getting 2 kills quickly is not ideal. Destroyer's also managed to find himself an AK, and this round's over. They've managed to make that work. That is a big mistake coming out from Sigma, and I think that's what we're watching at this point, Mitch. It's not necessarily who plays better, it's who plays worse.
Yeah, exactly. It's not defined by who's going to win, it's who's going to lose. That's essentially how we're looking at it. Otherwise,
these were some really nice shots from Bottle, though.
They were gorgeous. You know, in a round like this, it does come down every single time to individuals. You have to pop off with a pistol in order to really pull things back, and Bottle had the entries, and that's the most important part of the game for sure, the round. By the way, with Just Cause 2, the reason I got it was because I used to go to GameStop all the time. Once a week, obviously, we went shopping, myself and my mom, and we'd pop into GameStop and I'd have a look at the secondhand games. And some absolute legend.
That too. Or Blockbuster.
That it doesn't exist in Ireland. Never did.
Okay. It doesn't exist anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah. Well, I did go there. That's where I got Warhammer Space Marine 40,000 or whatever the hell that is. Yeah, I was in the UK. We were on a trip, but
yeah.
Just Cause 2, I got that because I went in and some absolute legend had marked it down to like, I think it was like €5. So I was like, "Ma'am, can I get this, please?" And I was that annoying kid, and so she got it for me. And best thing ever.
Oh, I like the setup. I like the setup. The bait and switch. That's a really nice round coming out from Sigma. And Victors are struggling now. Bear in mind, anybody who's just tuned in, they were winning 8-0, then 9-1. So even after they lost their first round, they managed to break back, then lost the silly 1v3. And here we are. Only 2 rounds the difference now. And oh, this round was really nice from Sigma. The setup was perfect. Everybody hit their shots. Can't really ask for much more. We're going back to B. Back to B again. I don't mind it. Worked very well last time. No, they're actually going to go down the underpass. Niffy might be in some trouble here. He is in a horrible angle. He doesn't have any support. Now this setup, I hate. Because that was really silly. Like, that setup only works if your AWPer has top mid, and then you face bottom mid. If you're facing top mid, and there's no one facing bottom mid, you die. That's how that works. So, I guess maybe he was waiting for a flash, but once that smoke came down, he should have just given it. How have they won this?
You said you like that setup, yeah?
I like the one in the last round, not in the one we just saw. But even from then, how did they win that?
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, how? It doesn't make sense. I was talking over it because that never should have happened, but flying. It's always flying. Like, how does he do this? He had a P250 and he gets 3 kills.
Yep. As I said before, Tom, you know, this
$100 a kill.
This region,
that is what you call value.
This region has taught me how to breathe because so often I have to go into the woosah. Breathe with me, Twitch chat. Come on. It's all gonna be okay. Deep breaths.
I think that round has lost them the game.
Yep. More than likely, 13-10. They've only got pistols. It's going to be 14-10. Now you got to come back in a consistent buy rounds. They've got to streak together more rounds than they found so far in this game. It's quite unlikely that they managed to get their 6 in a row. And I don't know what Bottle was doing there.
That?
He's tried to rush them in connector up against pistols. Good lad. I guess this is, as you said, they're just stat padding.
Like, don't. Please. Please. You don't need to push the smoke. Why? Like, it's just stupid. Like,
I want to give commiserations, honestly, Tom. Really, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Both of these teams have coaches, and I cannot imagine a more painful thing than to... Obviously, we're watching this from...
Well, either that or they just don't care. Like, they're just, like, sipping their juice and just, like, having a great time, just winning some money.
I won't insult them like that, but the reality is, for those coaches...
They've got little sippy cups.
It's hurting me sitting here watching some of these decisions that are being made, and I think... If you're coaching these teams, you're obviously sat there, you can only see it from their perspective. And you've got to, like, after every game, it must be like headbutting a brick wall.
Hey, look, it's that free AK they got in the last round.
It's gone. They finally gotten rid of it.
No, I mean,
Oh, no, yeah.
the way PB Overload's just got to kill with it.
I think he would have done that with an M4 either way.
Probably, but I'm bitter. Wait, did they smoke connector? Hallelujah.
No, that was a CT smoke, Tom. That was genuinely a CT smoke.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It
was a CT smoke.
Don't do me like that.
Smoke.
Look, where they're pushing into B. They're pushing to B. I'm giving T's credit for smoking connector.
No,
and
they didn't smoke connector. Sigma smoked themselves out of connector.
No, they didn't. Please, I can't.
They genuinely did as well. It was a CT smoke. What the fuck's going on?
Flying is like, he's my favorite player. He might be the only player I like. Actually, I quite like Viva as well.
Oh, nasty stuff. All right, save now, boys. Sigma are gone. No, they're gonna go for it. Got 20 seconds. Come on, 3v3. You're retaking B. You're gonna go for this.
Got kit.
10 seconds to get in there. 10 seconds.
Kill.
10 seconds to find 2 kills. Go and save. Go and save. Go and save. Thank you. What are they doing? What are they doing with 20 seconds thinking they can get back in there?
Viva's banged him. He's having some good games. I'm trying to look at the positives here because I don't want to talk about the rest.
No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god, I hate these teams. Tom, I want you to remember something for me, okay? This is online Counter-Strike. There's no way to enforce whether your coach is talking to you all the time or not. So not only is this a case that they're making stupid decisions, but you've literally got someone in the background whose job is to stop you making stupid decisions, and they still make stupid decisions. I'm sat here screaming at them, go and save. No! Viva. Okay, well look, they're 15-10. They don't care anymore. Like, Invictus are coming through with just sheer confidence, and I just don't care. Fair enough, go for it. But like, in that 3v3, I'm sat here screaming, go and save. Why is their coach not screaming go save? And they just let them go forward, lose a player, get exited on one more, and then I don't know what PB was doing, jumping around. Like, it's not like he's jumping for joy. There's nothing to be happy about. This is ridiculous, man.
I think he's a scroll wheel jumper. Because I saw him earlier in a clutch that he won. He jumps in the middle of it.
Maybe.
I think that was a scroll wheel jump. But even still, like, it was a risky position to save him for no reason. Reality Jesus? Yeah, good. I feel like flying is the one dealing out the pain every time there's like a decision that is risky. Like, he's just like, no. Oh, okay. Oh, dearie me. Zhao Sage, he's managed to bring this back into a 2 versus 2. This is a round that should not be losable considering what has been purchased, but that doesn't matter when it comes to this match. As it's a 2 versus 2 situation. There's guns on the floor, but they've avoided all of them. There's a man tapping the bomb. He's trying to bait them in, and Flying. Thank you, Flying. 29 kills for him. Easily the MVP of the whole series. Like, Viva had a very good last map. But, yeah, that if I had hair to rip out, it would be gone. But luckily, I am bald, and that works for me.
Let's just get Blind Dinko in here. Let's just bring him in. Let's just, guys, talk, please. I can't.
What a fantastic series that was. 2 going the way of Invictus.
No. I said talk. I didn't say bullshit. That was ridiculous. Oh my god.
How does it? Okay, listen. It's okay. Firstly, Sigma. What was it? 9-1 down. They mount the comeback.
I don't want to see the amount of times they didn't smoke connector.
In fairness, Sigma did smoke connector, but on their CT side. So that was, they were a little bit late to the party, but they figured it out eventually.
Okay, hear me out here, guys. Sigma, they were 9-1 down. We're like, this is a done affair. It's all over. And then they fight back. They make it, what was it? Like a 10-5 scoreline? We're like, okay, they're showing signs of life. Then they string a few rounds together. And then, a round that they should have won, Flying takes out a P250. Tom, I heard, I could hear you on the stream and how just flabbergasted you were, but how do you, like, you do all that work and you lose
if you're about to ask me
like
how they lose that round, you are not getting an answer because there is no correct answer to that question. It's the same way, how did they lose that 1v3 when there's a man on ramp, you know he's there, you have 3 and he is 1, and you will peek him 1 by 1 and give him kills. Like, the only way you lose that is by playing stupid Counter-Strike. And that is a lot of what we witnessed in this game. That was it from, like, don't get me wrong. Again, like, we have to give credit where it's due. Flying was incredible in this match. He won so many rounds which were impossible to win. Like, there was the triple kill he got when 4 players rushed him on the A site. Like, he hit some incredible headshots, and that's what he does. That's why he's going to be the MVP. We don't really need to even see it, but we will. Because he was the best player in the server by a country mile. But there are some other people who their decision-making drives me up the wall. And he was at least the player I sort of looked to where I was like, okay, I can't think of, like, in particular of him doing anything like crazy dumb. Except maybe right at the end where he pushed through the smoke and gets killed by a deagle. But again, that looked more like him trying to stat pad in a round where they're already in a very good position. Whereas some of the other players are trying to do it in rounds where they're not in a good position. And it's mind-blowing. Also, again, like, I can't believe that there were teams that were trying to push short and just don't in any way smoke connector. That's what was irritating. It's not even like they did like the bad smoke where you just like try and throw it deep into the connector and it's normally a little bit dodgy, like the ones that you see in like basic matchmaking games. They didn't even do that. They definitely didn't do the one that like bounced beautifully over the top and like sort of completely covers it off. I didn't even see that attempted once, which I'd see that every single game of Mirage in Europe. NA, like it's the most basic thing in the world. It hasn't reached here yet, evidently, but I just can't believe that was the genuine thought process. And the thing that irritates me most is it's not even like they didn't smoke it and then intentionally like peek it or something. They just go, well, there's not gonna be anyone there, and just run straight towards shore. It's like, you are mad. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Can I make a quick rule, right? I just want to really listen, we're at the end of week 1 pretty much. We're very close to it. And I want to just set this one in stone for the rest of the tournament because we still got 3 weeks left to go. The problem with our post-game analysis and our casting as well is that we keep saying the word how. I think we need to just ban that word from this stream because every time it's asked, no one has an answer. I don't think these teams, you could sit down with these teams and go, oh, well, what were you thinking here, Destroyer? Why did you push mid versus 3 pistols and a scout? And he'd go, I don't know. And you'd ask them, hey, well, why did you push through that smoke there? Or why did you go mid without a connector smoke? And they'd go, I don't know.
I'm gonna bring out the MVP. No surprises. It has to be Flying. The guy is a beast. And I like how absolutely tilted off their faces Tom and Mitch are, Dinko, that they bring us in. They're done casting. They've been casting for like 2 hours, like non-stop. And they're still talking because they just need to get it out of the system as to how broken
this is my
they
therapy
are as individuals.
I am
talking
sweating.
about stuff generally helps you
I am
get to
sweating after that match.
With anger.
I am sat here with air conditioning making this room very cold. I like, there's no reason for me to be sweating other than the match itself.
This is how Tom lost all his hair. Like, genuinely. I think it was back in the day. Bit of Asian Counter-Strike, and then he's literally molding. This is where the term came from.
No, it's true. I had a very thick lock of hair. It's like half of it just gone watching these games, honestly. Which is why I keep it tied up. I don't want to show how sparse it is right now. Coming up next, however, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the game of the day, the game of the group stages, if you ask me. It is going to be Tyloo facing off against Vici Gaming. That is going to be the final game of the day, the final game of the week as well, and that should 100% be a banger. It should be so good that Tom might even grow a couple of strands of hair watching that game. We're going to be finding out about how that game's going to play on, but we have a little bit of a prolonged break, I believe, because both the series we had here today ended kind of early. So maybe a 20-minute break, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and see us here with Tyloo versus Vici in a bit.
Coming up next.
used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of Week 1, Day 5, the Perfect World Asia League 2020. My name is Blair, and as usual, I'm going to be your host, and I'm going to be hosting these three incredible gentlemen. We, of course, have Tom, we got Mitch, and, of course, we have exclamation mark Dinko right there. You can reach out to him. You know, if you have any comments you can message him on Twitter. You can you message him on Instagram. You can even drop him a mail. I believe he has his business mail in his Twitter profile, but we can do that all later.
Make sure to
it's
do
coming
that,
up.
by the way.
Preferably if you're offering me money, that would be...
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah,
that
just
would be
hire him.
preferable.
Just hire him for whatever.
It only
he-
takes
he-
a few minutes. So
anything.
It's
He will do anything for
doesn't
money.
cost too much.
That is Dinko.
Like, I'm not Mitch. I don't do anything for money.
He's choosy. He's picky.
he does
will
it,
do
he does
that.
it for free.
Well, you know what's not going to be a free win, though? It is not going to be a free win for Vici. So far, they have looked not flawless. They've had a clean win so far, though. But the game coming up here is the one everyone's been waiting for. It is the Battle of the Titans. It's going to be the Red Dragon, Tyloo, facing off against Jam Young and company. Vici versus Tyloo coming up here. And before we have that, let's take a look at the standings as it is right now. We do have it updated after the results of the previous game. We have Tyloo and Vici right there on top, right? One of these teams are going to go flawless. Tyloo, will they be 3-0 or will Vici be 3-0? We're going to be finding out. Of course, we have Tiger and Checkmate, the two Mongolian teams. Checkmate being 4th place, I believe, is a little bit of a surprise for all of us. Invictus in the 5th place. We got then the rest. We have Beyond sneaking into the top 6. And in the bottom 4, it's Zigma, After Gaming, Bren, and Huazai. Again, reminding everyone, at the end of 3 weeks of play, at the end of the group stage of this round-robin format, 4 of the teams will unfortunately have to leave us, and the 6 teams will move on to the playoffs weekend. But let's start things off with Tyloo. Let's start with you, Tom. They haven't looked as convincing as we would like them to be, right? They're a team who have lost one best-of-3 series in in the past 3-4 months. It is ridiculous. They did lose to Lin Vision, which I guess is a small little hiccup. But despite all of that, just the sheer firepower in this team, it's intimidating.
Yeah, despite all of that, they always beat Vici. So it's one of those things where it's like there's some things that will always be constant in life. Like you're always gonna die one day, and Tyloo are always gonna beat Vici. Like it's just the way that the story goes. Unfortunately, Vici have never really broke that curse. I do have a proposition for them though. Advent, become a coach. I know this young guy called Ronan Baby who is an absolute beast. Train that man to be the best player in China, and then sell him to Thailand. Wait, no. Leave the last bit out and win. You'll beat them. He's nuts, but he just needs the brain. And Advent, not quite as good as him individually.
Can you imagine Ronan and Tyloo? Can you imagine how bad that would be? He would just get
somebody and Ronan
everybody
just like pushing the same place at the same time.
So I'm gonna push A. Oh, I'll push A too. Let's all push A.
This is where you call Sir Scoots and bring his Do Not Peek bat to the legendary baseball bat, just whack him on the backside. But Dinko, I'm not going to give this one to Mitch. I want you to just take me through what you feel the maps are going to be here, because here I feel it's going to be a little interesting. Do you expect a curveball coming out here from Vici? Do you expect Tyloo to maybe even be absolute, just a bunch of lunatics and float nuke like they've done in the past?
No. They're not going to float nuke. I mean, I'm reaching out. I'm reaching out to the spirits.
I'm trying to. I mean, Nuke is obviously been Tyler's permaban for a very long time, so I don't think they're going to let it slide against Vici, right? Because it's one of Vici's best maps, if not their best map. I think obviously when we're coming into this, Mirage is a map where Vici would be putting a lot of work into. I think they realized, okay, Mirage is one of the maps you really like behind against
And Tyloo lost yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. So they really need to put that work in and try and get that over the line. I think that's one where Vici can really bring the fight to Tyloo now, which back in the other Pal Summer, I wouldn't have said that was even the case. So I think Train is a map both of these teams have shown a willingness to play recently. And Tyloo, honestly, look kind of rough on it. And I don't think they look fantastic. I think Vici could even beat them on that one. So we're seeing a couple of maps. We see a lot of best of fives between Vici and Tyloo. And we definitely see a lot of maps where Vici are able to take the win against Tyloo. It's just in these series, they just can't get it over the line. Whether it's a mental block or into the best of threes, the way it works is they just don't get the maps they're going to be comfortable on. So Vici obviously put a little bit of work in, getting Mirage sorted out. It's certainly going to help them. So I'm thinking, obviously, Nuke's going to get banned out by Tyloo. I think we'll see a Train, probably Inferno in here. And maybe, I'm not so sure where it could go.
I mean,
Mirage, perhaps?
For me,
yeah, maybe Mirage.
Vertigo Inferno Mirage is where I expect this one to go, because it's where it goes every single time. Like, we've also obviously got Paddy O'Shea, my Chinese ghost, and both these teams being
Chinese ghost called Paddy.
Yeah.
Paddy O'Shea.
Beautiful Chinese name.
It is, absolutely. It's a good, strong Chinese name. Second name, more specifically, O'Shea, very, very popular. And obviously, what we see then, Paddy, obviously, listen, he was a little bit out last time. Got the veto a little bit wrong. But when it comes to Chinese teams, and both these teams are Chinese, Paddy O'Shea is Chinese, come on, it's got to be 100%. So, I think Vertigo...
Let's take a look.
Inferno Mirage, let's take a look. Let's see if it is that. Is Paddy right? Come on, Paddy. I believe in you. Train.
No.
Paddy, what are you doing to me,
She
man?
lied. She lied to you.
Dinko's
Dinko's brains are better than your Irish Chinese ghost.
Wait,
he got it right. Train
he's a
out.
Chinese ghost. He's a Chinese man.
He's not Irish. That's racist, Blair. You can't say things like that.
Wow. Okay, I'm racist. All right. Okay then. Well, let's look at the maps here, right? Nuke and Dust2, the bans coming out. That's expected. Vici, they looked at Tyloo struggling on Train. Remember, Tyloo pulled off some BS rounds on Train to get that win the other day. So I guess Vici going to be feeling very confident on it. Inferno, it's a map both teams are very comfortable on. I feel like, Tom. You know, Tyloo picking it shows they're very confident on it. The Mirage ban, yeah, you might as well ban it out against Tyloo. You don't want that to go through. And Vertigo. This is where I kind of agree with Mitch. I would have liked Vertigo to get picked by Vici, to be honest, because they smashed Tyloo on it the last time they played.
Yeah, I guess you got to look at it, though, that do they consider that one a fluke? Do they consider that maybe Tyloo would have prepped for that this time? Like, just put all of their time into making sure they improve that, so go for something else. Pick an overpass, work on breaking them apart. That's always the advantage of being the underdog, is that you can come into this and go, okay, we're going to prep for a map, we're going to counter everything, and they'll be trying to work out how to beat what we did last time. We just won't do the same thing again. And that's how you eventually become the better team. That's how Astralis became so good, is they weren't necessarily the team that like had everybody, or they had to counter other people. It was everybody was trying to counter them, so they had to do something new. And that's basically what Vici need to do here. Don't do something because it worked, because Tyloo are going to spend all their time trying to make sure they're ready for that.
Well, just looking up the historical the matchups between these two teams, and there was a period of time late last year, the beginning of the year, when Tyloo had some lineup changes. They still had Benta at that point in time. Then they got on, of course, Zeta coming in, Freeman coming in with Benta joining Gen G. And there was a time where Vici were beating Tyloo in a lot of the series. But looking at the stats here, they've lost, Mitch, they've lost 10 best of, not just best of threes, they've lost 10 series in a row to Tyloo, which includes 2 best of fives.
No, really?
I mean, that must break you, right? That must break you deep down inside of your Vici, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, they've not been able to take down Tyloo for a long, long time. And I think you look at the way these things have gone recently, especially with an Inferno in the pool, the reality is Tyloo at the moment are looking nigh on unstoppable. Last time they played Vici, they were 16-2. When they played Beyond, they were 16-2. They're just looking so good on Inferno at the moment. I think that, especially with that Vertigo in play, this veto is looking good for Tyloo to come in. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit different than what we've seen the last couple of times, so maybe a chance for some variance in the Vici side. But I think that the mental block has definitely got to start to really play a role at a certain point where you're like, how many times do we have to play this team before we eventually manage to beat them?
Okay, so very quickly, I do believe we have the game ready here. Tom, predictions. I know I know you want to say Tyloo, but any hope? Any glimmer of hope with Vici?
I'll give them a map. I think Vici have been good so far. They had a little bit of a slip up, but ultimately, Tyloo always beat Vici. It has been written since the dawn of time.
So 2-1 to Tyloo, says Tom. And Mitch, what does your Chinese ghost tell you?
Patty O'Shea says that at best, really, we're going to be looking at one map for Vici. I think Train is going to be a close one. I think Inferno is going to be Tyloo stomping, and Overpass, again, I would put in Tyloo's favor. So I think it's going to be Tyloo, and Train really decides whether
Paddy,
it's 2-0.
Paddy,
Sorry,
Paddy
yeah.
What do you mean, Paddy?
Paddy was speaking through me there for a minute. You could hear the slight Chinese accent come through. But obviously that was Paddy.
All right. We gotta go, Mitch. But all right, thank you for predictions. Goodbye, Mitch. Goodbye, Tom. Goodbye, Patty O'Shea. I want to meet you one day in the future. See ya, sayonara. Dinko, we're gonna be jumping in straight into this game. It's gonna be a banger. I'm ready for it. But before we do jump in straight into the action, what are your predictions? I'm gonna give you mine just because I always go last, and sometimes I don't even say anything. I agree with them, but I feel Tyler just might just smack Vici around. I have a feeling this is gonna be a 2-0.
Yeah, I think I'll probably side with you on this one. There's deep down, I believe Vici are good enough to win a map, but I think they've had a couple of weaknesses yesterday. I mean, against Invictus, Invictus aren't looking fantastic, right? And they had to come back on Nuke. They had to have huge performances from Jamyang and straight off the bat. It's Summer. How does he get two? How does he get two there, Blur? And now the push out towards the site. They've still got a man deficit here, Vici, but they're going to pull it back. Zoking with a kill on the Dan King and the bomb plant coming through.
How does he get the bomb even down? There were CTs everywhere, Dinko, but he does manage to do that, and that's a little bit of a win, but that's all he'll find. Tyloo with a fast and furious round. Vici not wasting any time, but yeah, I just want to go back to how the hell did Summer get that second kill? Because he was blinded.
He should have died immediately, right? Because it was the drop down of multiple players into Pop Dog. He just had so much time to work with, and I really don't understand how he has this much time to work with. We get a replay to see how Kaze just whiffs. I think they all get stuck to each other's head, so the aim was a little bit off. I give him a little bit of time to work with, and obviously Summer is going to capitalize. Getting those 2 kills pretty much secures the pistol win there for Tyloo. And immediately, a pistol pickup for Tyloo on Train is impressive, because they have kind of sucked at the pistol rounds play, I have to say. That has been something Tyloo have not been good at so far in this tournament, so a good start. We'll see if they can clean it up here. Vici going into the next round with Galils. They've got 4 of those out alongside a scout. Tyloo over here, they've got the rifles in play. They've got the scout in the hands of Dan King. This could be a round where Tyloo pick up all the money, set themselves up for success with Dan King cracking the skull of the in-game leader of Vici.
I hate the current economy.
Me too.
Look at the buy. Look at the buy for Vici. And slowly, well, he crosses over. And a cross back, he gets taken down. Kaze reply back. The scouts sinking. Oh, that is so scary. Somebody, why would it do that? You got an M4, lad. It's so not worth it. He spots the barrel out, drops down, rounds of a couple of bullets into the feet of Mr. Kaze. Speaking of Mr. Kaze, he has been, and we saw this, we pointed out yesterday as well, but he has been very, very underwhelming. And when I say underwhelming, it's not like he's bottom fragging anything. It's just like, this is Kaze we're talking about. You know, the best player in Asia, apart from Bentet, and currently we keep saying, you know, the best player right now still living in Asia. But it seems like Jamyang has kind of overtaken him. Then, that being said, Jamyang hasn't yet been tested, unfortunately, due to the COVID situation in international Counter-Strike yet. But here we go. We'll talk about it later on. It's a 4v4. The take is coming in towards outside, and it's 20 seconds on the clock. They need to make some haste, but Dan King is being a problem here with that scout. He's just playing distraction. They're all falling to the rifles, Dinko. 1 casualty. That's all it'll be, and a beautiful 3K coming in from Mr. Somebody.
Yeah, he's shown up early on. That's good stuff from Somebody. Dan King with that early kill as well. Good stuff from Tyloo. Vici getting destroyed. And now we take a look at their buy. It's not a buy. It's going to be the full eco. A couple of P250s maybe purchased up. And we've seen what these teams can do with P250s. We've seen a little bit of chaos earlier today from Flying. We know these Chinese players are so incredible at this game. They can pull anything off with just a small investment.
Well, this is going to be, of course, the full eco. Didn't get the bomb on the second time around. Slowly. Oh, he's got Hotty Shotty. The alligator. And, oh, he's going to be very hungry with that. Imagine the amount of money you can farm up. And Somebody, okay. Like a... You just smelt them coming in. this is scary, but he's still gonna pop them up. Oh, I love and I hate somebody at the same time, and he pushes on up Dinko, and okay, maybe information was conveyed that Advent's all the way towards team mid. That is so unnecessary, especially because he's got a rifle.
Yeah, but it's like, it's somebody versus Vici. Tyloo versus Vici. It's all about the mental game, and somebody just showing he's not scared of these players, doesn't even respect them. He's gonna push them. In Pop Dog, this is just not normal. It doesn't make sense, but there's something up there in the head of somebody. I don't know how many hours you can put into Counter-Strike and realize that you just don't do that, all right? But if you're somebody, suppose it works. And he's got aggressive towards Ivy early on, slowly. With the XM, has pushed up into the brown holes. A little bit of a smoke to play with here, but no one here from Vici. There's going to be information gathered.
Oh, that's a dead giveaway, and Summer not having to equip his M4 back. That's a nice approach coming out here from Vici. Zoking snuck his way in slowly. He's got the timing right, Dinko. There's no one around. Somebody's going to get a kill. Sneaking in around from Olaf, and one by one, they're falling apart. Slowly comes in. The drop's been heard, and Jamyang's ready and waiting. But from behind comes somebody swapping over to the AWP. They're all falling like flies, Dinko. They know where the last player is, and of course, somebody's going to take the fight. He gets a ding. He gets a tag with the op. Swaps over to the M4, but the bomb is dropped far, far away. Now, Jamyang can leg it. He can potentially pick up the bomb, but Attacker and Danking, they're going to push on up, and this is going to be impossible for Jamyang. He's great, Dinko, but this is impossible.
Yeah, it's gone. Jamyang had to be an absolute god-tier hero for Vici yesterday in a lot of the rounds. He was showing up, getting multiple kill spray downs. He saved the day on over on Nuke. You know, that they would have lost. They would have lost that map to Invictus if it wasn't for Jamyang showing up and getting that spray down. Kept them alive at map point, and well, he's gonna have to have a similar performance against Tyloo today. I just don't think obviously you can keep it up to that level when you're playing against the likes of Tyloo, but we'll see. We'll see. He's the best performing player at Asia at the moment as a single entity, I would say, right now in this tournament so far. So hopefully they can see that continue. Over here for Tyloo, somebody definitely started to step up towards the end of their previous series when they closed it out pretty convincingly on map number 3 against Beyond. I feel like he was a bit quiet for the start of the series, but he's definitely started to warm up, and towards the end of Inferno, he was just looking like a god, right? He was hitting some of these ridiculous shots. Slowly, he was having to back up the B bomb site because somebody was halfway down Banana at the start of the round. So you just have these crazy moments where he's getting confident, he's finding success in doing it, and that's a little bit scary for Vici because somebody's going to show up today. He's 10-1 right now, and we're 4 rounds deep. What are you doing? Why are you in here? Okay, he's in Pulp Talk.
Which is fine, but the way he just ran on up,
yeah,
he's
like, come back here. Come back here. And he's going up.
Oh, somebody, never change, please. You
unless
wonderful,
you're playing against a European team, then change. But this is impressive. It's very fun to watch when you're playing against some of these Asian teams because obviously it works out a lot more. When you're playing against some of the better teams, obviously somebody can't really do this as much, but oh no, see if you get 1 kill here. I'm done. Right, the Glocks, the pistols, they're running him down. Somebody finally gets picked apart. Yeah, he does. He stuck around a little bit too long. Summer cleaning it up though. 4 kills. This is a huge hold from Summer. And now he just needs 1 more, and he might just ace this. Oh, he runs out of ammo. Alman gets rid of him on the Tech 9, and what attacker he is there. Alman goes down, and 5-0.
I'm sorry. He just deserves it. It's just, you can't get away with that. Come on, man. Not every single time.
He's gonna try every single time, though. Just try, and try, and try, and try again, blah. Just keep trying. That's somebody's motto.
That's Vici's motto as well against Tyloo.
Yeah, it's like, we will get it. We've only played, how many maps is it?
10 series. They've lost 10 games back-to-back to Tyloo.
Okay.
Which includes 2 best-of-5s and 8 best-of-3s.
They have 86 maps played against each other.
Of course, like very different lineups going all the way back to 2015.
Yeah. And 8 overtimes out of those, which is actually quite kind of small. In comparison to how many maps they've played together. But it's so weird. You can't really take anything from the results you look at, though, because you see Vici beating Tyloo convincingly on Overpass one time, and then you look again, and then Tyloo in the next series beat them 16-6 on Overpass. It makes no sense. So this series has always been difficult to call and make any sense of. The only thing that does make sense is that Vici won't win.
Death, taxes, and Vici not being able to beat Tyloo, I guess. One of the few certainties in life, especially over here in Asia. Danking playing from the smoke, trying to neutralize the Molotov, and a lot of utility being deployed by the T's. This is interesting from the CTs. They're still playing up close here. I'm not very comfortable with the position from somebody, Dinko. Zoking finds Summer. He's so convinced that someone's still in the smoke, and of course it is somebody, but a quick trade coming in. This setup was messy from the CTs, and Zoking still convinces someone sticking around towards Olaf.
Oh, attacker going down. Zoking gets rid of him. And now we've got a 4 versus 2 blood. Slowly starting to wrap around as well. Armin looking for this pickup as he emerges from Ivy. And then slowly he's just going to slow it down now. Moving away. Danking holds the cross. No one from Vici giving anything. I love the respect that Vici are giving to Tyloo right now. They know, okay, we're in such a favorable position. But if we even give them a slight chance, they might just win this. So we'll just sit back. We'll let it all unfold. And Danking finally gets his opportunity. And he capitalizes, shutting down Jam Young. But the round is finally being picked up by Vici. 5-1 blood. It's been a long time coming, but they eventually get their win over the line, and they desperately need rounds to start off this T side affair. If you let Tyloo just continue to batter you and take round after round on the CT side, you're going to be looking at a pretty terrible first half.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate Zoking died there after all the work he did with the AWP. And but they're still going to purchase it. They have money. I think what was it? I think it was Jam Young. We dropped that gun over to Kaze, but there you have it. The big green zoom banger in the hands of Mr. Kaze. One man you'd love to have to open up sights here, but oh, aggression. Danking's gonna find Jam Young. Dinko. Oh my, what is that? That's not it. That's not it. Why would he just peek out there just dry? Like, what? Okay. But someone's pushed up to his teammates. Feeling. Yeah, but they're everywhere.
I won't. Yeah. Some are already pushed up into T-Con. This is going to be quite difficult for them to expect, but Summer comes down to the space. Oh, God, the timing. Oh, he's throwing the smoke. Oh, that's awful. Summer could have had 1 or 2 kills there, but luckily Attacker somehow getting a double kill. He gives his team a chance. Danking can win this now. A 1 versus 2. Under a minute left in play, but he's still in towards Pop Dog. Armin on the bottom side. You've got Kaze. He's got the bomb. He's got a crossover, and Danking has the perfect angle. He knows he doesn't have to make a play until that bomb gets crossed over. Luckily, Kaze taking the safe route. The damage done onto Armin, but he's not able to take the kill, and Kaze's op scope is waiting for him. This is good stuff, at least. He's able to put 2 together, blood, but scary moments across the board.
Yep, pretty scary moments, and good recovery from Vici, stealing 2 rounds away, and it wasn't just about individual heroics, and I appreciate the fact that Tyloo are getting punished for these sort of peaks. Now, what is that peak from Slowly? It's, they have an op, he goes to the peak, somebody just walks out dry towards Ivy, and I genuinely hate when Tyloo wins around like that, because I look at it from the bigger picture, right? You get away with that, you're not getting punished, but eventually, once the entire Corona situation dies down, they're going to be visiting some lands, considering they are the best in Asia. They're going to be winning a lot of tournaments and a lot of qualifiers. And then what, right? You're going to be punished like crazy for these mistakes, and that's the worrying factor. Attacker pushes in, Dinko. He's going to find one. Almond finds somebody. Summer playing around the bomb train, and he's going to get found out. Zoking in the flames. Picks up a kill. Attacker position known, and they're still duking it out. I'm not a big fan of that. Almond gets dinked down to 15 HP, but the bomb will get planted. Dinko. And now it's a 3v4 once more, favoring the side of VG. Indeed. And what I'm happy about is the way they're winning these rounds. They are punishing that outside hole from Tyloo. And Tyloo, when they're holding aggro towards Popdog, to its teammates, I feel like they would have more success there. But Vici, they're slowing it down a bit. They're using the utility and bursting out into the outer yard, and Tyloo just not able to hold on. And again, Tyloo relying on these individual plays, pushing into the smoke, trying to win these duels. No real, well, teamwork, so to speak. Honestly, it's just them relying on individuals getting a double kill every single round, and Vici are punishing it. Vici are moving like a pack. It's interesting watching these two teams play. It's trying to like draw an analogy, and I'd compare like Vici to a Pride Alliance, and Tiger are basically like tigers, right? Tigers hunt alone. They hunt all by the lonesome. They're solitary creatures, and that's just unfortunate. Danking just got wrecked. And this is so good from Vici, working together. Look at the utility placement, Dinko. They have almost everything cut out, except Summer hasn't been checked. He's hiding in the smoke on the bomb train. But bomb getting planted, yeah, there's nothing they can do. The rifle's been spammed out. Summer trying to get a kill, but Zoking dancing around. He will finally fall, but that's going to be it. Just a one casualty, one AK-47 loss, and that too was a player who got the 3 kills. So Vici Gaming, they're definitely firmly back into this game, Dinko. We have a match in our hands here.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see. I think we immediately seen the signs that Tyloo were going to be delivering. Somebody was showing up. He was 10-1. Now 12-6. I mean, still impressive, but slowed down a little bit. And the rest of Tyloo not really showing up just yet and not having those moments. Dan King, I mean, he's been hitting shots, but most of those have actually been exit frags, if you think about it.
True.
He's been kind of locked out of the bomb sites. He hasn't really been able to deliver the impact. Really solid stuff. Disciplined counter-strike coming in from Vici, not overfacing. And while Dan King, he's been dropped down to 43. There's battling towards Ivy. Not really working out for Tyloo, but at least they keep him alive.
Yeah, he is alive, but he is being handled very, very expertly by Advent and his men. And look at the way they have control of Brownhall, Stinker, with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. They don't really have control of Banana, but they've got Omen over here, and that's going to allow them a lot of possibilities. It could be the late flank, it could be the guy trying to, isolate the player playing towards Ivy. But for the first time in a while, Vici's going to be actually heading towards the inner bomb set, where they've actually never really won a round yet. All the 4 rounds they've won so far have been towards outside. And Danking's ready and waiting. Does have backup in the form of slowly playing up close, and he has a lot of responsibilities in his hands. And the thing is, there we go. The fake being sold, and Danking, thinking about rotating, but he's going to stick around. Flashbang's going to be a dead giveaway, Dinko, and here we go, the hit coming in.
Slowly with the first kill, Zoking hits the deck without a single kill, and now Jamyoung having to do everything, and he gets a double blur. It goes down, Dan King falls, and now the defense is looking rough. Tyloo have to pull off a 3 versus 4 retake, and they haven't been able to do that yet. Vici have been so good in these post plants, and Jamyoung calculates. He can go forward and come back and stay alive at this point. He doesn't want to go forward again. Instead, repositions, holds the advantage instead for Vici, should I say. And now Tyloo having to get out of here, having to save into the next round, saving what they have. And Vici tying things up. A quick take of the B bomb site. I mean, it wasn't the most convincing of fix, I have to say. Just the one player over towards Ivy. Did a little bit of utility. You could see Dan King nearly fell for it, but it's pretty well telegraphed. It was quickly going to be a hit into that B bomb site and reply. The job done, though. I mean, they effectively take the bomb site. They get the openings. I mean, Sully was the player who found the opening kill blow on that B bomb site, but Vici able to recover it.
Yeah, and again, like a couple of missed shots from Danking, which you don't see that often, honestly. It is very, very rare indeed. But can we just appreciate how good Jamyoung is? Like, again, this is a guy who was unknown in the Asian scene like a year ago, right? A year and a half ago. And Advent finds him from some of the pugs being played in China. And he's like, yeah, this is the guy I want. This is the guy I want on my team. And everyone's like, okay, it's a nobody. Let's see what he's got. But the sheer maturity, the in-game maturity from him to play that. Like, he gets 2 kills and he plays it safe. He doesn't overextend. He plays around the smoke, gathers information for his team. And just him staying alive, Dinko, that killed the rotation. Sorry, that killed the retake. It was just dead. As Kaze is going to find Summer. And Vici, they're just doing everything, Dinko. They're going for the fast takes, they're going for the executes, and now they're slowly just picking Tyloo apart one by one. But danking it slowly, they strike back. Yeah, at least he, he's the one calling everything. He's the one who's been able to shape up Jamyang. Honestly, if he wasn't calling, like, kick him right now, right from the team. But I do agree with you that Advent is someone who needs to probably move on to the coaching position at one point or the other. And I feel like with this online era where coaches can't talk in the server, I think it would be the perfect time for him to actually transition into the coaching role.
Yeah, I feel like he's definitely got the skills and the status within China of just being the best tactical in-game leader. There's no one that even comes near to him, right? So he has that, probably the best in the whole Asian region. But look at this, slowly with Jamyang right in front of him. He's in behind. He's got 1 and 2. That's huge from slowly. That's one of the plays you expect from somebody, but not slowly. He's having a great time right now, and it's worked out. It is against the pistols as well, which is even more insane that he's decided to go for that. But he backs away. He's got the AWP in his hands, and job done. Cleaned it up. That should be the round in the bike now.
That would the difference between a slowly's approach there and somebody would have walked on into the smoke. Slowly waited. He waited for the smoke to dissipate. Checked for both the players. Got both of them. Got the hell out of there. I do agree with you. It was a little unnecessary. Maybe it was a misread from Tyloo, where that it would probably be the pistols. They probably expected a few rifles and whatnot from Vici, which is why he went for that play. But hey, they managed to clinch it out. And this should be 7-5 here. But Vici have strung 5 in a row, which is impressive.
Yeah, and Advent just walking right in. dank gets the right timing on the spray. Cashes him in the smoke, and Almond sucking towards T-Con. It looks like Tyloo just easily got themselves the 7th here. dank taking down Almond. It's just Kaze. Why I said just Kaze? Well, it's Kaze. He's gone now. It's going to be 7-5. Vici, they do win themselves quite a few rounds in a row. 5 rounds ready T-side. It's not too bad, but they're grabbing control of it yet again. Take a look at the economy here for Vici Blood. It's not looking like it's in a great spot. Look at this. Smoke fades away. First and the second kill quickly coming in. And that pretty much ruins any of the chances that that Vici would have had in winning this round or even doing significant damage.
Well, that's significant.
39 HP. You know what? He doesn't even stop. He's just going to rush. It gives him a little bit of a motivating factor. You can't be shot now. You have to hit the headshot. And when he's going to take down Jamyang, danking helps him out as well. That's a little bit of a meme. I guess danking's been playing a lot of Face It or maybe some pugs where you don't have team damage on, but okay, somebody catches that one, goes back again, and Advent just shuts him down. But round's 1 anyway here, so at least that's something for Tyloo. And there we go, Vici's investment not paying off. They're down to the eco again, Blur. Madness.
Why does somebody face again? Like, no flashes, no nothing. He gets a first kill, mind you, which is a dry one-on-one fight. And he peeks out again. Why is he like this, Dinko? Why is somebody like this? Why does he do this to all of us? The silence is the answer right there. No one knows. No one knows. I don't think even Patty O'Shea knows the answer to that.
Yeah, Patty O'Shea doesn't even know. All the answers. I mean, he has been pretty useless over the past couple of days, hasn't he? Hasn't really been feeding Mitch much information.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. He's alone, Dinko. There's no one nearby, but doesn't matter. He wants all the kill. He's on 8 HP! He's on 8 HP!
He doesn't stop, Blair. He can't stop, won't stop.
Oh, it's like that Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't stop.
9-5 up. Last round of the first half. Tyloo, 9 rounds on the board. CT side of Trin. This was the map pick of Vici. 5 rounds T side against Tyloo. I'd like at least one more here if I was VG to feel comfortable. But it still will be enough nonetheless. You know, if you have to win the pistol, they have to be a little bit more confident at the start of the half next time. But 6 would definitely put them in a more comfortable position. So they're going to be looking for that. They finally got to buy out again. Tyloo looking for this early pick. It's somebody on the op, and well, they usually go with this double op setup when they can. It's somebody and Dan King wielding them. And somebody... What are you doing? If you go back again, I'm so done. Oh, they finally forced him away. He was going to do it, Blah. That Molotov doesn't commit. They're like, okay, we have to tell you to just go away. This time, plugging a hole with Summer instead.
He is he's an interesting player, Dinka. I won't lie though. I won't lie, even though sometimes we get frustrated. He is definitely one of the most interesting, most exciting players to watch. He was doing this before Art was even known in international Counter-Strike. Everyone talks about Art as being the most aggressive player. Which y'all don't know. Somebody was the OG.
Yeah, he is obviously Art has taken it to another level though. Like
that's true.
When you take a look at the graphs, somebody's like relatively close, but Art is just miles.
Well, that's the thing though. Art is set up by his team to go for those plays, right?
Exactly. Like, somebody just does it on his own accord.
Yeah, he's like, I'm holding B alone, guys, but I'm pushing in and getting all the kills anyway. And slowly, no, he's good. He's good. But the flank is coming in. Oh, this is smart.
This is really smart. He's got himself around the back of the oil train. But the problem is still, it's a 2 versus 4. So winning this round is going to be difficult nonetheless. And they check for him. They get the read. They turn around, slowly catches him out. And somebody takes the final kill. 10-5 for Tyloo at the half. They continue their dominance against Vici. Look at that. 12 kills in Zoking, and the rest are on 5 and 6. Ugh. It's not good. I mean, 5 rounds, they get enough rounds, Blair, but it feels disappointing still. It feels like they're just out of it. I don't know why. It just feels like Tyloo is just in such a comfortable position.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Well, one thing I really like about VG's train CD side, and I really hope I don't jinx them by saying this, is they have the protocols right. They're not gonna. It's not gonna be like somebody pushing down Ivy alone. They're gonna have a game plan. They're gonna have these multiple variations on the CD side setup, which I feel would be enough, as admin's getting a lot of information. There's no time being wasted, but Jamyoung up above like a king. He finds 1 kill, and Zoking and Jamyoung, they strike in tandem, flank coming in from behind, and it's all over. They just get completely shredded. The lack of utility, Dinko, just completely, just nothing to be done. And especially at that range against the USPs, you're just going to lose more than half those duels.
Well, Jamyoung just shows up. That's a good start for Vici, definitely, and they just keep running into him. Beautiful stuff from Jamyoung. Yeah, really fantastic stuff. And I hope Vici just forced Tyloo to respect him in the second half, because they did not in that first one. I mean, that's a pretty good statement to start things off in the second half. It was a dominant pistol win. Although Tyloo onto the Deagles. A little bit of a scary round coming up here. Potentially, and will Summer. Oh, he's going to go down early on. Advent with the aggression pays off, gets the opening kill on the UMP and will fall away. Almond shuts down slowly. Good start here. This Ivy hold has the bomb. And now somebody, an attacker, will try their best to at least take a couple of players down with them. But this round will be picked up by Vici.
It wasn't a full investment from Tyloo though, but just a pistol to no Kevlar. An attacker has managed to escape, but he's on 11 HP. Think there's nothing he can do. Almond's gonna have no trouble picking it up. A flawless round coming out from Vici. Almond the only one to like take a bit of damage. Just 22 points of damage dealt in total, and that buy was weird. Like if you're not going to be investing, just going to go for the Deagle buys, Dinko, you're just hampering yourself in your buy round. Because look at this, they've all gone for they've all gone for AK-47s, at least 3 of them. And look at the money on Summer and somebody. So they're the 2 players who are going to be opting to go for the Galils. But look at the utility they have. 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs. On a map like Train, that's not enough. That's never enough.
Although when you're Tyloo and you're in a situation where you have the option to get a couple of Deagles out, I don't think you can turn that opportunity down. As annoying as it is when you commit your gun round, it hasn't worked out, but When you're Tai Lu, you have always got a chance to try and win those, but look at the damage being employed. It's going to be Attacker and Summer taking so much damage on, and they're going to start running through straight into this B-bomb site. Kaze holding on, a double kill. He'll look for more. Smokes up, killed from Summer, and Kaze trying to stop this ramp push. It's not really worked out for him, but luckily ZoKing is continuing to just slap Tai Lu. 16 kills from him, 14 deaths. Tai Lu lose that round like it was an eco blow. They got absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, and again, the utility. There was, I don't think there was even a smoke towards Connector if you're going to go for that play. So basically just taking open duels and Kaze, again, great positioning from him. He read that perfectly. Well-timed grenade as well earlier. I do believe that was from Jamyoung. And yeah, that softened them up a little bit. And now the big guns are coming out. We have the AWP in the hands of Mr. Kaze. CD side hopping on train. That's his bread and butter, Dinko. That's where he thrives. Yes, he's been quiet so far. And somebody has gone for the Nova in Pop Dog. I mean, he's gonna get the kill, isn't he?
Almond. Spraying away, trying his best. I would love to see the Nova work. Advent's run out of ammo. Oh, God. Oh, no, blah. This is happening slowly with 2 kills. Kaze relocates. Oh, nearly catches out slowly. That would have been nice on the transfer with the Deagle, but he's still alive, still walking this earth, and now 3 versus 3. At least Tai Lu haven't been able to recover any weapons. They've still only got a Nova and 2 Deagles, so Vici should be having this round in the bag, especially because Slowly has now been pushed back into Ivy. If he had taken the A bomb side and if he maintained that control, then he would have been able to do a little bit more. But Kaze, oh, he goes around the corner, finally getting the job done. And he's going to look for another kill here. No Summer was around this area going for the pre-fire on the ult, but it's not really working out. And somebody, meanwhile, the Jaws music begins to play as he goes onto the bomb site with a Nova. He's hunting them down, but nothing being presented. He's been spotted as well. He'll go back for the shot. That thing's not doing much from that range. It actually does a little bit of damage, but it's not going to take him down. And it's going to be Vici with another round. That always gets a little bit scary when you see Tai Lu in those situations.
Yeah, it got a tad bit scary there. But of course, the buy is going to be coming on. This is a much better buy for Tai Lu. But hey, look at the scoreline, though, Dinko. Vici, 1 round away from tying it up.
We seen this from Tai Lu yesterday. We've seen them just absolutely play terribly on their T side. It just all fell apart, right? The only reason they beat Beyond on this map was because they just had 3 rounds where they won on pistols.
Helped out by the fact that Beyond were making some terrible decisions. QQ especially towards the pop, if you remember, with the rifle just pushing up ladder when he knew that Tai Lu had pistols. And so far, Vici, they haven't made too many mistakes. They really haven't. Like 5 rounds on the T side, that's completely normal. That's completely what you can expect. And so far, this the CD side has been flawless. ZoKing now playing towards Pop. Kaze has got his back. They have a player who's pushed up towards T mid as well. They have no one towards Ivy though. Now the problem with this setup is if Slowly can cross on over to the back of Ivy and trying to work from all 1.6, it could present a problem. But of course they don't know what we do. It's a very traditional, very standard setup from Vici. The problem is, or the question here for me is, how long are they going to stick around with this? Are they going to switch it up eventually? And that is indeed going to be the case, Dinko. They're aware the flank is possible, so they've kept Almond all the way towards CD spawn, cutting off potential flank.
Kaze, scope in. Player's about to round this corner and Kaze is holding on. Smoke up in his face. Kaze was the flashbang, repositions to the bomb site itself, and with 27 seconds left, Almond's position will be first contact. A lot of damage being sprinkled over Summer here, but it's not really working out just yet. Neither of these players have won. But Summer's down to 7 HP. He's hiding, just buying time, keeping Almond distracted, and the push coming into the A bomb site. Somebody gets rid of ZoKing. Summer finally meets his maker, but the push has already come through. The bomb has gone down just in the nick of time, and another kill collected for Tai Lu. Vici have got to pull off the retake in a 4 versus 3. Jamyoung has started things off well. The second best team in China. And now they start moving back in. 20 seconds. Attacker, position behind the green train in Hell. He's holding an advanced stance, hoping he can catch one of these wide peak angles in Kaze, but they've moved to the site. Jamyoung with another important kill in the lineup. Okay, of course they line up for Slowly. The double is there. Advent and Jamyoung both going down, and Tyloo given an 11th round. That is heartbreaking for Vici. It looked like Jamyoung had done enough into the retake, but there's not enough in the end. Bless Slowly just getting the perfect lineup, and Tyloo will take another.
That was actually a very, very well played round from Tyloo. Look at the way they slowed things down. They forced Vici to make mistakes. They forced him, and look at the way they caught them out. Right, they had the outer bomb side control, and yes, it came down to a 3v3. It came down to Jamyoung putting the work, and it looked a little close there, and Tyloo kind of stealing it in the end. But that was an incredibly well played round from Tyloo. They completely bamboozle Vici towards that outer bomb site. So more like that, please. Whoever's calling right now, I do believe it's Summer still calling for Tyloo, but that was very well done.
Yeah, really well played round, and Tyloo showing us that they've got that. They've got that in their arsenal.
And they didn't overpeak. They didn't overface in that post plan as well. I mean, more of that, please, Tyloo.
Maybe they learned their mistakes again. Learned their lessons against Beyond yesterday, where okay, maybe if we don't focus up at a certain point, this is where it gets out of hand, and we potentially go on to lose this map. We seen them turn it on in Inferno. Told me the joke about turning the knobs and getting up to 40%. Here against Vici, they're looking quite focused now on this T side. As they slow things down, Tyloo are going to send a couple of players to the brown holes. Each have used so much utility already, and they just use another smoke. You've got one Molotov left, one flash, one smoke, and a nade, and that's across 2 players.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? When Tyloo is slowly feeling it out with the smoke, execute towards outside, but it's all a ruse. Dinka, 2 players marching up. And Jamyoung, my god, he's good. My god, he's so good. And Omen, he's gonna strike as Zoking caught out in the open. Slowly, he's just gonna run on out, rip his head off. But it's still a 2v3. Make that a 1v4. Sorry, my math's all over the place because they're all falling. They get completely wrecked, Dinko. And just a shutdown from Vici. And you gotta, again, bear in mind, that round, if Vici lost that, their money would have been in the bin. And that would have been Tyloo. It would have been 12-9 to scoreline, and Tyloo could have easily got to 13 or maybe even 14 because Vici would have probably gone for a double eco or something of that nature. So that is such an important round for Vici to win, and they win it convincingly. For Tyloo, it's going to be a half investment. Some Kevlar, some pistols, a couple of AKs, and Danking an attacker. They're going to at least try and get the bomb down or at least deal a bit of damage here. So, not ecoing yet.
Omen swinging out towards Long and Ivy. He will catch out slowly. Another push coming down in towards the same bomb site. It's not really working out too well for Tyloo. They're losing far too many players. Kaze shuts down Dan King, and look at somebody. He's on the other end of the map. The bomb left. Let's have a look at where the bomb is on the map right now.
The Matter's all dead.
Yeah, he just kind of left it. He's like, we don't need you this round. Screw it. If we're going to win this, it's not going to be off a bomb plant. 11-11. Buy committed for Tyloo. He'll be the AK out for Attacker. And you have to remember, back to Pal Summer, Attacker had one of the best performances we've seen from him in a very long while, right? He was, he's good. He's consistently good, but he was a game changer for Tyloo in so many maps back in Pal Summer. I'd love to see that Attacker, even if it's just for one map. It would just be great to see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like Attacker and even Mr. Summer, they haven't really, and including somebody as well, they've just been upstaged by these 2 young players in the form of Danking and Slowly, right? But we all know what they can do, and it's when the going gets tough, it's the veterans who step up, and right now they need to step up. You look at the average aggregate HP left at the end of the rounds. Tyloo substantially higher than Vici's. It goes to show how convincing some of the wins were, the round wins were, but the score is tied.
Well, dropping down, it'll be Zoking, who gets rid of Attacker, and now 5 versus 4. Mad advantage in play here for Vici. And that's not the start Attacker would be looking for. We're just talking about him, Blow. We're talking about his performance and how we wanted to see that level be reached. But in this round, he doesn't even get a chance to show us. As he is picked off almost immediately. Oh, somebody just jumping over the top. Oh my, what are you doing? What is that, Blur?
Somebody.
Like, what is that, though? It's just kind of, like, jumps the flash.
I've stopped trying to understand what goes on in that man's mind like a couple of years ago, Denko. And honestly, I rather not attempt that again. They're just falling apart. Almond just feeling it right now. He's taking 2 players down, just going for the duels. And he knows the final player's there as well. And slowly, well, he's got the bomb, Denko, but there's not a snowflake's chance in hell for him pulling this one back. It's a 1v5. No one's low on the side of Vici, and they're already on the hunt. Look at the position from Zoking as well. He's tagged him down. The hunt is on. They're wrapping around. They don't want to lose too many players, though, because their money isn't exactly perfect either. But yeah, Slowly doesn't expect another player in the same position. Vici Gaming, Dinko, they're in the lead. And the way they're winning the rounds, it's kind of convincing me that they might actually take this map. This is looking very promising for Advent and his men.
It's looking real promising, right? This is definitely exciting to see, because that means we've got a series on our hands. Maybe we even see Vici take this series for the first time in a while, blah. that would be quite incredible. I mean, Tyler kind of looked a little rough in this tournament so far, I'll be honest. We haven't really seen the dominant Tyloo just yet. Yesterday, taking a map off Beyond, looking like they may potentially go on to lose that one. They could have lost 2-0 realistically. So Vici have a real chance here, and slowly trying to run down with the Mac 10. It's going to be Alman who gets caught out by it. No, okay, Zoking with a big double. It was just chaos on the server, but it's somebody with a Tech 9. He's taken 2, and that's all he'll find as Advent with the rifle at least returns things to normality. It's 13-11. Vici are 3 away from taking Train, and we take a look at what Tyloo have brought to the table. It's not going to be the best of buys. In fact, they will get the rifles and the AWP out, but look at what Attacker has. 3.4k. Someone can get the AK out with the armor, a little bit of utility as well, but they are suffering in terms of utility across this board. It's not fantastic.
It's not at all. And for Vici, though, this is looking so good, Dinko. The money is flush as we do enter the end game of this particular map. 3 more rounds remaining for Vici. And CD side, Tyloo have only managed to get 1 round here on their T side, while for the side of Vici, it's been 8 rounds. And apart from that one solitary round, it's been... And it was a very well-played round from Tyloo, but then Vici have been able to adapt, improvise, overcome. And right now, they are just stomping on Tyloo. There we go. Jam Young. I think all of us... Like, okay, here's the thing, right? The only criticism I can give this guy is not even criticism. It's just that he hasn't really been tested against international opposition, while Kaze has. But that's not his fault. Just that, you know, Vici have not been able to beat Tyloo and qualify for any events. And even if they have, or even if they will in the future, the COVID thing's going to keep him at bay, and it's still going to be in China for a while. But he's definitely making a case for himself of being perhaps the best player right now in Asia, and he is stepping up. Sure, it's not had the numbers that Zoking has, but all these impactful kills and how instrumental he is in shutting down these sort of Tyloo hits, especially with the B bomb side. He's been massive indeed. Gets a dodge, and now 13-11 the scoreline. Tyloo, all 4 players gap this inner hit. It is a ruse towards outer. They're going to go for the same thing, Dinko. Let's see if it works this time around.
Oh, the Sprites could be Armin catching out Attacker. Jam Young doing well. A double kill from the spools. It's slowly and somebody both slipping on the floor. Jam Young laid the trap, and now Tyloo with just danking, and Summer. It's Summer with a headshot. That's at least something in here for Tyloo, but it's not looking like it's going to be much more. Vici reaching 14. Can they get it done? Kaze, he's going to get another chance. He's just not landing these shots. Looks so close in the first attempt, but he's going to get away. 30 seconds now on the clock. CT side just holding that bomb on the B bomb site. It's Tyloo over on A, just saving it over into the next round. They desperately need both of these weapons. If they do not carry these over, Vici should be just closing out Trim, most likely. Well, at least reaching match point, simply. If I was Vici right now, I'd be hunting. Look how much money they have. It's worth the hunt, getting rid of this AWP and the AK.
Yeah, but Adam's like, let's not get over-eager. Let's not do anything crazy. 14-11. Oh. Tyloo, this is a rude awakening, Dinko.
It is. It's a realization that, okay, oh no, this might actually happen. Well, they're used to losing maps to Vici. You know,
True.
They've come back in series after a couple of lost maps, even best of fives, and it's looking like Vici are finally going to do it. They get all of our hopes up. The Australians are going mental. We're going mental on Twitter, and then Tyloo win. And it's just the most depressing scenario you'll ever see. But Kaze gets the opening kill. It's Dan King that goes down. An opening kill for Vici. They're going to be reaching map point here on Trin, and it hasn't even been close in this second half. Tyloo's T side sucks, and it hasn't really got better. And it's going to be Advent just sitting in front of the smoke at all off. He starts to fall away. 9 kills, 14 deaths, but it just goes to show his team are 14-11 up. He provides much more to the server than kills.
Yeah, this I can hear the bells tolling, Dinko, in the distance. There's a very famous song by Metallica, For Whom the Bell Tolled, and I gotta say, I think I have an answer for that. It is going to be for Tyloo. They're going to come crawling into the Cinder bomb site. But they're going to be creeping into certain death by the looks of things. Almond, poison ready. Jamyoung has been a champion, a turret. An absolute beast towards the Cinder bomb site. Just his ability to stay alive. They hear the drop coming in, and Almond's ready. His crosshair's placement is perfect. Summer does reply back, but Jamyoung, it's a 1v4. There's no need to face, but okay, Summer. All right. It was a time for you to just pull back the years and go fancy one on us. Now is the time. Scoped in, the flashbang is perfect. That is brilliant. That's what I want to see.
Lasted for like a year. That's the best flash we've seen in this tournament so far. Advent, the player who throws it, just fantastic. That completely neutralizes Summer. He can't do anything in the clutch. He does get that bomb plant in though, Blair, and look what that's done for the economy of Tyloo. It's given them enough money, just enough to get 8Ks across every player. So if they are to win this round and maybe mount the comeback to overtime, it'll be thanks to Summer getting that money in the bank.
That flash was just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant from Vici. Of course, we've seen this in the past. I mean, it's a standard flash, right? When you have a players, the T's pincer on the bomb side, they're trapped there, they have nowhere to go, and you have a player coming down from the lowest slope. But it's just the fact that we've rarely or ever seen anyone go for these sort of things, you know, small little micro plays, which is so very common in international Counter-Strike, the top tiers of international Counter-Strike, and it's just absent. And when I suddenly see this in a game between two Chinese CS, it's shocking, but it's you know, it's a happy shocker, Dinko. It's a complete opposite of watching somebody walking through a smoke. This is a complete antithesis to that. This is like the solution, the fix to that, and that makes me happy. And right now, just because of that flash, I really want Vici to win this. Close it out.
Actual Counter-Strike being played on the server. Would you like to see it? And well, Attacker and Slowly have got a couple of kills. It's not done yet. Like I said, Summer got the money in the bank, and now Tyloo have the AKs. They've been so good at breaking the hearts of every team in this tournament before, Blair, and now they go up 15 rounds, still on the board for Vici, but I think they realize they've got to concede this one. It's 15-12. Tyloo are not done yet.
Where did that come from? Well, fortunately for Vici, though, the way they've managed to win all these rounds in a row, it's they won 10 rounds out of 11 on the CD side. Obviously, Tyloo, this is going to be the second round on the T side, but the fact that they're actually able to, you know, keep most of their players alive means they did themselves a very big favor. I mean, look at the amount of money they have remaining. So they can lose a couple of rounds. It's fine. They still have a lot of money, oodles of cash to work with. And for Tyloo, again, I'm not convinced. I feel like it was just them outdueling their opponents there. It was just them outdueling it, just the usual, you know, force play. The first round they won on the T side, that was very well played. Apart from that, this is just, again, classic Tyloo, just throw numbers and out-aim your opponents. And I don't think they're going to be able to do it 3 more rounds in a row. I don't see it happening.
We'll see. Tyloo to defy the odds quite a bit.
Smokes down. Utility being used up. A good kill from Zoking. Danking going down, but Attacker able to get an important kill back. And Kaze continuing here. And this looks like it's done. Vici up 2 players right now looking at its entry and send us to the second map with a map under their belt and 1 step closer to finally beating Tyloo. Slowly left alone into 1 versus 4, and he's out of there. It's Vici taking their map pick 16-12. They finally get it done, and now we have 1 more map. If they can win the second map, boy, this would be incredible. If Vici can somehow finally beat Tyloo, this tournament becomes interesting. Super interesting.
Okay, how many times have we said that? How many times have we said that? Tom,
I'm
Mitch,
going to say it every time. Don't
do it. Dinko, listen. Look at me, all right? I'm losing my mind. It's not just the age. It's Tyloo and Vici. They've broken me. I don't want to break you yet. You know, you're still young. You still have your life ahead of you. Mitch, Tom, I hope you guys are there. You can jump on in and talk us through what has been an incredible CD side from Vici. That was fantastic. Yes, Tyloo did nothing on the T side apart from the 1 round, which was very well played. But still, credit where it's due. Vici, that was a great showing. Tom.
Yeah, they're just, setting up the comeback story. Same as always. That's why I said 2-1. Lose the first map, win the next 2. They're going to win Inferno 16-2. And you'll just be sat there like, why did I begin to believe? Why did I have faith? And jokes aside, they played very well. I think even on the T side, even though it wasn't particularly good, they definitely seemed to know what they were doing much better than what we saw from Tyloo. The only thing that scares me is those first 5 rounds. Just the fact that it seems to be in that mood of I don't care about anything other than the plays I want to make. And it's like, on train, it comes out as looking really stupid a lot of the time. Like, pushing aggressively into certain positions where it makes absolutely no sense. For example, pop again and again and again. And eventually when they shut him down, it makes sense. On Inferno, the thing I'm scared of is that's his playground. That's where somebody can just take over a map, any position. There's you know when you just look at a player and you know this angle back to back. But even if you do something stupid around that position, you're gonna make it work because of how many times you played it and how successful you are. And the fact that he seems to be in the mood on train, he was the best performer for Tyloo. That almost terrifies me more going into a map like Inferno, where it is where he plays his best.
Well, if that's going to be the case, we're going to be finding out. What a game, though, Mitch, from Mr. Zoking, the man with the motor arm. Like, I don't even know how he goes, but can he, like, does he have someone feeding him his food? How does he eat his food after moving his mouse in that fashion? It's insane.
Into his face.
Yeah, full speed.
Well, that's literally what he did in this game. 102 ADR, 27 kills. What a game from Mr. Zoking. And I believe he's the MVP as well.
Yeah, all I'll say is don't sit anywhere near this guy when he's eating soup, because I imagine it's all over the walls, like the way his hand shakes around the place like his aim does.
You're more scared of a banana.
He's gonna get slapped in the face. But yeah, looking at Zoking, obviously he was absolutely phenomenal. This man might not be able to paint his walls at home with a brush, but I guarantee you he'll paint the walls of his enemies' houses with their blood. So this guy came through, he dominated those fights time and time again. I feel like Vici in this map, they had the best chance to close this out. They did it. They came in. They looked good. CT side especially, really just shutting it down. But as I said, coming into the series, I feel like the first map, that's what defines whether it's 2-0 or 2-1 to Tyloo. Either way, Inferno, Overpass, these maps look so much better for Tyloo than anything that Vici have got in their pool. And you see them just about edge out of victory with a phenomenal CT side. Can they do that on Inferno? Can they do it on Overpass? I don't think so. I think this was a really good, a really smart pick by Vici, shifting up things based on the previous times they've played against Tyloo. As you guys were saying and we were talking about in the pre-show, you don't want to come in and go, oh, well, we've played them on Vertigo 4 times recently. We beat them the last 3. Let's go for that again, because Tyloo are going to figure you out eventually and not give you that space. Now coming on to Inferno, they've already got that history there. Tyloo know what they're doing. They've 16-2'd them last time and Overpass as well. I think it was 16-3 and 16-8. Like, Vici have slowly gotten more rounds, but I don't see them taking either of these 2 maps.
Okay, we do seem to have a bunch of cynics, Dinko, on the panel, but you know what? It's okay. It's completely understandable. The data does back it up. Whether Vici can make it a 2-0 or 2-1, we're still going to be finding out. Coming up next, it's going to be Tyloo's Playground. It is going to be Inferno, and it's going to be a blazing arena of action. Stay tuned for that. We have a quick break, and then we have map number 2 of the final game of the day coming up. Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the day of day 5 of week 1 of the Perfect World Asian League 2020. My name is Blaine, as always, on my left. Is that right? Yeah, on my left or my right, depending on what perspective is from. We have Dinko looking great. Vici looking spectacular. Hey, Dinko, how are you doing? They're looking fantastic.
Feels like we're on land.
We got the same background except for like different shades of orange and yellow over there. 16-12 to Vici. What a showing from them. That was spectacular. But those two nasty cynics who shared a panel with us, Tom and Mitch, they're like, oh, there's no way they're going to win Inferno. They're going to get banged up by Tyloo 2-1. Do you agree with that? Because I do.
I do as well.
God damn it.
It's just a little bit unfortunate how it all plays out. Every time you get your hopes up, you think maybe Vici are going to do it. Maybe they'll finally take down Tyloo. And then you always get left a little bit embarrassed. You feel like an idiot for being so naive. And then the cruel reality of the world seeps in. And it's true. It's just Vici will lose. That's how it works, unfortunately. And I don't know. Maybe the one time where we don't go and say Vici are going to win, this is the time they do it. So I'm going to go out and I'm just going to go out and say, blah, they're going to win the series. Vici are going to get it done. At least I can be the one person that might be either massively correct
optimism.
Or an idiot.
Well, youthful optimism, Dinko. And I'm happy you're channeling that. You're still young. You haven't reached the age where you've given up hope in life. Nothing really matters, and you just, you're just like dead deep down inside. You're alive. Your face, it is the future of mankind and Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Here we go. It is going to be Inferno, the stomping grounds of Tyloo. They are a map down. Vici, again, reminding our viewers, have lost 10 series in a row to Tyloo. 10 series ever since March of this year, which includes best of 3s and best of 5s. Not even a best of 1, Dinko. So it has been kind of lopsided.
I mean, at this point, Vici probably would love a best of 1, right? Just to get it over the line. But yeah, they do win maps, and that's the thing, right? It's not quite like Tyloo's dominant lead over Beyond, where they hadn't dropped a map in over a year. They did that yesterday, though. They dropped the map against Beyond yesterday for the first time since July 2019. Perhaps this is the day and, well, the couple of days of first for Tyloo in a while. Well, give it a damage being done. Kaze, he's out of the, on the balcony here. The smoke is up. He's going to be repositioning on top of the ledge as Summer wraps around. There's a big gap to play with Blood.
Oh, he just pushes him through the smoke, Dinko. I don't think Kaze was expecting that. That's a bomb site. That's a round. It's over. Look at Danking's position. He's almost in CT spawn. You can hear them running in through Archway. They have no idea where he's going to be. And Danking, is he going to peek? Is he going to peek? Yes, he is. Perfect timing. He knows where both of them are coming in from. All the information gathered. And slowly is going to be waiting. Jamyang having an idea that the flank is on. And this is a smart call from Vici. There's no point going for this retake. It's done. At least you have the... at least you have the smoke and the flashbang safe for Advent. You have the Kevlar for jamming and Almond. So, Kevlar's maybe it's going to make that force buy a little bit more deadly for the side of Vici. But Tyloo, they're wasting their time and they take the pistol round without, I believe they shouldn't be losing any players here. Or maybe they might, I don't know. They're pushing in, Dinko.
They lose Summer, they lose Attacker. And that's it. Nearly.
No, somebody as well.
And they lose somebody. Nearly slowly as well. But
who?
gotta get the Twitch chat memes going. Fire them up, blah. I mean, everybody thinks they're so original when they pull that one out. Of course, like the first person to ever make a joke.
Are you making fun of Twitch chat? Don't do that. Twitch chat are wonderful. We have shout out to delusional Tyloo fan. I think he should be watching the game. I've seen that he is there in every Tyloo game on Twitch.
Yeah, and shout out to Dark Tour as well if you're still out there. Know some of the content you've been doing with Bly here. Nice little interview.
Let's not go to Dinko. As we do have the force buy coming out from Vici, and because they saved those the Kevlar, look at the buy. Jamyang's able to afford himself.
Well, Advent with the smoke at the ready. Smokes the top of a banana, and now somebody about to walk through the smoke. Jamyang goes down and the spray away, nearly there for 2. And what, a 4 versus 4. And Tyloo trying to pick this up as cleanly as possible without losing too many of the players. Slowly smokes down into a CT spot. And start to move forward. Another smoke up. Slowly taking his time, living up to his name, but now Tyloo look to gather outside of the B-bomb site via Banana. Will be entering this B site itself. You got Almond on the coffins. Advent off at first oranges. MP9 ready with the crossfire set up. They start to charge their way through it while Attacker and slowly taking kills. That's 3 between them. And now Kaze and ZoKing having to get it done here for Tyloo. Or should I say Vici, as Tyloo have taken this B bomb site. Summer with the bomb down. He's on 32 HP, slowly with 43, and they're going to hold on. Slowly tucked back in dark. We've got Summer here in new box. And Vici, they've got a little bit of utility left. They're smoking a double flash, but they've got no Molotovs. They've got no nades to force them out of these positions. They have to move quickly, and they need the kills. As ZoKing goes forward, it's a chance on it slowly, but it's not worked out. Instead, it's Kaze quick on the trigger, but slowly dancing with a pillar. He will win the round for Tyloo. 2-0 up, and it's a 4K for Slowly as he delivers. He was the MVP performer on Inferno yesterday, and he continues to have success as we head into today. Tyloo, 2-0 up on the scoreboard. Well, there's a team kill, obviously, in the chaos there. Attacker taking down Dan King. And slowly having to really bail Tyloo out of this one. It was a pretty questionable scenario to be involved in there for Tyloo. It was looking a little bit rough. You know, Vici were looking like they were going to pull off one of those crazy Asian Counter-Strike rounds where they step up with the Deagles, they step up with the pistols, but it doesn't quite work out. Somebody with the first, but it might just work out here. Default pistols, finding kills. Jamyoung and Kaze. P2000, USP, doesn't matter. They still find 2 kills between them. And now the peek down in towards middle. It's worked out. A couple of kills here and there for Vici. There's just Almond left alone. He's in a 1 versus 1. He can win this and nearly pulls it off. But Tyloo, they'll get themselves a 3rd round, but these rounds have not been clean. Vici on USPs, on P250s and P2000s, they bring it down to a 1 versus 1. It was actually close to being won. Heads out the ready in Banana. It's going to be 1 kill for Advent. Taking down Dan King. Now man advantage in play for Vici. Early on into their first gun round. They've come so close to winning round after round already, but now they actually have the rifles out in play. This will be the true test for Tyloo because of how close these early rounds have been. You can see how limited the economy is here for Tyloo. They don't have the weaponry available to them or the funds to get that out if they lose this next round. So, pretty bad start from Tyloo here in Inferno. Even though they're 3-0 up, it's been pretty rough. Attacker taking down ZoKing. It looks like Vici will be taking the first gun round rather cleanly. On Attacker and somewhere to try and make this at least expensive. Jamyoung has taken a little bit of damage, but he's got such a strong position. He'll get a double. Actually close to getting the double. It's Almond that steals that one away. And 3-1, Vici find themselves the first gun round. And you can see the damage that has been deployed at the start of this. It's Vici taking most of the damage on board. And Tyloo have just hemorrhaged far too many players. The cash has never really got going, and that's going to cost them going into this next one. They're going to be down to either just the Deagles or the full eco. We'll see what call they've decided to go with as we get out of the replays, but another decent round there from Vici. This time keeping 4 players alive, and it's going to be the force buy from Tyloo. They're going to get the AWP out in the hands of Summer. They're going to get Deagles for Dan King and Mac 10 for Attacker and pistols for the rest. We'll see if they can pull it off. Tyloo have been known to win these kind of crazy rounds, so Kaze dropping Summer. Good opening again for Vici. This investment might not pay off here. Might be a situation that looks kind of rough. Attacker on the AWP. Now that's something we don't see too often. Known for just being the rifler in Tyloo. But that AWP goes back into the safe hands of Dan King. Tyler are going to set up with multiple players in Banana at the moment. Almond swinging out around the corner, up, spotting him. They go for the run boost. Dan King doesn't hit the shot or get a shot off, in fact, but he does get the information. And him just being there, him just landing in front of them, the superhero land, they realize they have to give up that fight. So they're going to reposition. Almond, he's just spotted one. Somebody's down in the P250 at the front. Flashes up. Here go Tyloo. If they could pull this off, this would be incredible. Advent at the back of the bomb site. He's got an M4. This should be enough to shut down the rest of the squad. Now charging in towards them. Has a AWP dome somebody. Zolking as well doing a good bit of work here. An attacker on 30 HP finally finished off. Another clean round for Vici. They keep 4 players alive, and this money's really starting to build on the CT side economy. We have got some tech issues with Blair. I haven't just been hogging the microphone, even though, you know, mad narcissist, I'll do that, no problem. But
are you lying?
Yeah, no, there we go. We've got someone else in here.
Someone else. Here. Wow.
Who's this?
Oh, hello
is
there.
This
it's
the
me, Mitch Man.
Is this?
I'm going to be joining you for the cast of this one. We've got ourselves some pistols in this round.
Was...
Oh, they're wonderful. I'm not doing that accent.
It's like a Chinese mixed with
Chinese Irish. I don't think that's.
I think
possible.
Mitch is the only one that's willing to try that. We'll have to see if we can do it a little later on. Well, welcome, Tom. Welcome to the madness. Black could not handle it any longer. He's seen too many of these.
The last few hairs were falling off his head, and he realized he had to save himself.
He's the way to live in the mountains. He's a shaman now.
It's all right. These are the sort of rounds where Dan King gets 3 kills with the Deagle, and then Tyloo are going to win it, and we're going to be blown away.
Well, a Glock has found a kill. And, well, another kill for Kaz. He's in the open, but a Glock? Okay, it's still a little bit too much there. 2 kills picked up, but on Dan King.
Oh.
He doesn't get a single kill. He's shut down by Amun, and Vici 3 rounds in a row. They've actually looked like the far better team here on Inferno so far. You know, the first couple of rounds being picked up, even though Tyloo win them, they were getting way too close, right? Vici just had default pistols, and they brought it right down to 1 versus 1. So this has just been pretty terrible from Tyloo so far.
Well, Tyloo will at least have a buy into this round. As I said, I was sort of looking at somebody in this situation as the player that should be able to be a bit cheeky and just goes for a wide swing into mid. Why not? Well, we talk about how good Kaze can be, but somebody clearly doesn't fear the AWPer on the other side. 3-man stack initially as well for the side of Vici, but after no aggressive pushes come in that direction, just going to go for the more standard 3-2.
I think you immediately see how Tyloo have actually respected him a little bit more, slowing it down, not going for these crazy plays where they just run through Molotovs and all the smokes straight off the bat. Slow it down a little bit. I've lost a map already, so they know they don't have that lifeline, Tom. Where you just know eventually Tyloo are going to do it. You just got to hit that switch and take us over the line. So, they'll be turning the knobs a little bit today, Tom. What number do you think they're going to be going for?
Oh, I reckon a solid 65%. I think it's because they lost the first map, and they know that they can't let this one slip away. Because that's the thing in this. Basically, Vici, obviously you play everybody once. So if they win this one, then they should be topping the whole group, get the #1 seed. Obviously, the seeding of 1 and 2, if it is Tyloo and Vici, is pointless because then they just meet each other in the final anyway. So maybe Tyloo are taking it a bit lightly, but I highly doubt it. I think this is where things get serious. 20 seconds, by the way. There's a smoke down. Luckily, Tyloo love running through smokes because they're going to have to do it
and
here.
A molly, though. Oh, Kazi's throwing that down, but it goes right into the smoke. Oh, no, it didn't. It landed in the front. Something else used up anyway. It doesn't matter. Advent and Kaze finding the kills. That's the bomb gone. I love the route that the bomb took, Tom. It's just like, okay, a couple of seconds left. Let me take the longest possible route to get to this bomb site.
Yeah, this round was a mess. I really like the fact that Vici actually held on to utility towards the end. The Molotov did sound like it landed in the smoke, but I guess it just sort of clipped it. And yeah, like you can see, they're running through the Molotov with 9 seconds left. Like, they genuinely had nothing in this round. And, well, nice shots from Kaze. there was not even enough time really to get the bomb there. Maybe if he killed him instantly, he could have had a chance. But because of that, well, a couple of guys saved. The other 3 didn't. So it's going to be a bit of a dislodged buy. Luckily, with the streak of rounds coming up for Vici, which sounds weird that this is going to be a positive for Tyloo. But if they get a bomb plant here, they'll have enough money. And even if they don't, it still wouldn't be the worst buy in the world.
If it wasn't for those early rounds being picked up by Tyloo, and I mean, just about getting them under their belt, this could be a flawless start for Vici. They could be up 7-0. This is, or even 6-1 if you still give the pistol away to Tyloo. But this has not been a good shot from them at all. I mean, Dan King yet to get a single kill. Now, he had a really slow start back in Pal Summer. And we didn't get the chance to see them over there, but Tyloo definitely were slow starters. I mean, they lost the game to Invictus. Dan King didn't show up until halfway through the group stages. So we definitely know Tyloo can be quiet. I wonder if it's just a matter of, oh, this is a round-robin group stage. You got to play so many teams, so many matches for us to just win this tournament anyway. Do you think maybe they just take their foot off the gas a little bit?
I doubt it. I think most of the time they're just having fun with it. I genuinely don't.
Probably even in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, I think Tyloo at this stage, like, obviously when it gets to the playoffs for this, it's the major. But like, I think a lot of the time you just see somebody get to the point where it's like, oh, I beat this team like 6 times over the last 2 months. Let's just have a bit of a laugh. I'll play super aggressive. And yeah, if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. It's not really a big loss, especially in a tournament like this, where as long as they beat everybody else, it doesn't really matter. And not even too bad a situation here. Somebody trying to put the pressure onto B. How does he win that battle? 4 HP. He's going to gain the site for his team. They've still got a couple of rifles as well that were from earlier. So this is now a really awkward situation. Kaze, though, that could be the game changer.
Giving the advantage to Vici into this retake. As long as they go in or together and not 1 by 1 like Bren, and they're going to go forward. It's Attacker taking 2 down. Alman and Zoking both crumbling. And now Kaze and Jamyoung need to fall away. It's not a great retake from Vici, not a great retake attempt at all, but you can definitely see the idea behind it. They want to take those ruins control first of all, and then the 2 players who are playing further back from CT can move forward. You can't really just throw everything at it if you don't have that ruins control. And so they save that AWP, they save the M4, and Tyloo finally get another round on the board. It's been a long time coming. They haven't been able to do it, and finally they get a solid gun round under their belt.
Solid gun round, you say?
Well, the first gun round, should I say?
But it wasn't a gun round.
Well, that's true. That is true. They had guns, Tom. They had guns, all right? They had guns. They had AKs. That's probably the closest it's been for Tyloo. They never really have guns.
They entered with a Tech 9 and then it was clutched out by a Mac 10. But this is a gun round for Tyloo.
Dude, Tyloo, literally, a gun round is considered anything that has an AK at this point because they just seem to barely have money. It's hilarious how they just go in with 2 flashbangs or 1 smoke. They just barely have any utility because they're constantly dying or just giving away their lives.
That round was a somebody round. That's what I mean, though. Like, he gets hit to, like, within inches of his life on the first entry and then manages to headshot the guy with the Tech 9. It's like, come on. It must just be horrible playing against him. I bet it gets in their heads as well. Zoking Attacker traded. We are going to see Advent as that solo B plan. Obviously, he's the man that's probably best for delaying. Yeah. A smart player. Someone who knows his flashbangs, knows his utility. Do I think he's going to win all the duels when it comes to the actual push? Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. It is just going to be 1, and that's absolutely fine for the T side. They get a 3-on-3 situation for the retake. Rotation coming in from Jamyoung. Allman already on site. But they needed more than that. You kind of need 2 kills or to stop them getting in, and unfortunately, smokes don't work against Tyloo.
Well, Jamyoung taking down somebody. That's 3 kills picked up in the round, and Allman is going to find the other. The retake is in. Plenty of time for the defuse, and that's just one of those Jamyoung rounds now where he shows up and gets a lot of impact, and Tyloo not getting it done, but they do have money left over. Take a look at the buy coming up into the next one. Attacker can drop an AK over to Slowly. Yeah, solo buyout across the board. I want to see Dan King get involved. He hasn't got to kill Tom. You know, I've been in here with Bluff for so long. I've been locked in with him. But Dan King, I just need to see him do something.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit rough of a start for Dan King. AWPing on the T side is never easy, especially if you don't have your AWP, which has been the case for the majority of this match so far. The back and forward nature has left things at least a little bit awkward. Kaze, well, he knows that it's there now, baits out the shot. I'll be honest, like things like that, I guess it gives him information, but the trade-off of him potentially just being wrecked by Dan King doesn't seem worth it to me.
You've got to have perfect movement there. If you don't get out of there, you're dead. Like if you fumble or hit something, which just happens so often in Counter-Strike, you're dead. There's no way you can even take the fight. You can't even stand up for yourself at that point. You're just dead.
Oh, Kaze. Like he's about to come under pressure once again. The take into mid. The bomb currently up in apps on its own. Of course, it's like somebody is the last person in the universe I would ever want to be holding the bomb. Like it just seems like a terrible idea. Like you might as well just do what we've seen from Tyler in the past and just throw it out of apartments.
We see that over on trade where they completely left it in the brown holes and went A. I agree completely, but somebody is a little safe right now. He's actually at the back completely, so at least that's something. Kaze hasn't moved. The patience right now to stay in this position, just waiting for Tyloo to come into it. 25 seconds. There goes the first kill. He falls back inside of the site. Man advantage collected, and Tyloo looked to wrap with Summer. He goes down. King ready, and somebody finally striking into action. It's a 4 versus 3. Dan King gets his first kill of the game so far, and it's a 2 versus 3 now with the T side having a deficit. Tyloo continue to crumble as Jamyang does work from the pit.
Oh, is he going to get around the corner? The push is already coming in. And he went to switch guns. Not really sure why.
He did so much in that 1 second. You're falling back. He's in a retreat. He's like, okay, let me just hold on a second. I'll smoke. I'll grab a new gun. You don't have time to do that. Just got to get out of there.
I've actually met even the initial setup. Like, somebody goes apartments alone with the bomb. If there's someone up there, that's already the round over. And he does well to get a couple of kills from here. Obviously trades onto Jamyang, giving him a chance. But yeah, as you said, in the 1v2, needed to play that a little bit safer. And well, that's not really his style. 6-4. Jamyang again seems to be the player to watch. And there's always just that thing about a young aimer in the pit. You think of your Brolands, your Twists, your Rops. Just so hard to clear from those sort of positions. So it just makes perfect sense. And this was something that I mentioned previously about Ronan, is it seems a lot of the time he's not set up properly. Jamyang is definitely set up properly.
Oh, he's got a good position here. First kill. Slowly crosses over as well. Oh my god! Jamyang is just unbelievable. 3 kills and now Dan King. He's young. He's looking for the aim and he has only got 1 kill. Jamyang has shut him down. 4 kills. What a hold. This guy's just a sick anchor. He does it from the pit. He does it from the site. And Vici, they have found an absolute diamond.
I feel like you need Blair going Jamyang, he's just so good.
We need a little sound effects. We should get a Blair soundboard app, and just anytime his internet goes out, anytime there's some torrential weather in India, you just get a little noise. Yeah, exactly. Or oh, I love Blair.
Oh, we're back to the MAC-10s and a Deagle. A round victory for Tyloo is inevitable.
One of those gun rounds again.
Have you ever seen anyone do any damage shooting that wall?
Yep, I've seen it. I've been killed through that wall, but
yeah, but that's you. I don't think I've ever seen it in a pro game.
I think I've seen Astralis get 1 or 2 kills from there before.
He was
some 20 team and everything was going well for them, but yeah, Jamyang fully blinded. A 3rd kill as well. How many kills has he just got the last 3 rounds?
Oof.
Yeah, he's got 2 back-to-back quad kills and then 3K in this one. That's just nuts. Well, somebody left alone with a MAC-10. I mean, he's good, but he's not this good. surely. There we go. Soaking with the headshot. It for Vici are dominating right now. This isn't even close, really. Tyloo, the rounds that they've been able to pick up, again, pissed around the 2 follow-ups that weren't even that convincing at all, right? They were down to the 1 versus 1s against the default pistols. They went around with a Rush B with the lower tier weapons, a couple of AKs mixed in there with a MAC 10 and a Tech 9. And we come into this round, and it's Vici just dominating again. And when I say Vici, I mean Jam Young.
Yeah,
Why do you keep running at him?
It is just one man at the moment. I would love to see them pressure the B site. Like if I am telling anybody in their right mind, by the way, Advent, the worst statistical player on their team, solo plays B most rounds. Like, why are you not putting pressure on that? Even if it's just to like try and get a rotation. Like, at least put some pressure on. But just running into this A site every round, it's like, yes, let's try and get past Kaze and Jam Young. It's like, well,
that'll work.
That doesn't sound like a very good idea.
Something that Tyloo's head just doesn't let them accept it, you know? This usually works every time. But right now, it for Vici. Don't want to jinx it just yet, but looking like they might have a chance to finally take their first series and all against this specific roster. So slowly gets the first kill. Very wild place. Like, and how is this working out?
Oh, they've gone for the classic,
avoiding
Jam Young. That's how you win. That's all you have to do.
Look what happens. Look what happens, Tom. 3 kills from 1 player. Soaking, you madman! How's he done that? Slowly with a 4K. That's 4 kills picked up for him just alone on the server, and it's Jam Young, the last remaining player.
I just remember, just imagine, just like Jam Young, just like he just hears footsteps and he's like, oh, what is that? And it's like, Zoking, just one of his other teammates go, don't worry, Zoking's coming to help. And it just from a mile away, you just hear, just runs straight through the smoke, and Jam Young just watches him as he zooms past like the Flash, and just like,
just gets him, boom. It's just like flattened on the floor. Yeah, slowly back to
being the coach of this team. Just when he does that, it's like, right, guys, it's a 2v3. Let's set up the Molotov. No!
Stop!
Don't worry, I'm gonna pop flash myself through and kill everyone.
You just grab his left arm, you just stop it from happening.
Oh yeah, imagine trying to grab Zoking's arm. It'll throw you into a wall with sheer force.
Your arm just comes off. Your limbs torn from your body. Well, at 5, that was a slowly round that. He just walks into B and kills every single player.
You.
So.
Oh, maybe they're about to win. Just get double entry on.
I don't want to jinx it, but then slowly just 4Ks. Well, watch Tyloo just win the rest of the half.
Oh god, I wouldn't be overly surprised.
No. Once they figured out, you know, Jam Young's playing pretty well, let's avoid that guy. They've kind of they've had a little bit of success in the last round, so let's see if they can replicate that. Or it seems to be the call. They're going to be going back over towards B. Advent's over here this time with Alman. These 2 players are definitely some of the weakest performers on this team. I mean, you talk about Zoking and Alman being possibly, every time there's a roster change conversation, then those 2 players are the interchangeable ones everybody brings up, right? But I feel like Zoking just has that advantage over Alman, that he is a role player. So good at entry fragging. Good kill though. Alman gets 1. He goes down, or should I say Advent gets 1 and goes down. Alman's rotated over here to try and help. He's moved back from CT around the side to play in front of the smoke. And at this point, Vici still stand a chance into the retake. It's just going to be quite difficult. They've only got the 1 kit, 1 HE gridded at the smoke.
Danking will drop. Bit disjointed in this retake. They're not quite going together. 2 players try to push, but Orman, he's giving this a damn good go. The time is ticking though, and he doesn't really have anything to play with. Kaze's not going to hit his shot either. Summer with a triple. It's a 6th round on the board. Dinko has cursed the side of Vici as they now have no cash. And yeah, this looks like an 8-7 now.
Good turnaround from Tyloo. I mean, they looked so rough this entire first half. But managing to pull it back, even get 6 rounds here is better than it could have been. You're in a situation where you're about to look so rough. They luckily got the pistol pick up in the follow-up rounds, somehow picking them up. But finally making this half look respectable. Tanking, 41 HP, taking early damage.
I don't know. I just get funny feelings that, like, somehow Vici will win this round. It's just classic, like, weird force buys that just seem to work out. Obviously, this one is completely necessary as they are in the last round of the half, not wanting to give up the lead that they had to really desperately cling on to with some of these weird pushes and buys that have come in for Tyloo. It looks like they're trying to sell a bit of a fake or potentially wrap around. There is no arch control whatsoever. This really could make things very awkward for the B-site defenders.
Is Advent in the smoke? Well, luckily he's come away from that now. First oranges. Re-smoke comes down as well. There's only 30 seconds left, so Tyloo are going to have to go through a smoke, but it's going to be a split through CT. And that archway problem has certainly come through. I wonder if they're even aware of that, Tom. I wonder if they're even aware. Well, Advent's going to go down somewhere with the first kill. Spraying away with their oh my god, Owen! How have you not even got that kill? He's fully blind. You have every opportunity. And he just can't land the shots. Whiffing all over the place. And now somebody, of course, in behind them. First headshots onto Kaze. Looking to close it here. He's just Zoking left alone. He goes down. Tyloo, they close it in style, Tom. 5 players staying alive. There's a big turnaround once they avoided Jamyoung. After they realized that guy's killing everybody, let's go B. Like you said, Advent's over there. Almond's over there. 2 players that you would say are some of the weakest on this team. And they just get absolutely wrecked as soon as they go towards that B bomb site. Fantastic stuff from Tyloo. And they've given themselves now a good spot going into the second half.
It was also just after you said that they were going to win. So
true
that too.
Any Vici fans, please don't direct your hit at me.
No, definitely do.
No, yeah.
It's
Twitter is at Mitch
Hawker. Oh, damn it.
No. Never mind. I have 2 Twitters. Either one of those works.
That is the weird thing, that the person you cast with the most calls himself Hawker and your surname is Hawthorne. I just find that so peculiar.
Yeah, we have the same initials as well. Well, slowly looking for the spray. The taps, you'll get 1, and it's going to be Jamyoung coming back in with a Glock. They're trying to get the bomb down. Oh my god, somebody! Eventually he'll get the kill. It was a little bit awkward, but eventually walked away with it. Bomb down though. And now Dan King, okay, he wasn't even looking for that kill, but it just perfectly works out for him. As he peeks into the open, loses his head immediately, and Tyloo, they win the pistol round. Both now on Inferno.
Yeah, the bomb does go down, though. I wonder if we will see some sort of risky force from Vici. It's one of those maps where I actually do think I prefer for, like, a few pistols to be invested in than the rifles. Just because I think you can still get a lot done with the pistols. Like, Jamyoung could realistically buy, like, a P250 armor, Tech 9, Kevlar, something like that. This is one of those things that just really irritates me, that for some reason shooting someone in the back of the head is a lot harder than shooting them in the face. Like, it just seems to be a genuine thing in Counter-Strike, which is just a problem with hitboxes.
Yeah, also, it becomes even worse when they're planting a bomb, right? So the head goes down a little bit more, and I think the hitboxes get skewed even further, so that's where you see so many awkward situations. Even when they're defusing, right? You see so many of those situations where you're literally just taking 3 shots at the guy defusing, but you can't hit him because he's moving around. Happens so often. And while somebody around the sandbags is now moving past him, he peeks into the open. Good flashbang from Slowly. It only delivers 1 kill, but now Slowly on the Alligator looking to get some chomping. Does remind me of a nice chocolate bar from the UK. Chomp. I like those. Pretty good.
The word you said reminds you of the chocolate bar. Like, the gun has the gun's not called the Chomp.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I mean. The word I said.
The word alligator reminds you of a chocolate bar.
Oh, I said chomp it. There we go. Slowly.
This is such a stretch to link that into the game.
No, I said that the alligator was ready to get chomped, and then I thought of a chocolate bar. That's not how my brain works, Tom. Always links everything to food.
I don't know. That's like me saying that. Oh, look, He's got curly hair. That reminded me of a curly whirly. Like, just completely irrelevant to anything
Actually,
that's going on.
curly hair kind of reminded me of those onion rings.
For God's sake. Well, it is a 3 versus 2. Jamyang trying his best to cling on. Oh, an uncharacteristic whiff. And now
Like, I forgot he had a Galil. He's just thought he had an AK or something. Defuse. It's coming through.
Oh, if he denies it last second. No, they're just okay.
It was planted around the corner. I don't think he was ever going to get there on time, but Tyloo coming in with the round win. 9-8 on the board. Bomb plant secure for Vici, so the money is at least good going into this next round after this. So maybe a couple of Deagles, Tech 9s here and there, but should be Tyloo reaching 10 rounds.
There's still a bit of a light investment here. The extra bomb plant money can be invested. And as said, this is a map where pistols definitely can be viable, especially playing around Banana, the apartments, the close range angles. XM still standing. Actually, it's going to be a very aggressive push down Banana. Jamyang blind and through smoke is going to get the headshot. Why not? Somebody has to be a bit more careful here. He's renowned for his aggression and not so much for his holds. He's still trying to face this a little bit. It makes me quite uncomfortable that he's trying to go back for a little bit more when he's not the solo player anymore. Even still, him going down would mean it's all up to DanKing, who hasn't been having the best of games so far.
No, it has been a very quiet performance from DanKing. Somebody, though, 4 kills holding off the banana attack, and he's looking for all 5, and he's going to get it. All 5 kills go his way against the lower tier bot, and that's a 10th round picked up for Tyloo. He's going to pad his stats out a little bit. 17-15. He just keeps pushing them, keeps cutting through them. I've seen some ridiculous moments from somebody yesterday. I feel bad for Slowly because he's just got to be... He can't ever want to go for some banana aggression, right? He's just got to be that player that sits there in case something goes wrong.
Well, I just think it's the classic thing of somebody doing something stupid and still not dying. Like he basically just fought Banana the whole time and gets all 5 kills. Like, it just makes no sense, but... That is somebody in a nutshell. This is, of course, the purchase coming up now for the T side. What are you doing? Like, if that's at, like, I don't know, 30, 35 seconds left on the clock, I can kind of understand that play, like looking for information. There'd been about 20, 30 seconds gone. There's still going to be players that if Slowly goes through this smoke, I might have to tab out or tap out and just let Mitch cast from here on.
Please no. Please no. While Zoking going down, DanKing wallbangs Jamyang. And while this is a pretty good start for Tyloo, they hold the advantage as well on DanKing. He's not going to fall off up until this point. And now training his crosshairs back in towards short. There's one play here. The barrel spotted in Advent. Hitting the deck. DanKing is starting to wake up, look a little bit more comfortable as he goes back onto the balcony, Tom, and off it again. What is going on here, DanKing? He will get a kill, of course. He can't die. 3 kills picked up now, and Helman, the last remaining player with 8 HP. This is where Vici just starts to crumble. As soon as I mentioned how they might be able to win it, Tom.
Yep.
It's literally at that
Your
point,
fault.
it all just went bad.
It's like that Tyloo were just waiting. They were like, he started to believe.
Exactly.
And yeah, I do like Orman's coordination. The green gloves, the green gun.
No.
Although it's a slightly different shade of green, which actually now I'm noticing it irritates me a little bit.
That's triggering. Very green though. Very green.
And he doesn't have a green knife.
That is more annoying, but I guess he's gone for the Christmas look. He's got the red one. Asian players all have 6 skins though.
I like how rather than red being, you know, the classic color of China, you went down. It's probably because of Christmas.
Yeah, but green and red, right? That's the classic Christmas combo. Bet they smell like cinnamon, Tom. I bet if you smell his knife, it smells like cinnamon.
Do you know what? With the amount of people he's probably stabbed with that knife, I bet it doesn't.
Yeah, true. We did see a knife kill yesterday from somebody. Can't remember who it was on. An Invictus player, but can't remember which. It was Invictus. Was it yesterday? Colm, I don't even know what day it is anymore. Get me out. Well, Danking gone short. Gonna miss the shot. Pulls out the deagle. Goes to the body. Shot's a second picked up for Danking. Finally, he's gone, but all of the kills have somehow come in from Vici. And now it's just slowly left alone as he walks in from behind. It's Alman that hits the deck, but a 2 versus 1. Slowly's got to save the day.
Yeah. That's roughly what I expected to happen when he ran through that smoke, so I decided to just let it play out rather than say anything. An audacious attempt, but well, in those sort of clutches, you can kind of understand it. Not out of this one yet, of course, and rounds like this are just ones that, like, you had 3 players stacked up on short, and the Deegs are just given the opportunity to spam away. Free ult picked up as well for Kaze, the huge boost to economy, and the CT side have had to spend every penny just to get back into this one, so if they do win this round, likelihood is Vici will have the chance to equalize the scoreline. However, on the T side thus far, well, it's been few and far between. They haven't really managed to achieve too much just yet.
Zoking. Hard entry in Banana. Finally trying to see what's going on in here as they take Banana control. No one playing aggressive on Tyloo, but just making sure he clears every corner. Danking is actually over here on his own at the moment. They're pulling somebody over to try and help him out. Advent. What's top card? Now they can slow things down. Vici have control. They have Banana. They have a couple of players positioned over towards A. They don't have Apartments control just yet. Doesn't seem like they even want it right now. They've got Zoking just itching. You can see he's starting to shake around. And now he's going to get a chance to go forward, but it's Summer with the first headshot catching Zoking, and he disappears. It's a magician.
They're trying to sell a bit of a fake into B, but doesn't seem to be working out too well for Advent. He has managed to get all the way through the back, but is expected by Danking. Shakes his head in disgust. Now it's on to his teammates. This is looking clinical so far. Orman, he almost walked in backwards there. And, well, Kaze and Jamyoung, they just have to try and save the weaponry that they've got. But that's going to be a lot easier said than done. You can see the CT side looking to try and pressure them here. Oh, not quite going to be anything. Unless he spams the wall randomly, which it is somebody, so it's possible. But 12-9, they keep things squeaky clean as well. So all the utility they desire will be coming back up. And it'll give them a bit of spare cash. For the T side, they're having to juggle everything around just to have a buy.
And what looks so good at one point for Vici has completely flipped around. Tyloo giving him a nice taste of reality. Molotov goes down in towards bottom middle. Kaze with the Molotov, forcing that in towards the boiler. Apartments control is established by Vici, something they avoided in the previous round. Now, early on, they've taken full control with no one fighting Banana. Ooh. It's going to be a quick play. Zoking goes through, Summer gone immediately. Attacker. He's sitting in the smoke, and Zoking's got a good double. Attacker swings wide, but it's only 1 kill. And this is just an effective take from Vici.
And much better from them. Zoking. That's the thing. When Zoking has a good round, that's pretty much it over. Like, he normally gets such impactful opening kills, and especially on the A site where there's normally some pretty good crossfires. He's been doing a great job, and he's not been playing bad, but I think they punished him a fair few times now for some of the risky plays. Like, you have to remember he did have an eco ace, so you remove that, and he is a little bit lower down the board than I'd normally expect from someone of his caliber on this map. It will be a 10th. The CT side have no choice but to try and save their extra weaponry. And although it'd be a little bit awkward, I think they can just about scrape a bye. Somebody has exactly enough to buy a P90 and armor.
We did see it. It was heroic, actually. Never mind. I thought it was like I do recall casting a P90 play recently, but it was heroic. That's okay. They play in red, Tom. There's a link. All right, I'll find something every time.
They also like Christmas.
They might.
What? Orman. Why?
That was just straight up Brandad. Well, doesn't work out. Dan King now trying to hold on, and he's in a good spot for it. But luckily, attacker's there, and Dan King gets a kill as well. What a terrible round from Vici.
This seems to be such a common thing. Like, this was exactly the same on Nuke yesterday, where they have a really nice, well-structured round, where they walk through, clear everything out, get some great entries, and then they win the round. And then the next round, they just go, should we just run through smoke and run out apps at the same time? That sounds like a great idea. Do you have any grenades? No, I don't know. They're in my pocket. Too far. Like, just where did that come from? They went from a fantastic round to just like... Oh,
they've had enough.
Like,
what? They can't focus long enough, Tom. So they get a little taste of success. They think, oh, suddenly we're Tyler. We can do this. No. Get absolutely destroyed.
That
And now
was
Kaze
nice.
going forward. That is really nice. Just through the fire of flames, catches out somebody and backs away alive as well. And Jam Young, he's going to get a kill. This is an important round for Vici to win. And so far, so good with the two openings. Attacker was the huge player in the last round. But Jam Young, he's absolutely had enough. How is he doing this? 2 kills picked up. And slowly, he just can't do anything. Jam Young has just killed everyone on the A bomb site.
This has just gone to ludicrousy. Like, it's each team winning flawless rounds.
It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. How can Vici be so different round to round?
But I won't say this round was anything like structured. This was just Jam Young and Kaze. Like,
that straight up was just, you know, Kaze and Jam Young just deciding they're going to take matters into their own hands. But the fact that it's crazy how convincing it can be at this round when they actually applied the pressure with the right players, right? They sent Alman through a smoke at the start. He's going to do much, especially if you're just running through the top mid smoke and you've got no one backing you up. Everybody from Vici in this round, that they just won, had players with them, right? They had supportive elements working with them. Kaze had support from his teammates who were behind. They could throw the utility for him. They could set him up.
Advin was watching that first. Jam Young was facing the wrong way. Jam Young, it's almost like, you know, like that Ninja Turtles picture where it's like the little turtles and then the master and then it switches. Yeah. That's what that was. It was like, don't worry, I've got this, old man. And just like turns back around and headshots him as well. That's ridiculous.
Well, accurate in the apartments. First kill there. And get the second. It's Advent taking a double. The AK-47 is finding success. It's now Dan King slowly and somebody left for Tai Lu, and they're going to take banana control. Somebody rotating over via CT spawn. Vici haven't quite got the site just yet. They haven't started planning the bomb. They can do that in a moment, but every second wasted is another chance for Tai Lu to get closer and closer to the site. They don't know it's empty, and that's just let slowly, or should I say somebody, get towards the bomb site. Kaze still takes down Dan King, but somebody now on the bomb site itself. The smoke tries to deploy, but it's Alman just tearing his head right off. And it's suddenly, slowly, in a 1 versus 2 clutch, he's going to find the first, and Advent swings to win the 1 versus 1. It's 12 rounds for Vici Gaming. They're 4 away from finally defeating Tai Lu in a series. We look at what Tai Lu bring into this round, Tom, and there's barely anything. It's going to be the eco.
A few uncomfortable battles in this one, that's for sure. Really nice shot from Kaze as well. And then this is what we've always sort of needed when Vici faced Tai Lu. You need Kaze, you need Jam Young. If they're performing well, you add in an extra couple of spicy rounds from a couple of other players. we've always sort of thought that was enough, but the thing that Tyloo have just been so good at is just shutting down these supposed star players, making things tough for them in these games. Ormond is going to try and pad his stats a little bit. It is almost a complete eco, just a couple of P250s. Somebody on this boost. It still makes me uncomfortable just seeing him in these positions. I just feel like he can still get something done. He is a machine, but not this time. Zoking's ready and waiting. The rest of the team probably just going to be cleaned up even through the smoke. And that's all they need. Just keep this one clean. Don't lose any players. Don't give anything over to the other side.
Summer and DanKing biding their time, hoping Vici come this way. But hopefully they've got enough brain cells to not do that, and that is the call, going back through Banana. So 13-13 now, Tom. It would be quite hilarious if Vici finally beat Tyloo and Blair's not even here. just not here to witness it. He's been waiting for this moment.
He was the curse all along.
I mean, he did wear his Vici jersey back in Pal Summer, and from that point onwards, Vici just kind of fell off the face of the earth, lost so badly to Invictus semifinals. Maybe it's true, Tom. Maybe there's something to that.
Yeah, I've definitely had that happen before.
He'll return when Vici on that point. He'll return. He'll come back. Everything's sorted out.
I still
Internet's
remember
back up online.
I was on a desk. It was me, Bok, and Potter, and Contact, or the crazy at the time, had given all of us jerseys. And so when they won the first map and were dominating Inferno, we were like, oh, we'll just come back and we'll be wearing crazy jerseys. I can't remember who they were playing against, but they made like a ridiculous comeback in the second map and then banged them out in the third. We were just all sat there like, well, I'm going to take this off.
And burn it.
Will it be quite awkward? I think I owned as many of those jerseys as the players because I got given a Nexa one. And by the manager,
Esperanto one as well,
and then
right?
Esperanto basically was like, no, you gotta have my jersey too. So I was like, well, I'm going to keep both. And to be fair, Nexa's gone on to do some pretty big things. So maybe one day I'll be able to sell that jersey, or I wouldn't. I'd keep it. I also have a quick QB Fire jersey, which I don't care. I don't think there's anyone who has that other than me and him. Summer. That is ridiculous. He sprayed down 3. Jam Young, he needs to do the same. And while Kaze, a little bit far behind everyone else.
Hey, guys. Go on. Good round from Summer, though. 3 kills being picked up. And that's 14 for Tyloo, who are now 2 away from victory. We take a look at what Vici have got. They've got resources. They've got money to play with. They can get the full buy coming out of this for sure. And that's just huge from Summer. I really don't know how he stays alive that long, though.
Well, we are going to have a tactical pause for Vici. I think they know how important this one is. You let Tyloo back into a match and it can very easily slip away.
Yeah, if this goes map number 3, I think it's over. I think Tyloo just take it over the line then.
Well, especially because Overpass is one that we don't really see much within Asia. Like two of the times that they've both played it have been against each other. The other was Vici managing to beat out Bren, and then Tyloo managing to beat out Beyond, which both were quite clean. And then in Tyloo's case, they'd smash everybody on Overpass, so including Vici twice. So I'm not going to be feeling too comfortable for them in that situation. I guess it was the best of a bad bunch. But realistically now, they want to try and get it done on Inferno, a map that is more comfortable for both teams, but one that's been so desperately close. If they win this round as well, Tyloo are actually in an awful lot of trouble, but that's a lot easier said than done.
While they're pushing it towards top middle, it's going to force DanKing back into the archway. Repositioning, making the smart calls. You know this is an important round when you see that.
Dan King sits back. Oh, he comes off the angle. His teammate's going to take the place instead. And King going down early on. Vici have lost the first man. And this round is so important for them. Do or die time, essentially, here on Inferno. And Almond's going to find the headshot back. Summer now playing in the smoke. This is crazy from them. Tyloo getting aggressive instead of sitting back. And it's going to work out for 1 kill, but that's all they'll find. And Vici are going to be reaching 14. Slowly leaving the B bomb site, running back over towards A. And it's 14 rounds for Vici as they tie things up. I don't see a Waldo, which slowly even gets near this bomb site. It will take down Almond, who was in a bit of a favorable position there. Doesn't really get anything off, and luckily Kaze in the pit is able to shut him down. 14-14, Vici tie things up. I don't know what about you, Tom, but the way Tyloo played that was a little bit strange. They found the initial kills, and they kind of give everything up.
Obviously, that one was a little bit lucky. It seems like a lot of their players were just caught out transitioning to new spots. I don't necessarily think that was like mistakes from them. I think it was just really, really bad timing on when the take came, which happens to everyone. Tyloo, they've actually used every single one of their tactical timeouts. And the problem is they've used it in a spot where realistically they're just deciding whether or not they go for something here. By the looks of it, they're all in. So Attacker is going to go down to just 1100 slowly, is going to spend the lot. And yeah, they're going to try and make it work with what is going to be mostly MP9s.
Well, because we are conditioned into the wacky rounds that Tyloo presents us with, we actually have to take this one seriously, Tom. We have to actually realize Tyloo stand a chance in this. 3 players on the B-bomb site. Vici sending the majority of their squad this way. 4 in Banana. Zoking over here. That generally signals we're going to see the hit. And 3 players, this is perfect for Tyloo. This is exactly what they want. The majority of their players over towards this side of the map. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Attacker's unchecked. He gets 1. Somebody backing him up. It's a 3 versus 3. And now they move in. So much damage being done to Vici. They're losing players. Jam Young luckily shutting down Dan King. And Kaze needs this kill. It's exactly what he's going to go and get. But somebody out of nowhere taking down Kaze, and now 1 versus 1, he repositions the mind games. Jang Young has been brilliant, but it's somebody pulling it off. And Tyloo on the lower tier buy again. The pistols, the force by the SMGs in play, Tom. And they pull it off. 15-14, that might just break Vici.
Yeah, that's really, really rough. It's not what you want to see for...
Yeah, this is such a bad scenario for Vici to be in. You know, you play them so close. You're a couple of rounds from taking this series away. You could potentially 2-0 Tyloo after not being able to do anything over the past couple of months. And the round that Tyloo managed to pick up was off the back of a force buy. MP9s, Deagles. The classic Tyloo round, really. We reached 30 rounds on the board now. 15-14. Either it's overtime or it's Tyloo taking us to a 3rd map. Oh, fantastic buy here for Tyloo by any means, but slowly he's been spotted. Comes away from the archway, repositions, and now Summer, he looks to want to go into the apartments. Jam Young's here. They're going to walk right into each other. They should realize, okay, something's not right here. It's definitely sub the block a bit of this smoke. Well, it's all about waiting for that smoke to go away. And Jam Young, he's aware, he's ready. He's got the crosshair in the right place, but it comes down to who sees who first. And Jam Young just walked past. Ships in the night. What is going on? This is so heartbreaking. Well, slowly in the middle of nowhere is taking a kill as well. And there it is. Tyloo taking the win. 16-14, Tom. I really don't understand how Tyloo do this so often, where they just have a force buy. It's the prime opportunity. Vici should be winning Inferno, but the pistols prevail again for Tyloo.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. That always seems to be the thing with Vici is they'll bring these maps so close and then they end up slipping away from them anyway. Obviously, we've got Mitch. Blair has decided that he can't take it anymore. He was so ready for Vici to win that one that when they lost, he just had to leave, and it definitely doesn't have anything to do with all of his internet lines dying all at once.
Yeah, exactly. He's just bailed out of here, guys. He's left me to moderate this forum, and I mean, probably better to have me the one leading the show than participating, because I would have a lot to say about this game. That's for damn sure. I mean, that second last round, guys, where we ended up seeing the jump through the smoke by attackers, somebody just about getting the trade, I was on the edge of my seat. Comes down to the 1v1. I could feel it. You know, this is the time Vici finally beat Tyloo. What a way to do it as well if it was 2-0. But in the end, they can't get it done. And how do we feel now moving on to map 3? I heard you guys commenting on it a little bit during the cast. But really, if you're Vici and you're that close to closing it out, Dinko, how do you feel like map 3 is going to be mentality-wise for this team?
I mean, Vici have already shown for the past couple of months that they do have a mental block against Tyloo. It is a thing. And the fact that you've nearly broken that, you've nearly taken the series 2-0, to come so close and have it snatched out of your hands, every time we've seen that happen, against even Beyond yesterday, we've seen the perfect showing, is the fact that Tyloo just come into these third maps and they've had enough. They want to close it. Okay, you've taken the map off of us. It's time to show you what Tyloo can do. And usually they close it out pretty convincingly. So yeah, I'm a little bit scared for Vici going into this final map. I don't think they'll be walked over, but I do think Tyloo are going to pick it up more convincingly than they did Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, like, Inferno has been a solid map for Tyloo, so I think it's still a very good sign that Vici managed to come in and deal this much damage. But Tom, honestly, what scares me about this is the change in performance from map 1 to map 2. Zhouking, 27 kills on Train. He was looking fantastic. And then coming into this map, he was basically nowhere to be found.
Yeah, he had a couple of rounds, especially on the T side, where he was the one that managed to get the job done, like got some great entries. And that's sort of the sad thing, is like you had Jamyoung, you had Kaze, both performing very, very well. On the other side, in fact, you had a fair few quiet players. DanKing not really up to scratch like we normally see. But yeah, it didn't seem to quite be enough without Zhouking's entry frags. And although I've been told the MVP, I'm not sure I necessarily agree just because of how good Jamyoung was. But I guess it's not the right thing a lot of the time to give the guy who lost the game the MVP. So it is Summer in this one, but honestly, towards the end, somebody sort of came back into his own like we normally see. And he had some high impact plays, like, for example, winning that 1v1 clutch with the triple kill off an MP9, which, again, shouldn't be allowed, but it's just what he manages to do.
Yeah, this was overall a fantastic series by towards the top of the scoreboard. Somebody, Summer, and Attacker. These guys dominated in a lot of those early duels as well. And what I'm quite surprised about was Vici just having those players cool off a little bit. They're so close to closing it out and they fall apart. Now, obviously, when we take a look into the next map of Overpass, this isn't a map that these teams typically play. I mean, as I said, when we were in that pre-show, it is typically going to be the Mirage, your Inferno, your Vertigo, but we have seen them play Overpass before. And Dinko, it wasn't exactly a great showing when it comes to Vici. Now, coming off the back of that round loss, I feel like this is going to be a pretty tough map for them to bounce back on.
Yeah, Vici got off to a really good start in Inferno. They were looking really confident, but then Tyloo just started to come back into it, started to look really strong. So heading into this final map, it's probably just going to be mentally shattering for this Vici team. What more can they do? But I guess Overpass, I guess the positive sign is it's not the best map for Tyloo. It's certainly one they've lost in the past, but I just don't see it happening today.
Yeah, well, I don't see it happening either, in all honesty. I think Overpass is going to be a pretty big struggle for them. Tyloo should be the ones taking it across the line. But, gents, before we get onto that map, we're going to have to take a quick break. So catch us back here in a couple of minutes to see if Vici can finally overcome Tyloo, or if this is going to be the same old sad story repeated over again. We'll be back in a few with map number 3, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to what is the third map in a pretty exciting series between Vici and Tyloo. We almost had the first 2-0 for Vici in what seems like forever, but unfortunately, it seems like yet again we're going to have that difficult scenario, the struggle bus for Vici. Tom, Dinko, you guys were casting the previous map. Obviously in this one, because Blah has pieced out, his internet's not working, we're going to have a three-way and see how that one goes. So boys, I don't understand what's funny about that, Dinko.
So subtle,
so it won't be the first for myself, Dinko, and Tom, but it will be the first together. And guys, how are you feeling about this one coming into Overpass? Obviously, this is a pretty difficult situation coming in for Vici because they almost closed it out in the previous, and now they've got to go all the way to this third map. It's not ideal.
All I really want to say, Mitch, is that I'll just let you know my last 3A was actually with Harry and Hugo. So you got some pretty big, let's say, shoes to fill.
Yeah, I can imagine so. It's okay because Dinko only takes a couple of minutes anyways to get things rolling and really get in there. So it's fine. We heard that from him earlier on. So it'll be a two-way fairly soon, I'd say. He'll fall asleep. Yeah, we're looking at the knife round at the moment, Jensen. I mean, look, Overpass, it could be pretty important depending on which team manages to actually win this one. And it looks like it's almost a foregone conclusion.
Well, they're giving Dan King a little bit of a chance here. Let's see. He's got the little skeleton knife. He's done a little bit of damage here, but finally going forward. I would just run if I was Dan King. Get them to go down the ladder. Just try and stab them while they drop down. Easy way to go about things, but they run him down. 3 players versus 1. Not going to work out too well for Dan King. He cast a knife round. Beautiful.
There you go. I wasn't quite leaning for that, but Dinko, he wanted to run away with it, so we'll let you have it. So, with the knife round gone, Tyloo, they're over on the T side to start things off. This is a pretty good opportunity for Vici. I mean, if they can get off to a solid start, build those foundations on the CT side, we could be looking at a pretty decent position to at least negate what happened to them last time.
I'm excited. Yeah, I'm very excited. That was very well timed.
Nice 15-second pause while each person waits for the other. Boom, talk over each other. All right, so we're off to a great start.
We're fumbling the ball here. This 3-way. Maybe a little bit more practice.
I thought you've had 3-ways before, Tom, but this is
you should be an expert.
This is a fumble. Come on, you should be taking Dinko and guiding him by the hand.
All right, anyway, back to the action. Summer with the P250. He's got a smoke and a flashbang. And they're going to run down Kaze, who's stuck in the bathroom on his own, and he loses his head immediately.
I was just going to see how long we could go, but I can't hold on to it.
I mean, we can go 45 minutes if you want, man. You can just let this play out if you want.
Not from what I've heard, Dinko. I don't know.
Okay, right. 1 minute left on the clock. It's 1 kill from somebody. Zoking going down, and pressure is there from Tyloo. They've taken the A bomb site. Bomb can get planted easily enough. Advent shuts down Summer. And while Attacker and Dan King, well, they're looking solid.
That they are swinging in here with the pistols. Jam Young, though, he's been a big player in almost every game that we've seen him in. As we were saying, player of the tournament, but doesn't quite matter when you lose your head like that. Because it's all down to Advent. 1v2, P2000 in hand, and pretty much no chance to actually get this one done, especially without a kit. They're just playing Ring a Rosie, running away, and it doesn't look like he's going to get it done.
Well, yeah, especially because it's Advent.
Bit of BM. Love it. I feel like that's what this is. It's going to be myself and Dinko casting, and Tom just being really cynical in the corner.
Yeah, I think that's how this should work.
This is the dynamic, yeah.
I'm the analyst, you know?
Like, look at the good stuff they did, and Tom's like, they're trash. Look at that.
we can counteract each other. I'll be a little bit more positive, I suppose, and Tom can give them the harsh reality. I'll make sure that they don't get to a point where they're too sad.
I mean, it makes sense though, right? Because we've got color, we've got play-by-play, and we have toxic bald. So
that's what I go for. Might have to add that to my bio. It already says bald, so I can just add toxic bald.
Yeah, exactly. It's like very sarcastic, toxic bald.
I mean, I've played a lot of games with Tom. We've played CS, we've played Valorant. I think, yeah, it just about suits him. the right title. Not, I'm not saying
you just don't need the bold title.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just toxic.
Who's it we were playing with? It was Mikhail for Blast. It just goes, is Mitch always this toxic?
Yes, he's probably more toxic.
We were winning that game as well.
Mitch's neighbors. I do fear for Mitch's neighbors. I hope they're deaf, Mitch. That's all I hope.
They are. They are. We had to be very selective about that when moving in.
Like, do you need hearing aids? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Don't put
Stuff's
them in.
moved in. There we go.
Oh, well, look, Tyloo picked up the pistol. Obviously, a good start to the T side. Now they've got the rifles. Now, I want to take a quick look at the investment they've made. They've gone for 2 SMGs. The Mackey's coming out. It's not too heavy. But when you look over towards that CT side, they've gone in for pistols, an SMG, a scout, the full force buy up in round number 2. And I like that. You know, it really speaks about the confidence that Vici have coming into this side. We could see them taking an eco, playing it very passive, but they want to bring the fight to Tyloo right away.
Attacker trying to play with a little hole.
Excuse me?
Not going to see anything towards shorts. Instead goes back up towards middle and joins the rest of the team as they approach the A bomb site. Tyloo have strength in numbers, 3 AK-47s, 2 MAC-10s, but we'll see if this Vici force buy can do anything. It's going to be a retake if they want to try. And I think at this point, as soon as they hear the bomb go down, because surely Kaze can't do enough to delay, I think you might actually just consider the safe call immediately if you're Vici, because you're going to go in and attempt this retake. You're probably going to walk out losing, right? So better to go into the next round with something than nothing at all.
Very insightful point. But no, it is true, obviously. And especially now with the scout picked up, I think this is just a hard save, right? Because you can drop that over to Kaze. Yeah, he won't have armor, but I think that's perfectly acceptable. They realize the scout's been taken and that they're not getting poked in for any further aggression. So I think Tyloo is starting to realize at this point that it's probably a hard commit to a save from Vici. Now, the question is, do they commit towards hunting this down? I think the MAC-10s can afford to, possibly. But considering in the next round, obviously, there'll be more potential for Vici to do damage. I would rather that they actually stopped hunting and just took the round win for what it is.
You guys are doing a great job, by the way.
Thank you, Tom.
Thoroughly enjoying this.
We'll start after just directing questions at you, Tom. Maybe that'll work.
I don't mind. You can do that.
What do you think of Summer's performance so far, Tom?
Oh, you know, it's been a bit rough, but then again, when Dan King runs around killing everybody, you don't really need to do very much. He's died once. He's got a MAC-10. Really, in this round, he should be looking to farm up some cash, as you don't really want to be bringing that into the next round. For the CT side, they're basically in exactly the same position as the last round, except their opponents are a little bit richer.
Thank you, Tom. And well, Vici, it is a couple of 5.7s. A P250 or Advent. Should just be another scenario, probably very similar to the last round, where we just see Vici stack on the B-bomb site and Tyloo go A and job done. But this time, Vici will probably actually try and do something. So probably just going to result in Tyloo taking a few easy kills, maybe here and there. Vici pick off 1 or 2, but I'm hoping that it should be just Tyloo picking up 3-0.
On paper, it should be at least. I mean, you look at the position, though, Vici are making that early rotate up. They start to realize a bit of deja vu. Maybe this is the same as last time. Jam Young's going to take a fight down on short in just a second. He's got the angle. He's got the element of surprise, but somebody somehow wins it. Now we look over towards the B bomb site. It's completely open. This column should be going through, and they'll rotate the bomb back down. That's a great pick. If somebody falls, they run into a 4-man stack on the A side, but instead, they now get this side for free.
Flashes up in the air, big kill from somebody taking down Zoking, and somebody continues to walk into the water, but Attacker, he's taken down 2, and now Kaze, well, can't do anything, but he is close by, so he might as well attempt, and somebody's run right back. He's just giving him his AK. I was like, you don't have a gun, all right, here, take this AK. What?
Because he was going to go hunting, right? He wanted to leave the AK there so he could go up to the A site and take the weapon out of the guy's hands. And he realizes he's actually given the weapon to him.
Kaze's probably just looking at it. He's like so focused, honed in. He's going to get the kill on somebody. The AK just comes out of his hand. He's like, what? Just, you can
genuinely,
see
He probably thought, like, he's like, why didn't it make a sound when it fell? It's like, he caught it midair.
It's just the next level BM. You give your opponent hope. It's the classic, like what they did with the jump the other day, where they jump behind and like get the knife kill, just to almost bait them into thinking they have a chance.
There's always somebody as well.
That's true. That's true. But he is the meme of Counter-Strike, where he just does things and gets away with it. This round, though, should be a little bit tougher. At least you'd hope. But they have actually ended up with 4 AKs in this round anyway. It's not that much of a bonus. And slowly, the only one with a MAC-10 is already taken down to 12 HP. So shouldn't be expecting too much. Kaze is armorless, though. And both Jamyang and Orman and Advent don't have head armor. So that MAC-10 is still going to be pretty effective, although the one man who does have head armor is probably going to be the one they come into contact with.
Ooh, they pushed the Dan King up. He's hopped up. His head was shown for a little second there. And Zhou available to take the fight, but they don't round the corner. Instead, he's going to do that, and that's not a good idea. But MAC-10 coming through. Zhou completely blinded, fully white. He will take one down. He falls immediately after. Dan King getting the 1 kill, but Vici come out on top. Very shortly lived, though. They lose 2 players quickly. Dan King tossing the Molotov, sees the player fleeing back into the bank. And, well, Tyloo can just hold this man advantage.
Just sit pretty on it at the moment. They've got the A side on lockdown. They're covering short, so it's an easy plant, really, or at least it was. But with summer falling, this gets a little bit more dangerous. Dan King, once that molly fades, can cross over the site, and they'll get that plant down. But oh, they can't afford to lose somebody. It's a 2v1. Dan King can isolate these fights, though. They're coming in from different angles, and he gets both, putting Tyloo up 4-0. That came really close, but just a second, a shot shy of winning that round. Vici go down 4-0.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's happening, isn't it? It's the classic lose the first map, or win the first map, lose the second in a close sort of fashion, and then bang them out on the third. That's the classic Tyloo. That pretty much stands out for their mantra of, if you get to a third map versus us, you are screwed. And now this becomes another money-making exercise. They've still got a MAC-10 in play. They really are just having an absolute field day. This is a map that Vici don't really play against them. And there's a reason for that, but I guess they thought this time maybe they'd fix some of the problems. It is still early days, but going 5-0 down on the CT side is not what we want to be seeing. Zhou, though, as I said, one of the masters of the 5-7, has at least been able to open things up. However, he's not going to last very long.
Well, attacker with a headshot, Kaze going down, and well, a 4 versus 3, a man advantage in play for Tyloo. Pretty solid stuff at the moment as Advent just diving in with a CZ. It's going to work out for 1 kill, and he's now got an AK. Do a little bit more with this Advent. Oh, the spray, it was nearly not good enough, but at least he gets 1 kill out of that. Slowly an attacker doing enough work, and Alman now just searching for something on the floor. He's only been able to find a MAC-10, but we'll see what he can do with it.
Oh, that's so unlucky. 7 HP. Again, they make that round very, very costly, but until they eventually break Tyloo, this all becomes somewhat meaningless. Kaze going to be bringing in the AWP. They have enough for a secondary, but they don't seem to be a team that necessarily force it on a map like Overpass. It really is just down to situational basis. I would much rather see, for example, Kaze playing a rotational AWP than see someone else on the team pick it up and try and play it on the B side. It makes a lot less sense. Standard Molotov going to be thrown in. Smoke wasted and an HE thrown over, which actually almost kills slowly. Really nice nade usage. The thing is, though, they've done a lot of damage in a fair few of these early rounds. In fact, slowly's been taking the brunt of it. But they haven't actually done anything with it just yet. They've still lost, well, every single round.
for Tyloo. Yeah, this is... Oh, that's so good, but Jamyoung still gets that kill, then pulls a molly out and dies with it in his hand. Soaking down to the USP. Slowly was so low, but it looks like he'll be dying slowly as he stays alive, at least for now. 12 HP on the board, but a 3 versus 3, and a potential to pull this round back after some great early duels by Vici.
Yeah, slowly dying out, but 55 seconds in play. Kazek's yet to do anything. 0-0 and 5, but that might change here. Somebody looking to come into the A-bomb site. Or B-bomb site. Flashbangs are available. See if they can get rid of Kaze. Now he's going to get aggressive. Walking right into them. Somebody going down. Now slowly. Low HP. Summer has to do a little bit more work here. A little bit more pressures on him. Kaze scoped into a short, and this is a big round from Kaze. Delivers 2. Summer tries his best, but it's only 1 kill. And finally, Vici getting around on the board. They get the AWP over. That's important as well, because you take a note of their economy. It's not in a good place at all.
Well, that's the problem here, isn't it? Is that this can't just be a one and done. Sure, we do see this quite often where Tyloo get into a fairly hefty lead and then they allow their opponents back into it by just being slightly overly aggressive. But normally in the third map, they don't make those same sort of mistakes, mainly because I think they know that it actually matters. But they've got the AWP, they've got rifles on every single player, and that's where, even look at utility. There's only one incendiary, and it's on Kaze, which I sort of mentioned before. If I'm seeing one of any type of grenade, I don't want to see it on the AWPer, because chances are, he can't throw it and be scoped in time if somebody pushes through it. So either he's going to get caught with his pants down, or he's just not going to throw it at all.
As you said, this can't be the one and done. And for Vici, I'm seeing that little bit of aggression in towards Fountain that's now uncontested completely. If Zoking does decide to get that little bit more aggressive after this utility fades, as it now has, he'd spot out that they're going B, but it turns out Jamyoung's the one to get that info the hard way as he falls straight away, and a 5v4 ensues again with slowly so low, but somehow he just never dies. And Dan King, he's got a headshot through the smoke with the AWP that was straight into heaven on Alman. They've lost 1 player to a duel, and everyone else on Vici has died through smokes.
Yeah, it's a terrible round for Vici in terms of just getting absolutely destroyed by Tyloo's individual ability. And you can't help but feel bad for them, right? Because they did nothing monumentally wrong. I mean, they're in the smoke, they're playing close, they're holding their spot, but you got somebody just coming over the top of a smoke, just tearing your head right off. It's impossible to deal with. And Tyloo, just a quick play into the B-bomb site in the end, just the contact explosion onto the site is too much to handle for Vici. And it's 6-1, and they do a really good job at not letting Kaze get involved. I mean, Kaze has been all over the map. He started on B in the last round. He's up towards A, having to save in this one. You want to see Kaze involved as much as possible, and sometimes I feel like that's Vici's downfall. Sometimes they misuse Kaze. I think in particular, we're talking about Mirage. Is a map that he just kind of is always in these awkward positions where he's having to play towards ticket box, or he's smoked off and he can't get involved. I feel like sometimes Vici underutilized Kaze.
Tom, what do you make of a round like that? What do they need to do better?
Okay, headshot through smoke.
Solid
probably
advice.
A good one. This is probably a good one. If you don't stand behind the smoke, you can't get headshot through it.
All right, and with that, we're going to put Tom forward for some analyst positions on teams. I think he can bring a lot of value.
You know what?
If you're looking
sign him
for
up, coach.
I would say Tyloo. I would love to see Tom as an analyst or a coach for Tyloo for like just a best of 3, just a full best of 3. I would love to hear those comms.
What I would basically do is, like a sort of dead man switch. I'd have one of those, but it would connect to the W key of somebody. So, like, basically, if he started just running forward, I'd just let go, and then he wouldn't be able to move anymore. Genius. They'd win every game.
I think, honestly, it would just be hilarious, because I think, especially in proper coaching rules... Oh, hold on. Pistol up close. Advent's managed to pick up 1. He's got an AK now on the back of it. His teammates on the rotate through. Yes, they've lost a lot of HP, but it's a 4v2. Even if Advent falls to the molly, which he inevitably will, they've still got the man advantage. Kaze with the op, and here comes Zoking to try and finish it off, but it won't even be him that's needed. Look at the flank coming in. Kaze takes the headshot anyways. Alman was about to flank out and win that. That was a great round by Vici.
Yeah, more confident, more proactive on the CT side. And that's what we want to see. We want to see them take matters into their own hands and be confident against this Tyloo T side. Because if you're going to give them too much respect, that's exactly what Tyloo want. They want to drain you of the info. They want to get into the position where they can just 5-man explode onto a bomb site without you being aware and having players rotated or pushed up anywhere on the map. And that's what I want to see from Vici, is just the confidence.
I think with traditional coaching rules, back to Tom coaching, that would be the best thing that I can ever imagine seeing. So like they call a pause, and they're like, Tom, what do we do? He's like, okay, listen, we're gonna do this. Play slow, play your defaults, and he goes, okay, good luck, guys. And he stands back, and then they all just rush through smokes. And I could just imagine him like throwing all the paper up in the air, storming off the stage, just being like, "What's the point? What's the point of me being here?"
I just bring a cattle prod with me.
It's like somebody steps inside of smoke.
It's effective. They may not be able to do anything after it, but
that's gorgeous by Zoking.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, this is much better from Zoking already in comparison to his Inferno performance. And while DanKing catches him, the bomb is down in the toilet. And somebody's just got to kill an Advent. So all that hard work that Zoking did at the start of the round is for nothing now. Tyloo have pulled it back. A 3 versus 3. Defense is pretty weak right now for Vici. And Tyloo still have time. You know, 30 seconds here. You got to eventually pick where they want to go. And DanKing is committing to the smoke on the A bomb site. Rotating player coming up from the B bomb site. They do have limited time now, so they aren't going to commit to this A bomb site. Couple of prongs to the approach, and Kaze's over here with the AWP. We'll see if it's enough to get Vici a 3rd round on the board as they hold on. The attack starts to come through. A chance here for Kaze. Drops DanKing. Now the push coming out from long. 8 seconds. You have to start getting on that plant immediately as they arrive to the bomb site. And Kaze, a nice shot, but the bomb goes down. And now somebody trying to win the clutch. Oh, it's so low. 1 HP on Kaze. He plays with the smoke. He peeks to the left side. And he's a player that can win these kind of rounds for Tyloo. He's a player that's in your nightmares. You close your eyes and you see somebody, and he only gets 1. And it will be the Vici round, but there's always a risk there. There's always a scary scenario in which somebody is about to pull one of those rounds off.
So I really like that round by Vici. I think that obviously he came back into 3v3, but that was more, I'd put that down to Tyloo doing really well on the duels, more so than mistakes by Vici. The player that they lost down towards the B site, they'd actually gone for aggression on short, down in water, and they were holding the position. But he got caught off by a push that came down a little bit later on. It was an aim duel, one that they kind of had to take because they wanted to heavy rotate up towards the A site, and to do that, you kind of need your aggressive short control. But it was nice proactive control by Tyloo, even though they'd already lost players towards toilet, to still try and contest for the B water. On that, they got a 3v3. The push in the site is obviously Kaze just shut them down and managed to pull that back. But I think I can't really fault their approach to the round. It was just really good by Tyloo to still be able to get those kills. And it's something they excel at. We mentioned it a couple of times previously in previous Tyloo series. But this is a team that whenever they lose the opening duels, they have a staggeringly high rate of coming back into maps. And to put it in context, normally it's about 25% of the time that you lose an opening duel, you find the round win. And that includes on the T side when you find a trade right away, right? So say, for example, Alman swings on short, he kills one, he dies right away. That counts if they win the round then, but obviously that's a good position for them. But for Tyloo, it's something like 40% on a lot of maps, 35 to 40, which is insane.
A lot of statistics for Tyloo are just completely nonsensical, right? Because they play in the Asian region. They're just so much better. They just get the crazy stuff going on. But Summer just taking down Zoking with a Tech 9. Kaze and Jamyoung fighting back. It will be the round for Vici. 3 off the back of Kaze's off.
Jesus, I've never seen this before, Dinko. Never in my life have I seen this. So, Tyloo on this map, remember, they've played Vici twice, and they've played Beyond once. So they have played some of the best teams in this region. In those maps, 85.7% of the time they found the opening duel, they won the round. Okay, that's pretty normal. Like, that's good. I'd say 75 to 80 is normal. So they do pretty well. 52% of the time that they lose the opening duel, they come back and win the round. That's insane. I've never seen anything nearly more than half the time that you get the opening frag and you're like, hey, we've got the man advantage. Tyler,
Yeah,
like,
they win
no.
more than they lose in that scenario. It's just
That's stupid.
It's so
That's
dumb.
stupid.
I think that just kind of speaks volumes at how far ahead Tyloo
Math
actually are
is
than any of
telling
the
you
teams in
that
this tournament.
Tyloo are ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. Statistically, but it also shows that Vici are pretty trash on the map. Like you see that obviously they've played it twice versus Tyloo and given them that statistic for the most part. Again, they're 62% of the time they find the opening duel, they win the round, and so it shows how poor Vici are at holding on to the early round advantages. And I'd put that down to like a lot of the time you've got someone like Advent who's left on important map control towards B, who can't really win those fights when he's required to, as we saw previously on B short.
We'll see if that plays out the same way here. They've got that opening kill, Mitch. Advent's under the pressure. Jam Young. Damage, but it's Almond that actually takes the kill. There goes Advent, but Jam Young stepping up. This is going to be one of the rounds that Vici actually end up winning. So slowly, and Dan King last alive. Dan King will do his best. He's got one headshot. Oh, and a second. Okay, maybe there is a chance here. Maybe we add to the 52%. Dan King taps the bomb, pulls them into the open, but he's got time to play with. They're rotating down. He fakes again. Eventually, you got to realize you can actually plant here, Dan King. There we go. You get that bomb down, but now winning the one. That was the stupid. That was.
How did he know?
I think his back was poking out.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So he goes for the plan. But he could have planned it like so many times there. Dan King could have won that, but
they need the money as well.
Yeah.
Like, they really need the money. Like that bomb plant's probably the difference between them buying in this round.
Let me just cross away from where there's a smoke and the boxes are more difficult to shoot through to go to the other side of the bomb site where I have to cross into the open and go to a more dangerous plant spot.
At the same time, if he found that kill on the Kaze, he probably won the round. Like, I think it was a worthwhile risk to take in a 2v1, especially because he was just hitting the shots, trying to force the fight. A decent percentage of the time, that Opera is going to swing a little wider to look at default and try to shut you down, or maybe throw a nade through as well, right? If you had a molly or a frag grenade left. So I think Dan King probably made a decent play, just that it got shut down. But like, if Kaze was one step further forward, like one pixel further, he might have actually died in that situation.
I don't know, from the replay there, I didn't actually see any part of Dan King. So maybe
Kaze?
it was just, yeah. Or if Dan King planning the bomb, I didn't see any part of him in Kaze's POV. So maybe he just kind of heard the sound and went for the wall buy.
He did hear the steps go further wide, right? So yeah, he probably presumed, okay.
Oh, actually hit that. Slowly down to 39 on the flick, but Jam Young, he's got that opening. So King following up. Tyloo crumbling.
Tom, do you believe? But never mind.
Believe in what? Believe in what? Two fairy Santa?
Yes.
What are we going for?
In life after love. I've been introducing Tom to the rule that myself and Jason came up with, the Ford Eagle law. We called it the Mason rule.
Okay.
Yeah, but your rule is not as good at predicting rounds as just I am randomly. With like, oh, this one doesn't feel too good, and then they just lose.
Sometimes happens.
Kaze's actually hit some really nice shots. That one that he hit from Monster when the players were pushed out, like the swift flick to the right in the solid 3K A hold he had, was unreal.
Yeah, Kaze's been pretty impressive so far. I think in a couple of the earlier rounds, they didn't really get him involved. He was kind of a little unlucky in some of the positions he ended up in. And because the money's never really been in a good spot, he can't actually commit to the retakes or commit to the rounds where they have a chance to win. But there's just too much risk involved in terms of losing that AWP. But now look at the money. They can take a few more risks now. They can definitely involve Kaze a lot more across the server. And well, 6-6. Tyloo's money is on the ropes, and Kaze, he's gone aggressive towards long. Attackers in the bathroom. The playground. Depends. I suppose some people might use the playground as a bathroom. Some questionable smell. Yeah, but there is some questionable smelling playgrounds.
Kids play there.
Yeah, exactly. But in the UK, some people. So I've walked through some parts and they do stink.
That's the. Oh, some people did that.
Oh, I have never went to the bathroom in a playground.
I don't believe you.
Dingo does seem like the kind of guy that would.
Yeah,
on the swing.
Definitely.
On the swing.
Oh,
another one.
Not even on the seat, on the rope. just so it stays sucky for longer.
Oh, and that's too far.
And swiftly moving on. Dan King with the wallbang. He's dropped Kaze down to 7 HP, barely standing. I think he actually might have hit 2 wallbangs there, so Kaze's a little fortunate to be alive. This is just one of those rounds. You know the outcome. It's just a little slow, though. At this point, Tyloo, their money is so far gone. Good kill from Summer. It's all on Vici now. They make a couple of mistakes. They could let Tyloo back into this. Kaze, oh no. Misses the shot, but luckily Summer just sees red and decides to run onto the bomb site. He'll go down to Advent, and Advent just swings on by. There was a flank kill he did as well. It was destined to be Vici's round win. As it's 7-6, Tyloo go into this round with barely anything. So they could go for a couple of deagles. Tom, how you feeling about this one?
I think somebody will get a kill or two, but I don't think there should be much more. The thing is, I think Vici are one of the teams that are normally better at quelling these anti-eco rounds. They still let a few slip and win a few themselves, but that's sort of forgivable. Whereas when we look at some of the other teams in the tournament, there is no round that they cannot lose. So, yeah. This one is going to be even tougher, though, because Tyloo only have 3 players. And so did the CT side as well. They've switched into a 3v3 situation, which for the defense is going to be much harder to hold.
Yeah, we've decided to spice it up a little bit going into this final map. Obviously, we see these teams play against each other so often that, we wanted to spice up the format slightly. Then that got ruined. Slowly's back.
By the way, boys,
Black clearly needs to take a leaf out of these guys' books. I bet they listened and actually restarted their modem.
Yeah, this guy, he's been told by like 7 different engineers, restart your modem, and he's just sat there saying,
you tried turning it off and on?
Dude, honestly, my cousin used to work in tech support for Microsoft, and I remember telling me a guy
My dad works at Microsoft.
My dad would kill your dad in a 1v1 on Rust. But yeah, my cousin worked there, and he told me about this guy that rang up, and he was getting really annoyed, and he was on the phone for 25 minutes. He was like, I bought this Xbox and it's not working and all this sort of stuff. He had it hooked up to the TV. He had the controllers charged. The TV was on. He put it on HDMI. It just wasn't working, and it was a scam and this and that. And literally at the very end of the call, he goes, yeah, just unplug it and bring it back. And whatever way he said it, the guy was like, wait, what? He hadn't plugged it into the wall for electricity. He had hooked it up to the TV and imagined it would randomly work.
You know those videos where it's like the calls that people receive, and there was the one where it was like Tesco or Sainsbury's or someone. They got a call of a guy just screaming down the phone about how his pizza didn't have any topping, and then he goes, "Oh, it's upside down."
Oh my god! Oh my god! That's depressing. Well, at least the game's back on, so forget about that mess. As Tyloo, they're being shredded. They're being absolutely torn apart by Vici here. This is a very good retake. Not even a retake, because the bomb hasn't got down yet, but Attacker, he wants to attack. Tom, get the cattle prod out, because he's in the smoke. And this is something I thought about it, Tom. Your strategy wouldn't be that great, because somebody would stand inside the smoke. You'd stab him with the cattle prod, and Tyloo on the other side of the stage would be like, he's tasered him again. He's in the smoke. Spray.
He plays for Tyloo.
I want to say it's Vici would be on the other side. Yeah, good point. Good point. I think Tyloo would know he's in the smoke.
Yeah, but then I'd just do it every once in a while, just to throw him off.
Just run over and start. So he's doing something completely right and just. Sorry, I have to do fake info.
You know what, Tom? I think what you should do is actually just stab the other team.
Sneak over, start zapping them.
Yeah, but they've not hired me. That is assault. Whereas
there's something in the contract you're allowed to stab all of the players of the cup.
You don't stab. Like, why are you saying stab? You prod. It's in the name.
You stab it in, but you dig it into the skin.
What? Jesus, think you're very violent. There's torture in these.
We want it. We
just want to teach them a lesson.
Exactly.
I do not condone that level of violence. Cattle prodding is fine.
Slightly lesser level of violence.
That smoke just went into the
Oh no!
Jam Young, I feel so bad for this guy. He threw a smoke onto the Molotov and it just bounced. Ugh. Well, Advent, he's sitting behind the barrels. He's still alive. And then he gives away his position. They know where he is. They're going to be chasing him down, looking for him. He's still alive, though. And Alman has managed to find slowly. So it's a 4 versus 4. Finally, Advent goes down. He was just asking for death, really, this entire round. Now a flashbang going through from Kaze to allow an easy peek for Zolking as he shuts down somebody. This is a pretty good retake attempt so far from Vici. They move forward. Another kill being picked up for Zolking, but they're not going to check the backside. There's a player off the left side. They've already cleaned him up. And there it is. Alman with the doubles. And we'll be able to pick it up. And it's 9-6 going into the second half. Vici leading the way.
Good stuff by Vici. I mean, they're in a decent position now. At least CT side didn't go terribly for them. They got off to a very, very slow start. And I mean, look at that streak of buy rounds that they managed to find. Yes, a lot of them were close. I mean, Tyloo did end up in a position where they're in 1v1s or 1v2s. And a lot of these times, like Dan King over on the B side, came very close to winning out one. And that would have really been the line in the sand where we would have said that I think Vici were in a bad spot. But the fact that they managed to come back into this half and still walk out with their heads held high, I think this is a very positive sign for this lineup.
Kind of nice finally seeing a win.
Here we go. Pistol round.
It's an important one. Vici coming into summer. He's going to be holding on the first headshot. Here's the second as well. That's a good relocation. And a micro adjustment of the crosshair. And he will flick up, finding the head. And what we've got ourselves a 3 versus 4. A man advantage in for Tyloo. And somebody, he's in a somebody position here. They're going to check him. They're going to go around the corner. Kaze was so aware. They might have spotted him actually just as he moved. But Advent trying his best to hold off this short aggression. 3 versus 3 still. Over a minute left on the clock. And here go Vici into the B-bomb site. Smoke some flashes up in towards the site itself. Tyloo currently have 2 players towards the start of the map. One of them being Dan King, who's now dead.
Dead King, more like. Advent's come in with another, and I think at this point, Tyloo are pretty much locked out. Good to see Vici manages. Obviously, the bomb's still on the rotate over. Attacker, no, he won't get there in time, right? They're already crossed over. They're in a position. Oh, that's dangerous. Advent, though, should have covered. These players can swing wide and help him out if he gets pushed down. And for Attacker, I really don't see him getting much done in this situation. He's got to hit some sick shots really, really quickly. Because all 3 of these guys are ready to just swing on out. And you look at it, he's nicely fallen back off the angle. 1 bullet away from taking Advent. Kaze very low as well. I could have worked out, but ultimately the numbers were just too great.
This shot from Sabo was so sick. The second one especially.
Oh yeah,
I don't know why I spent a lot of that round thinking about like when Jam Young gets older, will he call himself Old Jam? Which doesn't quite work out. It doesn't sound as good.
Jam, middle-aged.
Do you know what the biggest scam is right now? It's a random fact. The 3080s, right? You know the way they're out? They advertise with them, get a free copy of Watch Dogs 2 when you buy the 3080s. Wow. I get a AAA game for free. It's supposedly quite good. I heard the first one was trash. The second one's supposed to be all right. You can get it free on the Epic Games Store anyways. It's free right now. Like
I think I got with my graphics card, I bought I think it was Mafia 3. I genuinely think I've played about 8 minutes of that game.
Mafia 2 is unreal, dude. Have you played Mafia 2?
No.
Game's fantastic. I don't know about 1, I never played it, but 2, amazing game. 3 I heard was meh, it was all right. I got Destiny 2 with mine. I bought a 1080 a long time ago. I got Destiny 2, and I'm not even kidding. A month later, it was free. It's like, wow, thank you guys, thank you so much for this free gift a month early.
I suppose it's free for you as well.
2 hours of that game because it's, not my style.
Blair loves that. Blair loves that. There's a lot of it. Well, Summer, he brings down Jam Young. Ned's going to go through, and Summer, oh my god, 3 kills on the scout. Summer just absolutely tearing them to shreds. And slowly, we'll get one on the Deagle. Tyloo win the round, and we go into the scoreline of 10-7. Tyloo, well, they have AKs now.
AKs galore.
You always
What was
win
that?
these rounds. So annoying. Did you like my Irish accent earlier?
I didn't hear it.
Ah, it was really good.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Do it again. Can you do an Irish Chinese accent?
No, we said that was
No,
up to
we
you.
actually mentioned that I would like to keep my job,
So
and
go
I
ahead, Mitch.
imagine that would be the most offensive thing to every nation on the planet.
Yeah, sure. I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
You can see Vici coming in to look for the A-site now, and they're going to be doing fantastic. Now, you might be thinking that's just an Irish accent, but that's what Paddy
Yep.
O'Shea sounds like. He grew up in Ireland, all right? He's no different than any of us, you sick. Anyways. Enough about your prejudice, Tom. Jesus. It's 10-7, and for Vici, they've only got the pistols. As we said, this should be nice and easy, nice and clean for Tyloo. They'll get back up on 10-8, close in that scoreline a little bit. I don't see much of an... Whoopsie daisies. Nice shot by Summer. And then there was silence.
This one, we just let it play out a little bit. It's one of those rounds you can definitely catch your breath because there's nothing happening that's worth talking about right now.
I don't know about that. PAX 2020 is on right now. It's live at the moment. I don't know how they're doing it because there's obviously no audience, but
Oh,
that's noteworthy.
well, Jam Young might just win this, so that's worthy of my speech. And well, he's gonna tap the bomb onto the A bomb site. He's gonna look for another kill, and he's dropped Summer down to 1 health point. He's gonna go for it again, but Summer, of course, just runs straight at him. Knows he's gonna commit to the plant this time around, and he gives Tyloo an 8th round on the board. But there's always a world in which Jam Young might have been able to pull that off.
That force by win's going to end up being the kicker, isn't it? It'll be classic Tyloo style where everything looks to be slipping away from them. They lose the first half, they lose the pistol, and then just out of nowhere they win like a really sort of cheesy force buy with Deagles, and that's just enough to relight the fire behind the team. And obviously this round, there's absolutely nothing. A full eco, no flash, no pistols, no nothing, just saving up for the next round buy. And this is a chance for Tyloo to just make some cash. And well, Dan King had that in mind. Just goes running into mid with a UMP. And well, that is round over. 10-9, cash built, AWP bought. And now we get to see what the T's have to offer.
Finally, feels like we haven't seen anything from Vici in the second half so far, and Tyloo have just been able to win everything. So we'll see if they can show us something here on the T side. They definitely need to pick up around here. Otherwise, they're going to start forgetting how to win, and that's when Tyloo just take it over the line. So it's going to be a quick play from Vici trying to impact in this B bomb site right off the bat. Slowly he's gone aggressive in towards water with the Molotov. It's going to prevent him from walking around the backside, and well, they've just traded position. Slowly leaves B and just gives it away to Vici, and attacker's feet have been spotted. He is taken down, and Vici have the B bomb site.
All the swings out, slowly is able to take down Advent, and we look into a position now where Vici, they've got to try and hold on desperately. This is such an important round, and the 3v3 doesn't look ideal for them, but time is starting to tick away. 20 seconds to get in there and start the defuse. Molly pushes Kaze out of position. He can't contest on the ramp, but his teammates now all lined up to cover each other. Kaze has the angle through the wood, hasn't been spotted just yet, and he could be able to fly under the radar. Jam Young in danger, though, being held by this op, and they're going to tap that bomb. That's going to cause the swing to come through. Dan King catches Kaze off. The missed shot by Dan King. The round's already gone as Jam Young eliminates slowly, and with that, an 11th for Vici. Dan King even dies as well, losing the op, and that's going to cause significant reinvestment for the Tyloo side. That's a kick in the gut.
Well, Vici will be very happy with that call. Just a straight up simple call. You've been in these rounds where you just haven't had guns out for such a long time, and they decided to rush into that B bomb site. I love the change in pace, Tom.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds as well where Tyloo are lucky in a sense that they built up so much money over the last few rounds. Otherwise, this would be a pretty awkward spot to be in. And actually, Vici's own purchase, because of how much damage they took in the last round, is also going to be pretty awkward. So it's going to basically decide whether or not Tyloo are going to get themselves right back into this, or if the lead can be extended for Vici. And again, they're slowly leading themselves towards a hugely advantageous position, but I still feel like Tyloo have got this, even though they've not really shown anything to sort of go alongside that. Something's just going to arise from the depths, and eventually they'll get it over the line.
We always talk about Tyloo's switch, right? As Dinko loves to talk about knobs on walls, but
hey,
for
that's
me,
Tom.
it's just
that's Tom's thing.
It's an on and off switch, right? And if Tyloo have that, if this is the real Tyloo, because we've seen them struggle in the past, but then that game versus Beyond is really where it just shines through. We're talking the whole time about, ooh, are they actually going to 16-2? And if they can do that here, Fantastic slowly, full blind. He gets away with that kill. Of course he does. He's down to a USP. Here's another one. You can almost feel it. And he does most of the work. Attacker just finishing it off. And Vici really not having a good time on that B push.
Yeah, this is the kicker as well. That is their money in the dirt. It's going to be back to pistols. Tyloo with a chance to equalize. And well, if they do want an AWP, even Jamyung can't afford to invest anything here. Again, it's a little bit disjointed. Like, ZoKing was out, then you've got Jamyung sort of waiting. One player pushed through the smoke, one decided to stay. I feel like there has to be more communication there. You can't just rely on one player running into the site, because it allows for those individual duels to come in. And while Tyloo are pretty much renowned for winning the majority of those, and it is just going to be the case of, okay, Advent's invested a little bit extra, but Jamyung's trying to set up Kaze into the next round, so they will have a trade of weaponry. They're going to try it again, just running into this B site. This time, a little bit more synergy behind it. The Advent trying to open things up. The man with the Kevlar, the man with the extra invested, and it's nothing. Tyloo completely clean. Somebody padding those stats a little bit more, or something he does quite regularly. And while 11-11, Tyloo definitely in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, they've shifted gears for sure. I think Vici are starting to feel the heat coming into this round. They've obviously got their investment, but after this, it'll be an eco. It'll be 13-11 if Tyloo, if they lose. That is a tough one for them to face. And obviously the CT side have really alleviated any money issues with how clean the previous rounds have been. Pressure's on, and Vici going for the fast play, moving down towards the B side, slowly, blind, mollied, somehow, again, he's gotten a kill and got away. Eventually, they shut him down, but slowly, somehow goes into these situations where he looks as good as dead and manages to pull something out of the bag. Somebody does the same, and oh, Attacker dying with only just one. This is now winnable for the T side, although a little more difficult with Kaze falling.
Well, it'll be the Galil Valmont. It does well enough, but somebody's going to win the 1 versus 1. 12-11 for Tyloo. Somebody delivers a big round. And this might just be where Tyloo tip the scales and end this series again as the victors. Because right now, grabbing control, they're edging it out each and every time. Vici had a little flash in the pan. Other than that, it has been the Tyloo show in the second half. And somebody has been playing really well today, and I feel like just recently as well, you know, first couple of games he looked a little quieter, first couple of maps even yesterday, but he's been fantastic when they've needed him.
Tom, what do you make of the Vici overpass? How are you feeling about it so far?
CT side was alright, but it sort of started to slip away towards the end, which is normally something we see quite regularly from teams. T side, not really seen anything yet. Some of that's just such a ridiculous play. Like, you know what's being invested into this round, or you have to at least have a decent idea. And they're getting aggressive, and it looks like Tyloo are about to get Tyloo'd as the getting absolutely ruined. And one by one they fall. Just hand it away, Attacker. Just give it up. Pack it in. Let the next round begin, and slowly, no chance. None. Nada. Zero. Zilch.
Ooh. Well, slowly does catch out ZoKing, and I don't think Vici are the type of team just to throw this all away, so it will be a round picked up. Almond secures the 12th round. I mean, we're talking about Tyloo tipping the scales and maybe looking like the team really going to take this. I think that's just what we've been conditioned to believe, and maybe count Vici out a little bit at times, but there's still anybody's game right now. We're still 12-12 on the server. Vici, they've shown they can take maps off Tyloo. They've shown that they can bring them right to the brink. Probably could have won this series 2-0 if just a few things went right towards the end of the previous map. So this could certainly still be picked up by Vici. 4 rounds away from victory. They should be taking the lead here. Should be heading 13-12 up. But these are the kind of rounds that Tyloo seem to always win when it's late in the game, when it's important, when Vici need to win a round. Tyloo always seem to step up in these kind of situations.
We can put it down to them being slow to warm up or whatever we want to say, but the reality is Vici, as you said, they're in a good spot, and I think, yeah, we've been conditioned to understand that Tyloo will always come back in towards the end of these games, but it doesn't mean that that's going to be the way it always is. As we look in towards the later stage of this game, obviously the weak buy that's in play for Tyloo has cost them a lot. They've got pistols around this, but a very aggressive force buy. I don't know if they're really in a position. Well, no, I do know. I don't think they should be feeling like they're in a position where they can take this kind of aggressive investment, because losing this one out puts 14-12 on the board for Vici. I really disagree with this. It's a confident statement, definitely, but a very risky one for a team that hasn't looked convincing in this series. It'd be different if they were 10-5 up or something. Well, obviously that'd be halftime, but still, you know what I mean? If they had a convincing lead.
Yeah.
But it has been tight the whole way, and tanking. He's turning up on the op, though, making the difference.
No. I mean, at least it's not the pistols, but still this round is going to go in favor of Tyloo, and yeah, now slowly showing up. Advent will take him down, but there's still 2 players down in this round, and there's only 18 seconds left for the T side to do something. Vici. It's like they just know Tyloo on a low buy and they just stop working. The players just freeze.
Well, not going to go their way once again. It does just seem to be the case where exactly when they need to step up, things just slip away. Tyloo bounce back and get themselves the lead once again.
It's stupid.
I genuinely do start to wonder if this is just like a mental block. Like they win a huge round off the back of some crazy pistol play, and then they go, well, it would be rude to win in this way, and then gives them the round back.
Well, at least they've got money. At least they've got weapons coming into this one. It's not going to be Tyloo winning off the pistol, sending Vici down to the low buy for the rest of the game, closing it, breaking the hearts again. We swiftly move on. Everything's right in the world. And our earlier prediction off camera, where we said this is going to be a game that's going to go all 3 maps, all the rounds, and Tyloo are going to win anyway, as usual, it might just play out that way, Tom, because that's exactly how these series go pretty much every time we get to see them.
Well, gotta try and get something done here. Danking, he's been decent this game.
Yeah, much better.
Not had a worldie of a performance like we have seen in the past, but he's been consistently hitting his shots, which is exactly what we need to see from him. It's not really been too many like massive underperformers across this whole series, just differing players, and he's just been up through the wall. You got to be careful as well, as there's players right next to him. Summer, it's a TK! Orman's just killed his teammate, and then Advent goes down anyway. The worrying thing is you can actually see your teammates through the smoke, so the excuse doesn't really go there anymore.
Yeah, it's just chaotic spray going through. Well, at least a couple of kills to come back in. It's a 3 versus 3, 19 seconds, Mitch.
That can work out. Vici need this round, but Danking, he's the sole defender here, doing a lot of work with the op and shutting them down. Vici, no hope anymore, and they're trying to save this weapon, but Danking doesn't want them to get away. Kaze tucked in, and he dies after time as well. $1,000 left for him. That is a massive win for Tyloo. And Vici, they came so close. They clawed their way into that round, but Danking, he's having a lights-out series. 24 kills on the board after that one. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, and I think that might just be one of the final straws right now. This is where Vici are going to crumble. It's just, there's no signs of life anymore. After they lost, DanKing has just stepped up. He's hitting everything. He's just confident. He's taking these fights. And now Tyloo, well, they're 2 away from victory. Vici have thrown everything at this. And it's a quick B hit. They're sprinting in towards this B-bomb site. Slowly trying his best to beat this B anchor. And he's not going to get a single kill. Zhou and Jamyang taking down 2. Luckily, Attacker is available for 1 kill. There's a 3 versus 4 favoring Vici.
Ooh. Jose is almost dead. I believe that might have been a nade just being dunked onto him. 4 HP. Doesn't have anything in this round. Jamyang's just caught another one. I think the CT side are going to have to duck out of this.
Yeah.
They've made it work. They scraped it together. And it is going back and forth. Even still, Tyloo's still in the lead. But I think they've realized that if they're going to have a purchase into the next round, they need to save everything. And they're going to have heard that AWP. I don't know if they'll expect Orman to be this close around the corner. Oh, it's awkward. And he survives. He just got saved by a fence.
That's huge, though. That is so huge because DanKing's AWP's gone now. They're going to have to scrap everything. You can buy an AWP, obviously. He's 6k, but look at the rest of the team. Oh, Tyloo have a decision. Do they just... I hope they make the right one. Just 14-14, that's fine. Get the buyout. Let DanKing save some money over. Somebody obviously in a real bad position right now, $1,400. But this is a little bit grim for Tyloo. And of course, here comes the buy. On DanKing.
What? Why? How? What? Hello? What is this investment?
I need a hero.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
like, well, just why? Just why would they do
Round
that?
28 as well, Mitch. Round 28.
I mean, this is there's why? If you lose this round, you're not going to have the op. I don't know what's happening.
He's gotta be tough.
Tom, this is one of the situations where, like, you'd be coaching them, I'd be in the crowd, you'd have the pause, you'd have the
You're
discussion.
stabbing them with the
and, like,
camel plot.
I'd run up on stage, rip your notes up, and just throw them at them, be like, "What is wrong with you? This is crazy." I mean, like, this kind of investment. Oh,
Okay,
God, they're gonna win
here we
it. They're gonna
go,
win it, Tom.
Mitch.
Straight away, you know it. Jamyang, he's coming in with 2. Massive play. Molly going through as well to try and discount that USP. When it comes down to these 2 rifles, they'll be able to save them at least. They'll run away to the other side of the map. It's okay. It's not the end of the world for Tyloo. They made the investment, but they carry the rifles forward, and that's the important part. Had this have been an A hit, I would be pulling my hair out. I'd look like Tom by the end of the series.
Well, except uglier, of course. But yeah, I get what you mean. Bald. Yeah, it's going to be 14-14. There is no brakes on this train, as it will be going all the distance.
By the way, Tom,
You're getting off at the last stop. You don't have a choice.
I forgot to tell you, Tom, the other day, just on the subject of you being bald, there was an absolutely fantastic... I got a Snapchat the other day for the first time in years. Didn't even know I still had it installed. As one of the guys...
Tom Bizza filter.
It actually genuinely was. He, one of the guys I've worked with in the past, Excitable.
Yeah, I've been receiving. Yeah. My sisters have been sending me pictures of them bald, and like one of my sisters go like, because obviously the joke when you're younger is to tell your sister or brother that they are adopted. It's a very fun joke. You talk about how the postman, but it's more of an insult to your mum than anything. But anyway. And she basically used the filter, and it is true that we are definitely related because it did look like me. So there you go. Well, we clearly had similar facial features.
This guy's Scottish, and I just read it perfectly in his. He went, "Hey, I'm Tom Bess." It was just gorgeous. It's just so funny.
Oh, aye.
What was that? Did you just have a stroke? Someone call an ambulance. Tom's had a stroke. He needs help.
No. Dinko's the one that has a stroke, but it's a little bit late in the day.
No, it's right when he gets up, remember? He wakes up and a few minutes later he feels better. After he gets it off.
Okay. DanKing, anyway, most important round of the game so far, gentlemen. Let's get into this. DanKing and Summer finding kills. And Tyloo, well, they've got the man advantage, and they're following up as well. 15-14. Tyloo, of course, do it to them. It's just Kaze looking to pull it off. He's the star of the team, although maybe he's being overshadowed by Jamyang at the moment in terms of the performance. There's Kaze to try and prove he's still the top dog. He's got the damage on to Summer. 20 HP left as he switches out to the rifle. Take note of the time. 35 seconds, so not a whole lot of time for Kaze to work this one out.
Definitely a difficult clutch to make happen, the 1v3. As he starts to move over towards Connector, I think they've got an angle on that as well. No, they've pulled back a little bit. It looks like Summer's swapping in between, watching it and playing that a little bit more passive, but he's not looking for Connector anyways. Kaze wants to go towards this side. No idea that Summer's up close. It comes very close, and he gets that shot as well. Down to him versus Slowly, but 4 seconds. There just isn't enough time. And so he'll save over that AWP at least. This is Tyloo on map and series point. They were just 2 rounds away from being 2-0'd by Vici.
Oh, they're gonna do it again with MP9s. You can't end both maps in the same way.
Oh. But it's Tyloo, so of course they can, Tom.
That's what Tom's forgetting. He's forgetting the region. He's forgetting the team. Tyloo can do whatever the hell they want. That's just it's just a fact, and we've seen that play out again and again and again and again
and again
and again.
80 maps, so 83 maps or something like that. Mitch, so keep going.
Jeez. And again 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 and again. What number am I at?
Again.
I lost count.
Lost count. Restart.
Okay, we've seen him do it again and again. We'll be here till the end of this series, which might be another hour or so, because I could see overtime's coming out. I could see it happening, but so far it has just been this back and forth series. For Vici, though, it is time to now show up. They've struggled on their T side to get these rounds connected. Tyloo have been looking better. And with MP9s, and MP9 in play, FAMAS as well, this is where they look to end it. Summer with the opening duel and a good start for Tyloo in what could be a massive comeback in this series to dominate Vici for what feels like the millionth time.
I think there needs to be a scientific study done into the brains of the Vici players. I really do think there's just no way they can win against Tyloo. There's just something blocking them from being able to do it. How many times have we seen them have the perfect opportunity? They have a situation where they're up against just a couple of weapons in play that are actually invested from Tyloo. And when I'm saying invested, I mean a couple of Deagles, a little bit of Tech 9 action sprinkled in there a little bit earlier on in the earlier maps. It's impossible to beat Tyloo, it seems, for this Vici roster. Literally impossible. And we'll see if they can do anything. Dan King, he's been their nightmare in the bathrooms. And while he finds Omen, gets rid of him, and it's a 2-man advantage followed up for Dan King, and there it is. Everything is right in the world, at least in Asian Counter-Strike. Tyloo continue to go undefeated against Vici. 16-14 on the final map. They just can't win. Vici cannot win.
Yeah, exactly as planned.
We all knew it was going to happen.
It's one of those things, really, where it's like, as said, like, in life, you're born, you die, and Tyloo will always be Vici. It's just the circle of life. Like, they can't do it, and they should have basically been able to win both the last couple of maps. It was just silly mistakes, silly eco rounds, giving away, like, even when they would win one of those eco rounds, even when they'd win, like, a position that they never should win, it's almost like they just had this courtesy where they'd be like, okay, no, we won a silly round, so you can win a silly round. And it's like, I don't know. Either that or they just have this rule where it's like, nobody wins with pistols, all right? And then Vici break the rules, so Tyloo go, all right then, if that's how it's going to be, and then win one straight back. It's just silly. And unfortunately, they never capitalize in any of these situations where they should be taking the victory. It's a good sign for Vici that they are fighting so close, and I think Tyloo definitely aren't as dominant a force as they used to be. But when it comes down to it, we're looking at the scoreboard. We're going to look at that probably in a moment's time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the scoreline were in any of these maps. It doesn't matter that they took a map. The only thing that matters is the points, and Tyloo get all of them.
Yeah, and Go ahead, Dingo.
I honestly think Vici, the one thing that could get them over the line against Tyloo, and the problem, like, we're bringing it down to just these
Ronin.
Yeah. What I'm about to say is just any firepower, right? Extra firepower. Ronin is a perfect example of, you know, having firepower, but I don't think he's quite ready. But when we take a look, there's other options out there. Flying from Invictus, that would instantly create a team that can beat Tyloo easily, right? And it's just a lack of firepower. It's coming down to these rounds that are stupid, right? Just pistol rounds coming in for Tyloo, force buys. These are the rounds that are making the difference. On average, you know, Vici are playing better Counter-Strike than Tyloo. They're just so gifted on the Tyloo side individually that they're able to win out some stupid rounds that go on to give them a few extra. And if you add, say, Flying instead of Alman or Zoking, but I would definitely put him in place of Alman, because Zoking is a role player. When he's having a good game, he's such an important player in those entry roles. I feel like Alman is the one interchangeable player. You can definitely put Flying in there. That will instantly add so much firepower to the Vici team.
Just make Advent coach.
Yeah, yeah, that could also work. Yeah, and well, I suppose in the general rule set, though, how are you going to get that to work when you're playing on LAN or whatever? Because the coaching rules, right? Imagine organizing a Chinese team
for a while. Anyways.
Worked with Hunden.
That's true. Well, that is true, but it's been online, right? So it's a little bit different. You can't really enforce the coaching rules online. Whereas if you're on LAN, eventually it's going to get to the point where, you know, they're not going to be able to control the chaos.
Yeah, you know, there were a couple other reasons you say it worked with Hunden. Well, he was definitely
he didn't do it in that event.
He didn't do it in Cologne.
That is true. That is true. You got to give him props for that. When I look in towards the standings of today, though, how the games have went down, I think we've got that ready to take a quick old look at. It's been one hell of a time in the Tyloo versus Vici game, but that wasn't all that we saw. Obviously, we started the day out with Beyond versus Hwatsai, and
it all went to plan.
It went 2-0 to Beyond. Yep. As we expected. Invictus taking it 2-0 over Sigma. Obviously, again, we expected that to be. But guys, I mean, Tom, these games were, I think, a little bit closer than what we expected for the most part.
The Sigma one especially. I think the fact that they only just scraped their way through Inferno was a good statement for Sigma, but at the same time, if Invictus are going to be making playoffs, they have to be better than that. Like, Sigma are literally the team at the very bottom of the board. They lost to After, for God's sake. Like, you should be winning this like 16-2. If that's a fact within the server. So, yeah, I think every game did have the end result that we expected. It's just a shame for Vici that they lose 2 maps 16-14. And as said, there was just a few Tyloo rounds, some rounds that never should have been that ends up losing them the match, some somebody rounds that, again, are just stolen. And that's a shame, because I think they really deserve the victory today, but they're not going to get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely agree. You know, at the end of the day, Vici, no matter how close they get, as you said, Tom, you said it yourself, all that matters is the points. And at the end of the day, they're not going to be catching them. But there will be more points on offer a little bit later on. So let's take a look at the games that are coming up tomorrow, or next week, actually. It's going to be on Wednesday. Tomorrow's Monday, and I'm going to need my sleep. I'm sleeping all day tomorrow, that's for damn sure. But when we come through to Wednesday, September 23rd, we're going to have a couple of games. And Dinko, why don't you talk us through these teams and what game? Give me a game of the day for Wednesday.
Well, Vici versus After Gaming, obviously, clash of Chinese Titans.
Good one. Now give me a game of the day.
Personally, I think it's going to be Invictus Gaming versus Checkmate to really see where both these teams are at. We talk about Checkmate being a team that have surprised us. They play well in the first 2 days. They look pretty terrible in their most recent matchup. So going up against Invictus, who we've seen have their problems against some weaker teams, even today against Sigma, this should be a game that Invictus should dominate, but I don't think they will. I think they'll come in and Checkmate are going to give them a good fight. So that's going to be the one for me to watch. Hwatsai versus Bren. Now, this is a game that I hope that I'm not casting, but I think I am. I am. So, yeah. This
I can hear the panic in your voice. I am. Oh, no. Oh, no.
The realization.
Get me out. How do I get out of here?
Yeah, but this is going to be messy. This one's going to be real messy. It's going to be fun, though. It's going to be a lot of crazy moments. So that's going to be a good one.
I love that. Yeah, we always have these phrases. You guys keep an eye out for them at home. Like, it's going to be fun. I'm excited for it. What that means is I don't want to be here. let me
Get
out.
me out of
Help.
here. Get me out.
It's like, I don't want to be mean, but this is going to suck.
Blink
And
twice.
That's exactly, blink twice. And that's exactly where we're at. You know, some of these games at the end of the day, we've seen some messy Counter-Strike. And I'm really scratching my head with some of these teams seeing that they've got a coach. I don't know if it's the players not listening. I don't know if it's the coaches kind of sat back with some mojitos, but there's some serious work to be done with some of these rosters to the point that it's like, honestly, we've had it, Tom, right? We've sat here and we've said, like, Counter-Strike, you know, you guys play it? You heard of it? Because it looks like they're plugins sometimes. And it's really disappointing in a way, but at the same time, what I love is looking at these teams and seeing the promise, because it seems like every single lineup, Tom, has that one player that we look at and go, oh, we could be seeing him a little bit later on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll see that with obviously Techno coming up in some of those neck matches. He's 16 years of age, very impressive. Ronan as well, a little bit crazier, but I'd love to see him on one of the like top 3, top 4 Chinese teams and just give him an opportunity to actually play within a structure and see how he'd actually suit. Like maybe have him as that loose cannon within a Vici squad. I think that could be quite exciting, and it would bring their firepower up to, if anything, above Ty Lu's. So that would be incredible. But obviously for now, everybody's locked in. This is going to be a long few weeks, but I believe for today, Mitch, I think we're done.
I think we are. You know, just wanted to mention as well, even it even goes down to the bottom of the barrel, or at least what we've pinned for now is the bottom of the barrel of teams in this tournament. You look at a team like After, we've got someone, Dingo's boy Wang, who's been performing fantastically across this tournament. So there's always promise no matter where you look. And that's the beautiful thing about this region.
He has spent a lot of time watching Wang, or so I've heard.
He has. He plays with him a lot. But as we look down, whenever he's over in Asia, as we look down towards the rest of this tournament, we got a lot of games still to go. But yeah, for today, that is the end of the show. It has been a pleasure bringing you guys through some wild and wacky Counter-Strike here in the East. And hopefully you'll be with us on Wednesday, the 23rd of September. We'll be back with a little bit more, another full week of Counter-Strike Wednesday through Sunday, 3 best of 3s a day, some of the best teams and some other teams. Make sure you follow the channel here if you want to catch all of those games going live. And from myself, from Dingo, from Tom, and from Blau, wherever he is, we'll catch you guys next week.
Restarted the modem.